really unprintable vulgarity as to what we should tell Kravchuk if he didn't give up his nuclear weapons. Now, Kravchuk and people in Ukraine saw themselves, perhaps correctly, as the third largest nuclear power in the world at that point. Very prestigious situation. On the other hand, Kravchuk, we had learned, knew that the logistics had broken down and that those weapons were not going to be very useful, or they could be dangerous to Ukraine. So he'd come to the conclusion that probably they ought to get rid of them. The Rada, however, his legislative group, had a very different view, that this was Ukraine's destiny and so forth. So in any event, this first dinner that we had, Sam and I were sitting there with the president, and I did make the offer that for $100 million we would help get rid of it all. And he really jerked us almost by the nape of the neck, the two of us, to take us outside to this press conference that he had planned, I think. And on the way back to the table, Sam, my hero, very kindly said, "Dick, where in the devil did you get such a crazy idea?" And I said, "Easy, Sam, it's going to work out."
I said, "Where's your checkbook?"
So when I got back, I went to the White House to see George H.W. Bush, still rather disconsolate over the election situation, and explained to him the predicament. And he was a very good sport. He wrote a letter to Kravchuk for $150 million. And that really sort of sealed the deal. Now, by the time we finished, and Ash and others would better be able to tote it up, it was probably $750 million, $800 million, maybe upwards. This was a very, very big job over many, many years of time, but absolutely critical, because Nazarbayev in Kazakhstan said, "I'm not going to move until I know what Ukraine is going to do." And we had to reassure him that we knew what Ukraine was going to do, so that maybe he would do something.
Well, I'm getting the high sign, so much as I hate to bring this form of the conversation to a close, because I'm sure everyone's been learning and enjoying it at least as much as I have.
Could I say one more minute?
Of course.
We're at a juncture again. We have all sorts of problems with Russia. We have the Ukrainian problem, we have Middle East, we have a lot of differences, but we still have 90% of the nuclear weapons, 90% of the nuclear materials, and the know-how to try to prevent catastrophe. And if we don't work together, if we don't find a bridge to work with the Russians, this danger is still out there. And particularly it's out there with radiological dirty bomb weapons, as well as chemical, as well as biological. So we've got to build a bridge to work with the Russians on this subject, even when we're disagreeing with them on others. That's an absolute essential thing now. And as you mentioned, what are the creative things in the future? And it's being able to work with Russia while disagreeing with them profoundly on other things.
Well, the nation is truly indebted to the founders of this concept, because it gives us a tool to bring forward to these new forms of challenges. Weapons of mass destruction threats have not gone away. They've changed a lot in the last 25 years, mostly in this space for the better, but we have a lot of other space on which to work, and some very creative, innovative tools from which to build. So thank you very much for the chance to be with you this morning. Thank you.
All right, guys, so it looks like we just caught the tail end of this event. Hopefully we'll be able to watch this event in full a little bit later on today.
Thank you for joining us. This concludes today's ceremony.
All right, guys, I've thrown up the politics generic lower third, meaning we are going to talk politics for a moment. This is the part of the show where I recap some of the candidates on social media, their presence there. So let's go ahead and pull up Donald Trump first. Donald Trump's Facebook page. The latest from Donald Trump's Facebook page, he has more than 7.5 million likes. This is the latest post he has posted. Unfortunately, when some people do not like what they hear, they have a tendency to smear the facts. As your next president of the U.S., you will be proud of your leadership in Washington, D.C. Know that our best interest will be for you. The American people will be working for you. He shared this article, Trump's turn right started a long time ago. The conventional wisdom is that Donald Trump only became a conservative the day he announced his candidacy for president. But like all conventional wisdom about Trump, it's wrong. So he shared that link. He also posted 4 hours ago, I will win the election against crooked Hillary despite the people in the Republican Party that are currently and selfishly opposed to me. Also posting last night, crooked Hillary just can't close the deal with Bernie. It will be the same way with ISIS and China on trade and Mexico at the border. Yesterday, he posted this. Quote from Ann Coulter, a guy just won the Republican nomination for president by spending no money, hiring no pollsters, running virtually no ads, and just saying what he truly believed, no matter what. How many times people told him he couldn't say that? This was his post. Happy Mother's Day to all the amazing mothers out there. Enjoy this beautiful piece by my daughter, Ivanka. So he shared this link that Ivanka Trump, a link to the Time article featuring Ivanka Trump's Mother's Day letter to her kids. I'm actually interested in that. Let's go ahead and read that now, guys. This is intriguing to me. By the way, if you have any questions, comments, anything, you guys can always tweet me at SamiaFox10, S-A-M-I-A Fox10. One day our internet will load. Okay. So this is the letter. I hope you'll stand firm in the face of adversity by Ivanka Trump. To Arabella, Joseph, and Theodore, I have had the privilege of seeing some incredible things. Let's make this bigger print so you guys can see on your screen. I've been to places we read about in fairy tales. Your dad and I have leapt out of airplanes, scaled mountains in Patagonia, and flown high above the desert in a hot air balloon. We crash landed that one. Our family loves a good adventure. That's a cute picture. We've also worked really, really hard to leave our mark on everything from the tiny special details of our lives at home to city skylines. When you look at your bedroom windows like I did before you when I was a little girl, I hope you see potential and possibility and know that you can do anything you set your mind to if you dream big, work hard, and never ever give up. Arabella, when I started my company and made it my mission to change the conversation around women in work, I thought of you. I consider the opportunities available to women in my generation. Thanks to those who came before us, and I knew that I had a role to play in continuing to push the needle further. It didn't mean that I had to follow the same rules. In fact, as you know, I'm a big believer in doing things differently. As you get older, understand that however you decide to work at your life, you have an important responsibility too. Be brave, take risks, and be true to yourself. Identify your passions and pursue them with all that is in you. Joseph, you're a negotiator already with a smile that's going to get you into trouble. I can't wait to watch how your fearless spirit and giant heart lead you through this life. I see the best qualities of your father in you already, in your even temperament, dogged persistence, and tremendous warmth. Theodore, you're the newest addition to our family, but from the moment we met you, we knew you were exactly who we'd be waiting for. Your name was inspired by Theodore Roosevelt, the youngest president of the United States, an adventurer himself and a driving force for change. As I think about my dreams for you, little one, I hope you'll never be complacent. I hope you'll fight for what you believe in, and you'll stand firm in the face of adversity. There will be lots of things I'll teach you in the years to come. Some you'll remember, some you'll dismiss. But I hope that in my leading by example, you'll each make your own decisions and chart your own course. Take nothing for granted. Know that in life, the harder you work, the luckier you get. Of the adventures and the projects and the opportunities your father and I have encountered together, none compares to the three of you. I'm grateful for you daily, and not a moment goes by that I forget how fortunate I am that you belong to me. I'll love you always. Ivanka Trump is a real estate executive, entrepreneur, wife, and mother. Wow. They make no mention of her famous father in this post. So this was something written by Ivanka Trump. It was posted May 4th, but Donald Trump shared it on Mother's Day with his many followers. And now he also shared this video for West Virginia from his daughter. Let's listen.
Hi everyone, I'm Ivanka Trump, and I want to remind you to vote for my father, Donald J. Trump, in the primary on May 10th in your state. Please get out and vote, and to find out more details about voting for my father in the Republican primary, go to donaldjtrump.com/West Virginia. Thank you so much. We appreciate your support.
So those were the posts from Donald Trump. Let's now check out Hillary Clinton's posts. Hillary Clinton has 3.5 million likes on her Facebook page. The latest post is her updating her profile and asking for donations. Chip in to show Hillary you're with her. It's all but official. Donald Trump is going to be the Republican nominee. Here's what you can do to make sure he never reaches the White House. And so here's a post from HillaryClinton.com. This was posted last night. 4 things you can do. Let's see. 4 things you can do right now to help stop Donald Trump from becoming a president. If you're worried about a Trump presidency, now's the time to get to work. It's all but official. Donald Trump is going to be the Republican presidential nominee. Within days, Trump has doubled down on his hateful rhetoric and bigoted policy proposals that have fueled his campaign during the primary. So here are the 4 things you can do right now to stop him from becoming president. Again, this is according to HillaryClinton.com. 1, make sure your friends and family know the high stakes are in election. Friends and family know how high the stakes are in this election. 16 Republican presidential candidates fought hard to stop Trump. Every single one of them failed. Now it's up to us to make sure that everyone knows what Trump has said and done in this campaign and how his policies would affect our lives. They shared a video. 2, get involved and get your friends involved too. Share this article, 9 things every voter in America needs to know about Donald Trump. Chip into the Stop Trump Fund. One of the best ways to keep Trump from the office is by chipping into the Stop Trump Fund, which is created to make sure Trump can never use the power of the presidency to deport millions of immigrants, punish women who get abortions, ban Muslims from coming to our country, or enact any of the other radical ideas he's proposed in this campaign. My question is this Stop Trump Fund an actual Stop Trump Fund, or is it just donating to the Hillary Clinton campaign? It says every single dollar goes towards making sure that Trump never becomes president. Well, that could also mean that every single dollar is going towards Hillary Clinton becoming president. So I'm a little intrigued by this Stop Trump Fund. And number 4, text GO to 47246 to stay updated with the most important election news. I think that might just be like the Hillary Clinton update. So again, these are 4 things that you can do to stop Trump according to the Hillary Clinton website. Let's go back to Hillary Clinton's Facebook page, see if there's anything else we should examine. Yesterday, it's only been an incredible gift. Hillary talks about becoming a grandmother and watching Chelsea become a mom. So let's watch this.
What has been the best or most surprising thing about watching Chelsea become a mom?
Oh, it's only been just an incredible gift. I've told people this, and it sounds probably silly to many people, but becoming a grandparent is one of the most transformational experiences I've ever had in my life. And part of it is this new wonderful child that you're going to watch grow up, and part of it is watching your child become a parent, and watching Chelsea mother Charlotte is just the greatest joy. And I also occasionally feel a little bit happy that I kind of see something coming back that maybe I did or said, and it's nice to see it part of the continuity of love and family that I believe so strongly in. So I could not be more impressed by or excited for Charlotte and for the new baby, because they have the best mother in the world.
All right, so that was the video posted on Hillary Clinton's Facebook page for Mother's Day. There's a video of her and Chelsea Clinton. She also shared this Hillary for America post. Mom measured her own life by how much she was able to help us and serve others. I knew if she was still with us, she would be urging us to do the same. Never rest on your laurels. Never quit. Never stop working to make the world a better place. That's our unfinished business. Hillary. How Hillary Clinton's mother shaped the person and the candidate she is today. To the woman who teaches kindness, thank you. So that's HillaryClinton.com, another article from there. Also sharing a Happy Mother's Day album. So Hillary Clinton posting a lot on Mother's Day. Women around the country shared stories of their mothers and grandmothers to celebrate Mother's Day. How do the women in your family inspire you? Tell us in the comments. So you can see her album. You see her and husband and former President Bill Clinton with their grandchild. And there's a caption right here to get more information. A quote from Chelsea Clinton. I didn't know it would be such a joy of parenting to see my parents as grandparents, but really has been. I love seeing my mom as a grandmother. It means so much to me, I think, in part because I was so close to my grandmother. I want my daughter to have that same relationship with my mom. And also, had I known that Charlotte would give me the gift of seeing my parents as grandparents and seeing just how much they love her and how interested they are in every part of her life, it gives me a window into clearly how much they loved me when I was an infant. Chelsea Clinton making that statement. This is a photo shared by a Hillary Clinton supporter in Pennsylvania, sharing a photo of her grandmother. Hillary Clinton, a photo of Hillary Clinton when she was younger. Chelsea Clinton is the quote. It comes from Chelsea Clinton in the caption. I believe as more and more Americans hear from my mom, they'll come to know why I'm so proud to be my mother's daughter, and even more why I'm so proud that my mother is my daughter's grandmother. My mom's my hero and one of the people that I admire and love most in this world. This is a Hillary Clinton supporter from Ohio sharing a photo of her mother. Hillary Clinton supporter from Illinois sharing a photo of her mother-in-law. Here is the Hillary Clinton supporter in Rhode Island sharing a picture of her mother, Mary, who's 91 years old. And here is Hillary Clinton's mother. This is the photo of Hillary Clinton's mother, Dorothy. And this is the quote that Hillary says. When I think about why I'm doing this, I think about my mother, Dorothy. She was abandoned by her parents at the age of 8. Sent from Chicago to LA to live with grandparents who didn't want her. But people showed her kindness and gave her a chance. When she needed a champion, someone was there. I think about all the Dorothys all over America who fight for their families, who never give up. So that was Hillary Clinton's post on Mother's Day. Oh, there's a lot of posts on Mother's Day. She even posted another video. The earliest inspiration, and really still today, my guiding light was my mother. She had a childhood that none of us would want. Abandoned first by her parents, then by her grandparents. But she was determined to give me and my brothers an opportunity. So let's watch this video, and then we'll move on to Bernie's page. And after that, we will show you the Powerball winners press conference.
The earliest inspiration, and really still today, my guiding light was my mother. She had a childhood that none of us would want. Abandoned, first by her parents, then by her grandparents. But she was determined to give me and my brothers opportunities far beyond anything she had known. She believed in me and encouraged me and set high standards for me. That lit a spark. Everyone deserves a chance to live up to his or her God-given potential. That's the dream we share. That's the fight we must wage. When I was at the hospital with Chelsea, one of the nurses said to me, "Thank you for fighting for paid family leave. At a time that should be so exciting and joyful, I see so many women who are just distraught It is outrageous that America is the only country in the developed world that doesn't guarantee paid leave. I have this new granddaughter, and I want her to have every opportunity, but I want every child in our country to have every opportunity. We know that when women are strong, families are strong. When families are strong, countries are strong. What more can we do so it isn't quite so hard? The answer is we can do a lot if we do it together.
All right, guys, and that was another Mother's Day video from Hillary Clinton. I think that concludes all our... Oh, no, there's more Mother's Day posts. They posted a lot on Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to Charlotte's mom and my wonderful daughter, Chelsea Clinton. There's Hillary with Chelsea. Another Hillary Clinton post for Mother's Day. All right, guys, so that was all the Hillary posts between today and yesterday. Now let's check out Bernie Sanders' post. Bernie Sanders has 4 million likes, so it looks like Trump, then Bernie, then Hillary when it comes to Facebook likes in terms of presidential candidates. Bernie Sanders posting, sound familiar? It's time to join every other major industrialized nation and create a universal healthcare system. Here is a quote from JFK. The fact of the matter is that what we are now talking about doing, most of the countries of Europe did 30 years ago. The British did it 30 years ago. We are behind every country pretty nearly in Europe in this matter of medical care for our citizens. JFK saying that in 1961, and here we are, more than 50 years later. The U.S. has less than 5% of the global population. However, we jail about a quarter of the prisoners of the planet, some 2.2 million people. We must end the prisons for profits. Bernie Sanders posting that yesterday. Also posting yesterday, some of the real heroines in our country today are single moms, and frankly, I do not know how they do it. Anyone who's a parent knows how difficult raising a kid is, even under the best circumstances, and many of these women are trying to raise families while also working 2 jobs or struggling to repay student loans and other debt. If we can provide pay equity, paid family leave, and more affordable education and health care for these individuals, then we can allow millions of women all over the country to be the kinds of mothers they want to be. In my view, some of the real heroines in our country today are single moms. And there's a photo shared by the Bernie Sanders campaign. Happy Mother's Day to Jane Sanders, Bernie Sanders' wife. You can see this post yesterday on Bernie Sanders' page. And another post yesterday morning. The truth is that no president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can do what it takes to rebuild the middle class alone. We need a political revolution. We need millions of Americans to begin to stand up and fight back and demand a government that represents all of us. And if we stand together, men and women, gay and straight, black, white, Latino, Asian, and Native American, and say loudly and clearly that enough is enough, that this country belongs to all of us, not just a handful of billionaires, there's nothing that we cannot accomplish. So those were just a couple of the posts, or these were all the posts Bernie Sanders posted between yesterday and today. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House. This is where Bernie Sanders hopes to live come January, as does Hillary Clinton, and as does Donald J. Trump. The question is, who will live there? We will find out in November. All right, guys, we're now going to switch to a couple other major events. A big Powerball jackpot over the weekend. There's a press conference in New Jersey with, I believe, the winners of the Powerball. So let's go ahead and watch this. This press conference just happened this morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not the main attraction anyway, so no worries about that. But good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming out. This is a very exciting event, obviously, because you're all here to celebrate with us. So it is my honor and pleasure to introduce Carol Henninger, the New Jersey Lottery Executive Director. Good morning, everybody. Can you all hear me okay? Obviously, you can. Well, this is a very exciting day. I'm really happy to be here. As a matter of fact, I'm thrilled to be here to talk about this terrific win for New Jersey, for Trenton, and for Andrea, the store owner here, and for our whole area. I want to give you a little bit of information about the ticket. We sold the sole winning ticket for the 429 million advertised jackpot. Out of 47 lotteries that sell Powerball, we were the lucky ones to sell the winning ticket. This is the 6th largest advertised annuity jackpot for Powerball. And it was purchased as a cash ticket, which means that it's worth $284 million cash to the winner. The winning Powerball ticket was a manual pick, meaning it was not a quick pick. The person picked their own numbers. The person bought 2 plays, one for Wednesday's draw and one for Saturday's draw, for $3 each, because the person picked the Powerball ticket plus the power play for the extra $1. So for a total of $6, he or she is going to cash in $284 million. That's a pretty good investment. This draw was the 19th roll since, or the 19th draw since the jackpot began. It began back in March. The world's largest Powerball jackpot of over $1.5 billion was hit on January 13th. This is now the 6th largest Powerball jackpot. We are very lucky in New Jersey. We've sold 4 out of the top 11 Powerball jackpot tickets in the last couple of years, going back to March of 2013. We sold a ticket for $338 million. And on August of 2013, we sold one of the 3 prizes for a $448 million ticket. I want to talk a little bit about the benefits of this ticket. First, though, I want to address the winner. I hope the winner is watching. We're live streaming this from the lottery directly to our live stream account and to all of our social media accounts as well. If the winner happens to be watching, I want them to sign the back of the ticket, put it in a safe place, come to lottery headquarters, which is nearby, very close. We will safeguard that ticket, get professional advice, take your time in deciding what to do, but in the meantime, we will validate the ticket and hold it as until it's decided how you want to claim the ticket. So whoever you are, please come forward, bring us that ticket, and let us keep it safe for you. Now, a little bit about the ticket and the benefits. Besides this jackpot winning ticket, there were over 831,000 other fixed prizes paid in these 19 draws that totaled $8.7 million to New Jersey players. Retailers, just on this draw alone, will earn over $2 million in commissions. The estimated state contribution from these rolls is over $17 million. Nationwide, almost $920 million worth of tickets were sold, and in New Jersey, nearly $43 million dollars worth of tickets were sold. As you know, a roll like this greatly increases the revenue to the state, which means that it increases the revenue to our beneficiaries. We support, I love the March wins that we're having in May. We support education and institutions in New Jersey, including the Marie Katzenbach School for the Deaf, Disabled Veterans Homes, institutions for the developmentally disabled, college tuition grants, and other educational support. I have with me the lucky lottery retailer that sold this ticket. They are so excited to have sold this ticket in this area, and I would like to present them with the bonus check that they earned for selling this top tier ticket of $30,000. So Andrea Shin, you win too, along with everyone else.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. I just go right to the bank room.
So before I open this up for questions, I just want to say that this is absolutely the best part of the job. The next best part is meeting the winners. I always love meeting winners and hearing their stories.
I find them to be the most wonderful people and the most normal, average people you could ever expect to meet. They're just like all of you standing out here, just like your friends and neighbors, and I can't wait to meet this winner. So with that, I'll take any questions if you have any, or introduce Andrea in case you have any questions for her.
Andrea, could you tell us a little bit about your reaction when you first heard that your store was the store?
Sure, it was actually unbelievable. It's pretty exciting. Like I said, we always joked about, with never having a winner close by. And a few people, customers in the morning, had an inkling. They knew that it was Mercer County. I didn't know. I was sleeping because I go to work so early. But when we did hear the news, we were just so excited. I couldn't believe it. Even now, it's just pretty unbelievable.
What are you going to do with your money?
We're a very close-knit community here. It's very residential, so we do have a lot of this repeat customers every day. It's customers I see every single day. So the odds, most likely, we do know who the person is, but either way, we're just so excited for the winner.
What are you going to do with the money that you won?
Probably. I'm not really sure yet. I'll probably try to take a vacation or something, get a little time off. But that's about it, really.
Introduce your husband? Stores not so close. Some stores are right next to a highway entrance or exit. So you can people from could be from anywhere. We're not reason to believe that maybe this is a neighborhood kind of purchase.
Definitely. We do get a couple people that are commuters, but for the most part, it's all, people who pretty much live in the area or close by. So.
How do you feel that someone locally?
It's amazing. I'm so happy. I just hope that it brings something positive to their life. It's definitely life-changing, and it's great for the Trenton community to have something positive going on. I know there's been a couple crazy things recently, but it's a great community. Everybody's so friendly, and I think everybody's actually excited for the winner, whoever it may be. So.
Are you the cashier?
No, my husband and I work in the mornings, but one of our employees actually was the one. He's not here now. I think he might be taking a final right now, but he's pretty excited. He's just happy to be a part of it. So, I believe, I was gonna say, I think she knows that detail.
The ticket was sold on Tuesday at 5:20 p.m. Yes.
And the actual person who sells the ticket, which wasn't you guys, right?
No, it wasn't us.
Also get the prize for that?
The retailer gets the bonus.
We haven't had, this is our first major win. We haven't had anything, too big, a few small ones. We did have an instant ticket winner a couple years ago for $20,000, but that was about it.
Do you play yourself?
Not often. We don't really play too much, but when the jackpot gets fairly big, we do. And of course, when we found out it was Mercer County, I looked at my husband and I said, "Did you buy a ticket?" And he's like, "No." I'm like, "Of course we didn't. It's in Mercer County and we didn't buy a ticket." But obviously in the end, we lucked out too. So it's pretty exciting.
So you mentioned the ticket was sold Tuesday. That's the Wednesday drawing. We added a few more dollars to get Wednesday drawing and a total win for Saturday as well.
You're able to buy tickets in advance for future draws. So this person bought a ticket on Tuesday for the Wednesday night draw and the Saturday night draw. One selection for each night. But that person also added an extra $1 for the Power Play feature. The Power Play, for an extra $1, a Powerball ticket costs $2, but for an extra $1 you can add the Power Play, which is a multiplier game. A multiplier number is drawn by the Powerball people, and all of the fixed prizes below the jackpot are multiplied by that multiple. That could be from 1 to 5. So this person selected the Power Play feature.
The person who sold the ticket actually get anything?
The retailer gets the bonus. The retailer makes those decisions. $30,000 bonus for a top tier ticket in New Jersey, yes.
I can't do that. Well, even some of the policy, I'm not supposed to. So.
Anything regarding surveillance, it's all part of our security procedures that we use in validating a ticket.
That bonus goes to Andrea as opposed to the store. That's her money to spend however she wishes.
Well, she's the store owner, so she's the retailer. It goes to the retailer. Our security people take all of those necessary security measures immediately after finding out where a winning ticket is sold. Sure. We find that people generally wait a while before they come in and claim a winning ticket. It's unusual for them to claim immediately. They consult with family, with professionals, which we always advise a winner to do. We advise them to get the best professional advice that they can, take their time before they make their decision to bring the ticket in. However, in this case, because the ticket was sold right here in Mercer County and we're so close by, I'm advising the winner to bring the ticket in for us to validate it and start that process so that it's safeguarded.
How long do they have before they lose the opportunity to get the money?
In New Jersey, you have 1 year to claim a winning ticket.
A little bit, I think so. I think people are just excited. It's a lot of our regular customers that are actually buying. There's a few new faces, but I think everybody's just hopeful now. You know, since they already buy their tickets here, then maybe there will be another winner. Oh, my husband's name is Louis Soler, Luis Soler, and it's actually been 10 years this past April.
Did the winner play the same numbers for both drawings?
The winners picked their own numbers and played the same numbers for both drawings, yes. I don't have the statistics on how many are quick picks, which means the computer, the terminal generates the numbers, or how many pick their own numbers. To the ball machine that pops out the winning numbers, it makes absolutely no difference. Some people play favorite numbers. You know, I don't know what these numbers represent. Yes. In most states, you are not allowed to be anonymous if you win, in most lottery states, including New Jersey, including New Jersey. No, as part of the rules of the game, they're required to attend press events or be part of a press event. They can have a lawyer represent them, certainly, but the winners will always be revealed.
Well, I hope so too. You know, I hope that we are a lucky store now, and hopefully we do get more winners. That would be wonderful, actually. So.
How much is this lottery sale? How much of a part of your game day?
You know, honestly, I think compared to a lot of other stores, we don't do as much as they do, but we do, and especially when the jackpot gets very big on the big games, we do get more customers than on a regular day-to-day basis. But I think we really did luck out here.
What other winners
I mean, nothing like this. Like I said, the only other large jackpot I could remember is a $20,000 instant bingo ticket, but that probably was about 6 or 7 years ago. But other than that, this is the biggest jackpot. Yeah.
Any idea who it might be? Any thoughts at all?
Honestly, not really, and I don't want to speculate because I don't want to give wrong information, and I definitely want to give it to the person. Want them to be able to decide, when they're going to come out and how they're going to come out. But either way, it's just exciting. That I'm not too sure. I mean, most people who do play regular numbers have played them for a long time, but I'm not too sure with this instance.
Let me explain something about that. If a person plays their own numbers on a play slip and turns that play slip into the clerk's not aware of necessarily what those numbers are. So they could play those numbers all the time by way of a play slip, and so nobody would be paying attention to what the numbers are.
Anything
Okay.
else? Last question? Do you have anything you want to say?
Just tell them anything.
I just want to say good luck, and yes, that's you, and hopefully they do take some time to get their ducks in a row, because I know this is probably overwhelming for them. I can only imagine it's overwhelming for us, but I just want to say good luck, and I hope it brings such positive things to your life. I know it's life changing, and anything can happen in Jersey.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have some press kits If you'd like, I'll bring you back.
Yeah, I think so. We're done.
Now I'm running for mayor now. Thank you.
All right, guys, that wraps up our Powerball press conference from this morning. They have not identified the winner. We just know that the winner bought their ticket in New Jersey. Pretty big day for New Jersey. They are waiting for the winner to come forward. So that is what happened this morning. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at something happening here in town right now. This is in Mesa. There was a water main break, and now it looks like they are going through the repair. It's happening right now. The roads are open. They're just down to one lane. So that is what is going on there. And we're going to go on to our next interesting thing that happened today. A chemical weapons test in the New York City subway. Really interesting. Basically, they want to see what would happen if there were a chemical attack in the New York City subway. So this is all a test. It's pretty interesting. Let's go ahead and watch that now.
Fluorine atoms on it. You can think of it as sort of like a Teflon material, but it's a gas. So it's very safe. In fact, there's no regulations on it. There are no information of any kind that says that it's hazardous at any kind of level. So,
how does this help on the war on terror? We say this could be a big help in the event of an attack. What does it do?
So what we're hoping to do here really is to understand where hazardous materials would travel in the subway if they were released, especially the particles, because we're concerned about the release of biological agents by our adversaries. And this will help us understand where they travel, what areas are contaminated, perhaps if people are contaminated, who needs to get antibiotics so that they can recover, and also to understand or to help emergency planning operations to better prepare for something bad happening.
How valuable of a tool is this?
I'm sorry, how valuable?
How valuable of a tool is this?
It's very valuable, especially for the emergency planners, because you need to understand exactly the situation that you might be facing, and we know that our subways are targets, for our adversaries, and so it's important that we know if something is released hazardous, what to do about it.
What are you going to be doing?
Yeah.
And what's the schedule of the releases? Can this appear sometimes for how's that going to be?
So we will start our release every day in Grand Central as well as Times Square Monday through Wednesday at 11 a.m. And we will be releasing both particles and gas will be continuous for 20-minute release from 11 to 11:20. The particles will be released every minute, so we will have 20 separate releases of particles, but the gas will be released constantly for 20 minutes.
Can you repeat that again? The process that will take place here.
Yes, so at 11 a.m. We will release particles that simulate a biological material, and there will be 2 particle sizes being released. We will be releasing every minute for 20 minutes through these devices that you see here. And the gas will be in the background there. That will be released over 20 minutes, and it will disperse by the movements of trains primarily through the subway system.
So it's not on the train itself, it's in the tunnel.
It will go onto the trains also, yes.
When the doors open?
When doors open, yes. Material will get into the trains. We'll deposit in the trains. We'll deposit on people.
Will people see it? And will people... Really, you just asked 6 questions there. Is that really
if
necessary?
you see anything, you will only see...
No, I was answering my question.
If you see particles being released, you will only see it here, and then it will disperse rapidly, so you will not be able to see a cloud floating down the tunnel or the platform.
Thanks for nothing.
So, a couple of things. One, we are trying to help MTA, New York City Transit, as well as other local authorities understand if something hazardous is released in the subway, where does it travel, who might be impacted, how big of a problem will it have to manage emergency response, as well as cleanup.
I'm sorry, I apologize for the interruption. So you're releasing chemicals, some kind of non-toxic gas.
Correct. Well, everything we're releasing is harmless. Nothing is hazardous to the public.
But it will be in the train cars. Some of it could get onto you.
Yes. So when the train doors open, if there will be some particles because the air movement is dispersing everything. Some of it will find its way onto the trains. It will deposit on people's clothing. It's not harmless. So particles may deposit, but the gas does not really deposit on anything.
How do you measure what you've released over time? How are you measuring it?
So with the particles, we use a method called PCR. It's a biological analysis method called polymerase chain reaction. It allows us to amplify the very short, harmless DNA fragments that are on these particles that will be floating around, and we can very sensitively then measure how much is in different locations in the subway.
So you'll know if you release X amount at X time, an hour later, how much of that is still left.
Yes, we're going to be collecting 12,000 samples throughout roughly 60 stations in Manhattan, 3 in Queens, and one in Brooklyn. So it will take us months to analyze all these samples and the data, but we will know exactly where things have gone and what levels they are at. on it. You can think of it as sort of like a Teflon material, but it's a gas. So
How did you shoot that? Time to shoot right now. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you mind stepping over to the top? Thank you. Like 1 minute, 2 minutes? Can you guys not block them? Thank you.
Hey, y'all set down there? Are you all set down?
Did you clear the camera?
No, I didn't.
Down in front.
Okay. Gentlemen, you guys can't see anything. Let's start it yet.
Okay.
Guy on cell phone. Okay. Well, we'll figure that out later. Well, we're about to end it here. Really? Come on, guys. Oh, interesting. Okay. 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 Thanks, Bob. Okay. Okay, you know what? I'll be down in a little bit, okay?
That's it. Nobody else. Nobody else.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and cut out of this because we have a live feed from North Carolina. The governor is speaking out because the governor has some issues with the Justice Department regarding the anti-LGBT law in North Carolina. We're going to go there live now.
Penalty of fine. Access to restrooms, locker rooms, or shower facilities be based upon one's gender identity or gender expression. A similar policy was rejected just months earlier by the voters of Houston, Texas, by 61% of the vote. This caused major privacy concerns about males entering female facilities or females entering male facilities. Our state legislature believed this was an unnecessary government overreach into the private sector, imposing regulations and impacting one's personal privacy. The state legislature and this governor also believed that guidelines then needed to be put in place because of this new public topic for government buildings, our schools, and our rest stops to ensure privacy and expectation privacy for everyone. Now, just 5 days ago, the U.S. Department of Justice sent letters to my office, the Department of Public Safety, which reports to this governor, and to the university system, suggesting that having government employees use the bathroom, locker room, or shower facility that corresponds to their biological sex is in conflict with federal policy. The Department of Justice asked all parties to set aside their constitutional duty and refuse to follow or enforce our state law. This was a substantial request with very serious implications, and the U.S. government gave us a mere 3 business days to respond to this letter. We asked on Friday the Department of Justice for additional time. In fact, we asked for an additional 2 weeks, but they refused unless I made a statement where I would publicly agree with their interpretation of federal law, and if I did, they would give me 1 additional week to respond. I could not agree to that because I do not agree with their interpretation of federal law. That is why this morning I have asked a federal court to clarify what the law actually is. Now, I anticipate our own legislature, other private sector entities from throughout the United States, and possibly other states to join us in seeking this clarification. Because this is not just a North Carolina issue. This is now a national issue, and an issue which imposes new law on every private sector employer throughout the United States of America with over 15 employees. We believe a court, rather than a federal agency, should tell our state, our nation, and employers across the country what the law requires. And let me say something. Our nation is one nation, especially when it comes to fighting discrimination, which I support wholeheartedly. Ultimately, I think it's time for the U.S. Congress to bring clarity to our national anti-discrimination provisions under Title VII and Title IX. Let me repeat that one more time to all of our U.S. representatives and the leaders of both the Republican and Democratic parties in Congress. Ultimately, I think it's time for the U.S. Congress to bring clarity to our national anti-discrimination provisions under Title VII and Title IX. Now, right now, the Obama administration is bypassing Congress by attempting to rewrite the law and set basic restroom policies, locker room policies, and even shower policies for public and private employers across the country, not just North Carolina. Now, I am still asking the North Carolina legislature to reinstate the ability to sue for wrongful termination for discrimination in state court. I encourage them to do this and do it quickly. I also welcome additional dialogue with the City of Charlotte and our state legislature, which has been ongoing for the past week. And I want to ensure the people of our state and our country that North Carolina has long held traditions of ensuring equality. The majority of our citizens in our great state and this governor did not seek out this issue. However, the state of North Carolina and this governor welcome the opportunity to be part of the solution for all of the states and especially our nation, the greatest nation, the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Today's statement. Again, if you want to touch base with Bob Stevens, we'd be happy to set that up.
that better? Everybody hear me? Okay, good. The question, I'm Bob Stevens. I'm Governor McCrory's general counsel. It's a PH. Thank you for asking. The question that was just asked of me was, why was a claim under Title IX not asserted in this lawsuit? And the answer to that is, the Title IX issue was raised against the university system, not directed towards the governor, nor was it directed towards the Department of Public Safety. Those are the two claims that we addressed in our lawsuit. The university system will make their own decisions about what they want to do with that Title IX issue. Sure. Do not know. My understanding is the Board of Governors is meeting tomorrow, and my assumption is they will take that up then and make a decision. In the Grimm case. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So, what would do we need further clarification, or have they already made
They have not. They have not, and it's important to note that. What happened in the Fourth Circuit case, a split panel, 2-1, made a decision that the district court, the lower court, had used the wrong evidentiary standard in deciding the case. And that split panel was to send the decision back to the district court to have the trial over again. So no mandate was issued to the district court. The district court has not conducted any further proceedings. And until that happens, it is not the law in the federal court, nor is the law in North Carolina. Second, we now know that the defendants in that case have petitioned the Fourth Circuit for a hearing en banc, which just simply means a hearing before the full Fourth Circuit, all 15 judges. That petition was filed. That stayed everything up to this point. The Fourth Circuit has not yet ruled on that. But until the Fourth Circuit rules, that's not the law of North Carolina. And in fact, what you'll see in our complaint is there is no law in North Carolina that answers some of the questions that we are raising. That's why we've gone to the court to try to get them to get the court to do it.
Mr. Stevens, how much will this cost to the state of North Carolina?
I can't tell you. I can't give you even an estimate. That's going to depend on what the other side does in this case. I was a litigator for 40 years before I became the governor's general counsel, and I learned early on you can't really anticipate what's going to happen. We believe that this should be decided on motions. We believe it should be decided very quickly, and we believe it and hope that it'll be decided very inexpensively.
Mr. Stevens, is there any common ground that the state has with the Department of Justice that could possibly avoid a long court battle?
Well, we'll certainly see that. We'll have to see if that's what happens. Right now, we simply have a letter from them that says our statute, which we commonly refer to as HB 2, violates Title VII.
So as of right now, there is no basis that you and the DOJ agree?
We have had no conversation, so the answer to your question is yes, there's no basis to believe that. This is our response to that deadline. There could be what? I'm sorry. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens, but this is our response. So we've met the deadline, and now we'll go forward.
Two more questions.
Talk about timelines very quickly. Can you give an estimate of months?
Again, I'd like to be able to dust off my crystal ball and answer all these questions with specificity for you. I suspect it may be more than months, but we really hope to expedite this thing. We've asked for a declaratory judgment. I don't need to get into the weeds about what that means, but in law, declaratory judgment actions are given preference. So we hope that we will get this in front of the court and have it decided very quickly.
Mr. Stevens, this started out with a local ordinance at the city level. Then the state came in and told the city that they're wrong. Now the federal government's coming in and telling the state that the state is wrong. What do you make of that parallel?
Well, first place, when you say it's the federal government, remember, this is a letter. This is a letter from the Department of Justice that says we have violated Title VII. As the governor said, Title VII, well, let me back up. We have specifically not violated Title VII, and if the Justice Department believes that we have, then they're going to need to go back to Congress and get Congress to change the law. Because right now, in spite of what this letter says to us, the class of people that the Justice Department are referring to are not a protected class under Title VII. And until Congress changes that, that's the law. Our bill, therefore, doesn't violate that.
Thank you all, folks. Thanks very much. Feel free to reach out to our office if you have any other questions.
Oops, it looks like we've already lost that feed. So,
Well, we have a better shot. Look at that.
Ron Hoon.
Hooner SK time.
It is happening right now.
Let's get some reaction going to that on Twitter. You know, like Rachel or Joe.
Yeah, you guys can just tweet me. You know the Twitter handle.
You can hashtag it with something like Hooner and SK. Yahoo!
That is
We're
funny.
trying our best to give you some of that, you guys. So, anyway, that's interesting.
Some drama in North Carolina.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about it is their decision to fight it rather than just say, okay, we won't enforce it, means it's going to become a way bigger story simply for the legal aspect of it. I said on the air today, do not be surprised when you have a state versus the feds. Mm-hmm. Do not be surprised if this ends up all the way at the Supreme Court.
This is major.
It really is. Because whichever side loses the first go round, I don't see either side backing down.
We still don't have 9 justices on the Supreme Court.
And that's the other thing. Although by the time this goes, I mean, it's going to have to go through like 2 lower courts before it gets to the Supreme Court.
So by then?
It would be next year for
Okay.
sure, yeah. So, anyway, there's that going on. What else is on your radar screen? Donald, how about this? How about Paul Ryan saying he will step down as chairman of the Republican convention?
What?
If Donald Trump asks him to. They're meeting on Thursday. Sarah Palin came out this weekend, and she said he's going to get cantered. There's a movement afoot to go after Paul Ryan now in the primary, which I don't think is going to work. I think he's pretty popular in Wisconsin.
Right. I think Palin's quote said something about the end of his career.
Correct. That might be just a little bit over the top. But at least
Makes
it
headlines.
means he is going to have to fight for his job. Generally, although, what's interesting? Me coming from Washington, I remember when the Speaker of the House was a guy from the city where I lived, Spokane. His name was Tom Foley. And he was the Speaker of the House for a long time, and eventually he lost his job. Although that wasn't in a primary, it was to a Republican challenger. What was that guy's name? I don't remember. But point being that they can be huge names, well-known nationally, but you better make sure you're stoking the home fires, if you know what I mean. I don't think Eric Cantor did that. I think he went to Washington and became a creature of Washington. Paul Ryan seems to me like the kind of guy who stays in touch with his Wisconsin roots and his Wisconsin electorate, that kind of thing. At least that's my impression. But, it just adds a little more fuel to the fire between Trump and Paul Ryan.
Yep. That is true.
Yeah.
Do you find that the presidential race, in the matter of just the span of a few days, has become less exciting because we know who the GOP candidate is?
Yes, I would have said that on Friday, but not now.
It just feels...
Not anymore, it doesn't. I'll tell you why. Because Trump went after Hillary Clinton this weekend. You saw that soundbite, right?
I haven't.
Okay, so he's in Spokane
I do have that
city where I used to work.
event that I want to stream, though.
Yeah. Oh, you have it on tape?
Well, I can do a replay.
Nice. I think people will be glad that we have that, because a lot of the stuff happens on the weekend. You're busy on the weekends. Who watches that? So apparently he was just getting after Hillary Clinton, saying that she was an enabler of Bill Clinton's behavior and that he was the worst abuser of women in the history of politics in this country.
I don't know if that's true.
That's just,
I don't even think that's true. I mean, think about the history of politics in this country.
Okay.
Think about the 1800s when there was no social media to document
Correct.
everything, or
Right,
even regular
exactly.
media. There was no TV.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what about
There's no
this?
spread of information.
What about the scandal with one of the most beloved presidents, Thomas Jefferson, who
Elaborate.
supposedly had sex with one of his slaves and got her pregnant? SK.
Right.
Don't just think the soap opera stuff happens on the soap operas. I'm telling you what. Anyway, I think that's a good point. I'm trying to think if there were others. It is a whole different era. I mean, look at how JFK was apparently having sex with Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, it's, again, a different time.
It was such a different time. So now everything gets out there. And anyway, that's Donald Trump's statement. I'm just saying, in response to your question, did it seem boring? Yes, until this weekend. Now, he's already got a nickname. You know, there's a rumor out there that Hillary Clinton, without saying so, has already decided who she wants as her VP candidate to fire up the liberal base and not work with Bernie, who I think she doesn't have that much affection for. There's another liberal.
Who is it?
Who fires people up just as much, and her name is Elizabeth Warren.
Oh,
and so then you would have two women on the ticket, and that would be history making in and of itself.
Right.
And she's a super liberal member of the United States Senate. But so Trump, whether he's trying to cut it off at the pass or what, is already out there with a new nickname for her this morning.
What?
As Goofy Elizabeth.
Trump and his nickname.
So, SK, what I want to tell you is this. Yes, on Friday, I thought for a few days here, things are going to get boring. But already coming up with a nickname for a possible VP running mate as Goofy Elizabeth, and then ripping into Hillary Clinton, bringing up the Bill Clinton issue. I mean, come on. It's just...
How likely, though, do you think it is that Hillary will pick Elizabeth Warren?
Well, the one strike she has against her is that... Oh, whoa. When you clicked on that YouTube video and it said 230,000, I thought that's what was watching us.
No.
Are we at 230,000?
No.
We're not?
One day.
Someday.
One day.
So, the one strike she has going against her, and it's a pretty big one, is that she's from Massachusetts. Already totally 100% kaput in the bag for the Democratic Party.
Right.
Right? I mean, when's the last time they voted for a Republican?
Well, Mitt Romney was their governor.
Yes, right.
So there's that.
True, but I mean, he didn't win Massachusetts 4 years ago.
Right, but I'm saying he somehow ended up being governor.
And that's a whole nother thing we can talk about. And I got to run to my meeting in a second, but maybe for tomorrow. There's this talk that's not going away of a possible third-party candidate on the Republican side.
What, you think it's Mitt Romney finally?
Well, everybody thought, okay, the establishment will figure out it's going to be a Marco Rubio or a Ted Cruz or whatever, and then Donald Trump will be mad, and he'll take all of his passionate supporters, and he'll be the third party. Well, that's precluded because he is going to be the nominee.
Right.
So now, scenario we didn't really see happening is that so many in the establishment can't seem to get on board. Will the third party actually be somebody in the GOP establishment?
It's so
I mean, that part is fascinating too.
Right, because they were trying so hard to make sure that Donald Trump signed the pledge that he would not run as a third-party candidate.
I know.
And they put in all this effort to ensure that that wouldn't happen.
Right.
And now here you are, Donald Trump is the Republican candidate, and now they kind of want a third-party candidate.
I know. When in fact they should have been going up to Mitt Romney's house and knocking on his door and having him sign a pledge that he would run as an independent. Right. I did have my Monday morning chat with Brett Baer, who is one of the biggest of the big on the Fox News channel.
Right.
He's on every evening, I think at 4 or 5, with Special Report. And he said, here's the problem with whether it's Romney or somebody else, and there is this movement afoot. The problem is there are already states where you have to you have to go through the process at least 6 months ahead of time if you want to be on the presidential ballot. And he already missed, or whoever already missed, one of the biggest, most important states. And if you can't be on the state in that, if you can't be on the ballot in that state, do you know which one I'm talking about? Your chances are going from slim to almost none. And that's Texas.
Oh. It had to be one of the biggest states.
Correct. And I mean, Republicans have to have Texas to counterbalance the Democrats have California.
Mm-hmm.
Why is your state so Democrat-oriented?
Well, it's the West Coast. San Francisco specifically, the Bay Area is very, very, very liberal.
Yes.
So you have that.
Okay.
Southern California, I mean, you have the entertainment capital. Entertainers tend to be Democrats.
Yes.
They tend to campaign for the Democratic candidate.
Right.
So those are two major hubs with a lot of people.
Now, what about every other part of the state? What about Fresno? What about San Diego?
Well,
what about
Fresno is actually
Stockton? Everything.
Fresno and Bakersfield area actually tend to vote Republican.
Oh.
I mean, there's a mix
Okay.
of both, but those
Uh-huh.
are considered more of like the red parts of the state.
Yeah.
Fresno, Bakersfield, and Orange County. Those are the
Okay.
main
All right.
Republican hubs within California. So it's interesting. There were rumors like a week or two ago that Donald Trump was coming to Fresno.
Really?
Yeah, and then he had to cancel last minute. He had another event somewhere else. But I'm sure in the next couple weeks,
Yeah.
as California's primary approaches, well, you know what though now? It doesn't, but that's the thing now.
Yeah.
He's already the candidate, so I don't know if he's going to spend as much time in California.
Okay, but then there's that prompts another story we got to talk about. I need to make a list of the things you and me have to talk about this week, because I'll tell you what would be fascinating in California. I mean, full on fascinating. If Bernie Sanders, who says he's in
Third
right
party?
through the end, no, if he wins California, and Hillary Clinton can't even win California.
He thinks he can win California. The speech that he gave after winning Indiana, he was talking about his focus on California, how expensive the ads were in California, and how they were going to have a very strategic ground game to rally support in that state.
Because he's probably going to get a week's worth of positive publicity here coming out of West Virginia. He's probably going to win West Virginia. And California's not that far away. What are they? Early June, right?
June 7th.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, holy guacamole. I mean, if you say Bernie Sanders is going to stay in for another month and he can win the biggest single state in the nation, I mean, electoral vote-wise.
Right.
I don't know. It sure seems like then the superdelegates would have to at least take a second look at it.
There would be some uproar. The Bernie fans, the Bernie supporters would be upset.
Because I think Ted Cruz had such a horrible day on the campaign trail that he changed his mind. I think Ted Cruz really did intend to stay in it all the way to the convention. Why not?
Right.
You have a lot of passionate supporters. You have the second most number of delegates. I think he had such a horrible day the day before the Indiana vote that I think that night he went home and just decided that it's not worth it. I'm not winning, and this is no longer worth it.
Well, that's the thing, though. But then Kasich had vowed to stay in it until June 7th as well.
Yeah.
And he posted that long letter on Facebook detailing his plan to stay in through California.
Right.
And then the next day he announces that he's suspending his campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So I know there was some speculation, some viewers saying that it probably had to do with funding. Maybe because Donald Trump won Indiana, the people that were backing these individuals maybe didn't want to fund the campaigns anymore.
Well, I thought there had to be some behind-the-scenes phone calls going on, that the GOP establishment would have said, look, you got to get out. You're not going to win. You're just creating headaches for our party when we need to coalesce around this guy. You would think there would be some behind-the-scenes phone calls like that. But then you listen to the establishment, and they can't seem to bring themselves to vote for Donald Trump, the guy the voters voted for.
It's true.
So that's a whole nother story, is how is the establishment, quote unquote, so out of touch, out of step with the people that cast the votes? How are they? How did they get to that point?
Well, I mean, you could argue that Donald Trump has reached a group of people that don't typically vote.
Uh-huh.
And so he's getting more people into the Republican Party, and those are the people coming out to vote and support him.
Yeah.
And so you have to consider maybe they're part of the Donald Trump support base are people that didn't typically vote for before, so maybe they weren't vocal about their concerns, so maybe the Republican Party traditionally did not represent those people's views.
Yeah. No, I think you're probably right about that. So there's that whole part of the story as well. So here's, again, this is now what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that it's firing right back up. I know you said, is it boring? But after everything that happened on Saturday and Sunday, it's
More action ahead.
It's right back to really interesting.
Robert Cisneros saying, I guarantee Trump will not win California. Trump as in Trump. Thank you for that comment. Cisneros.
Yeah, well, see, but then that's a question, because there was a move at one point, it obviously was never going to go anywhere, to cut California in half so that the northern half of the state, the Bay Area, could have their political just always be a Democratic stronghold, and that the rest of the state, when you had Orange County with, yes, LA is going to be more liberal, but you had Orange County with the rest of, the whole San Joaquin Valley and everything else,
right?
That it would at least be competitive.
Fresno, Bakersfield area.
Right. And sweeping all the way down to San Diego.
I mean, we did have a Republican governor.
Yes, you did.
He was famous, though. He was also famous. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Well, and the most famous governor
Turned president.
Also,
right.
Yeah, also out of California, so.
I mean,
Anywho.
California's not always guaranteed blue, is what I'm saying.
It would be.
I mean,
it would be a unique
it would be a huge
Republican.
surprise if it wasn't this year.
Correct. Who's a Republican that could win California? Who is a Republican? Do you think Marco Rubio would have had a chance?
I don't know. I was gonna say like a Kasich, Jeb Bush, who were more moderate, but
Maybe.
even then,
Yeah.
I don't really think they would have won California.
Yeah.
Like putting them, either one of them, up against Hillary or Bernie.
Yeah.
Don't think they would. I don't think anyone that was running this year.
Could have done it.
But Trump could.
Yeah.
You actually, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if somehow.
No. Cisneros already explained to us that is not.
You never know, though.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't think he was going to be the nominee. Anything's
that is so
possible,
true.
guys.
That is so true.
So, because Trump,
Yeah.
I think he does have some appeal within California. We saw that massive protest that took place in Orange County. He was speaking, had a huge crowd, but then there was all those protests outside. I know that Kinsey streamed it on News Now.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. So
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay. Well, I got to go to my meeting.
All right, I'll
But
go to Josh Earnest.
But I hope I fired you up now for several good topics this week. Political.
Lots of topics.
That's right.
Lots of topics, Donald.
Okay.
Enjoy your meeting,
Thanks,
guys. We're going to
SK.
go live now to Josh Earnest, Daily White House Briefing.
Against. And the article says, according to Rhodes, the blob includes Hillary Clinton, Robert Gates, and other Iraq war promoters from both parties who now whine incessantly about the collapse of American security in Europe and the Middle East. So I'm just wondering on this, the foreign policy blob, is it the White House view that Hillary Clinton is part of that foreign policy blob, or is that just a view of Ben Rhodes?
I will say that I've spent a lot of time with Ben over the years, but also on a couple of foreign trips with long flights just in the last couple of months. I have not heard him use the term blob. I'm not suggesting that he's misquoted. I'm just saying I don't.
All right, actually, we're going to cut into Josh Earnest a little bit later on. We're going to stay local and watch our governor, Doug Ducey, reading to some school children at a local school, along with his wife.
rain clouds and clear skies. But the bad news is that I am so short and stubby, I can't even see the railing of the crayon box anymore. I need a break. You're very stubby, blue crayon.
Duncan, okay, listen here, kid. You have not used me once in the past year. It's because you think I am a girl's color, isn't it? Speaking of which, please tell your little sister I said thank you for using me to color in her Little Princess coloring book. I think she did fabulous work in staying inside the lines. Now back to us. Could you please use me sometime to color the occasional pink dinosaur or monster or cowboy? Goodness knows they could use a splash of color. Your unused friend, Pink Crayon.
This is my favorite one.
Hey Duncan, it's me, Peach Crank. Why did you peel off my paper wrapping? Now I am naked and too embarrassed to leave the crayon box. I don't even have any underwear. How would you like to go to school naked? I need some clothes. Help, your naked friend Peach Crayon.
Well, poor Duncan just wanted to color, and of course he wanted his crayons to be pink, so that gave him an idea.
When Duncan showed his teacher his new picture, she gave him an A for coloring.
And an A plus for creativity.
The end. You guys like that book?
Yeah. You know, my sister is a teacher. Her name is Dr. Wagner, and she said this is one of her favorite books. She teaches kindergarten just like you guys. And she told me about a great book called When the Crayons Come Back. Did you guys know there was another book after this one? Yeah. Maybe this summer you guys can all read When the Crayons Come Back. Because I'm kind of excited to know what happens. I hope orange and yellow get along. We used to be friends.
I hope so too. I think we have some special friends with some really great questions. Firstly, Dia, way to go. That was wonderful.
You were excellent. How about
really
that?
proud of you. That is awesome. So raise your hand if you have a question to ask her today. If you have a question, so that way the governor and first lady know who to call on. So if you have a question, raise your hand high.
Yes. Yes, what's your name? How are you? What's your question?
I want to become a dentist when I grow up. Do you have any advice for me?
Now, what do you want to be when you grow up? A dentist. Would you want to start right?
Yes. Okay. Well, first of all, do you brush your teeth after every meal and before you go to bed and in the morning?
Yeah, I have a mouthwash that
So you're taking good care of your teeth and you work hard in school, right? And you lose teeth too. Good. I think you're going to be an excellent dentist. But the most important thing is that you always study hard in school, do your homework, right? And you'll be a fantastic dentist someday.
Thank you for the question.
What's your name? Peyton.
Peyton.
Hi, Peyton. What's your question?
What was your favorite part about kindergarten when you were little?
Well, my favorite part of kindergarten is I had a great kindergarten teacher, and she made it fun, and we read books aloud in class, and I really think that that's when I first found some joy and fun in reading, and the day just seemed to fly by. So, you know, I know this is likely a new experience for all of you being here, but believe it or not, way on later in life, you'll have memories of your kindergarten teacher, and your kindergarten class, and you're one of the best in the country if not the world. Thanks, Peyton.
Who's that back there? Is that
Yes.
Melissa? Yeah. Melissa.
Calista.
What is your favorite part of your job as First Lady and the Governor?
Well, my favorite part is coming to schools like this to get to meet kids like you and to meet your teachers. Because you know how important teachers are? They're, I think, the most important job. So I love coming to meet the teachers and to get to see all you guys and how much you're learning.
My favorite part of being the governor is that you really get to set the priorities of what you think is most important. And we work very hard in our administration to focus on education. This is a state responsibility as opposed to a federal responsibility. And I really have thought for some time that Arizona can do better. And part of the reason we're here today is because you are the example of excellence. BASIS is the example of excellence in the state and across the country. So Angela always says to me, you can't really complain about anything when you're governor, because if you want to do something about it, you can. So just go to work and go do something about it.
Okay, one more question. I can't read your name. That's Grace. Grace. Hi, Grace.
Would you like to read what are your favorite books?
You know, I love an author called Pearl Buck. Have you guys ever heard of Pearl Buck?
No.
Well, she lived in China. Well, her characters live in China a long time ago, and she writes great books. You probably won't read them till maybe 7th grade, but there's a great book called The Imperial Woman that I used to love to read as a girl.
My favorite authors have been business authors. I love a guy named Peter Drucker, but I wouldn't recommend him at this age. And I think a book that I loved in high school was To Kill a Mockingbird, and it really gave me a sense of issues that are in the public sphere and what justice and courage are about. So I love that book, and I loved reading it.
You guys had such good questions. Thank you.
Give yourselves a pat on the back. Those are really
yourselves
great
a hand.
questions. So next, we have something really special. The governor and Scholastic have come together to give you guys special presents. And because we know our BASIS students love to read, and reading's so important over the summer, the governor and First Lady have special books that they're able to give you. So what we can do is have Miss Nellie and Miss Christensen come up to the front, and then Miss Nellie and Miss Christensen can read the students' names and pass the book to the governor and First Lady, and then the students can come and get it from them. Does that sound good? Awesome. So when you hear your name, you're gonna come up, okay? Jihan, Harshita, Emmanuel, Aaron, Adrina, Danica, Grace, Pranav, Wyatt, Pierce, Andy, Peyton, Arian, Indu. Please make sure you're saying thank you. Addison, Zach, Valentina, Andrew Abraham, Andrew's mom. Yes.
So you guys are going to have some books to read over the summer. What can we do when we finish reading these books? Read another book.
Ruchita.
You still have more.
I just have a few more, sorry. Dia.
Very good. Very good. Great.
Srimotika. Hayden. Audrey.
Audrey, good go.
Shiva. Christopher. Callista.
There you go, Lila. Nice. Thank you very much for having us. You guys are terrific. You're so well behaved, and thanks for making us feel so welcome here at your school. You gonna read a lot over the summer?
Yeah.
Gonna keep working hard in school?
Yeah.
Gonna listen to your teachers?
Yeah.
Gonna listen to your parents?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And have a fun summer, too.
Oh yeah, that too.
Have fun.
Well, we'd love for you to sign our board and maybe get a picture with the whole class. That would be really great.
Okay. Great.
Okay, I want everyone to leave their book on the ground and stand up and face the door, please.
Yeah, I think either behind or on the side, either way, whatever you're comfortable with. In the middle. Yeah, let's have you guys in the middle. You two in the middle and the teachers? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, right in the center would be great. Get a little closer, right? Awesome. You guys are so
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My kinder friends, why don't you take a seat on the carpet and listen to Miss Christensen and Miss Nellie for next steps? And right this way, you guys love you. Thank
All right, guys, that wraps up the feed of Governor Ducey reading to school children at Basis in Phoenix. It was quite adorable. Let's see if Ducey will be speaking at all to the media. Let's keep watching and see. Looks like some reporters are following him out the door. Again, guys, our photographer is carrying the camera with him as they walk downstairs. Looks like they are trying to find Governor Ducey, possibly. Will he or won't he speak to the media? That is the question. We're just going to continue to watch and see.
I think we're going to shoot this way, but maybe not. I mean, if he's coming out this way, we're going to be a wall.
Looks like the lighting isn't too great. They're going to have to refocus that or fix the lighting or, oh my goodness. Not sure what's going on. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and cut away from this. We're going to go live to the Pentagon briefing. And if Governor Ducey does speak, we'll go back to that.
So that program can be accelerated and these forces can be brought to bear in the fight against ISIL.
Look, in the first time this went around, your predecessor Kirby did say what the end goal was, like 5,000 at the end of a couple years ago, and he did give periodic updates. Why can't you at least give a sense of what in the second tranche are the goals and vetted to date.
Yeah. Well, the goals we can talk about, but Tony, remember, this is a different program than what was originally conceived. What that was an effort to, if you will, build ground forces effectively from the ground up, a large number of forces. This is much more tailored to training and making connections with individual leaders who will enhance the fight against ISIL, not entire teams of soldiers, if you will. So in that effort, it's got a different outcome in mind, a different approach, one we think that will be more successful by dealing with these vetted individuals. We think there will be a way for them to for us to establish those connections with those individuals, and again, get the groups that they represent more involved in the fight without having to train up a significant number of people. So it's different in that regard.
So the money, the $349 million, would go to helping equip the units or the personnel that these selected individuals would hopefully muster.
Tony, I don't have the exact breakdown right here, exactly what this $349 million would be spent on, but you can be sure that part of that will include the training of these individuals and the resources necessary to do that, the resources necessary to support the U.S. personnel will be providing that training. But I don't have an exact breakdown for this $349 million.
Another budget question. The House Armed Services Committee has acted on the 2017 defense bill. The Appropriators act on it on Wednesday. The Senate acts on it on later this week. Are there sections in the House Armed Services Committee legislation that the Secretary would feel compelled to recommend a veto to the President on if they...
All right, guys, we're going to go back to this press conference a little bit later on. Let's take you back now to Basis School. Governor Ducey was reading to school children there. We are waiting to find out if he will speak to the press, so we're going to go ahead and wait here with our live shot open.
Actually, Ads only wanted you. We don't want the boss. Doc.
Maybe 2 minutes. Okay, so.
Governor, it's been so long.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. It's great to be here today and kick off summer reading for our Arizona public schools and have such models of excellence that we can brag about across the country and around the world, and we're hopeful to be able to do more of this in coming years. And my wife Angela is going to be out doing 3 more of these summer reading events over the next several weeks, and we think it's very important in the downtime as we head into summer here.
Governor, what's your reaction to a story that the Arizona Republic published over the weekend about conversations your staff allegedly had with Jeff DeWitt's staff and Jeff DeWitt in the lead up to Prop 123?
You know, I think the story is really an example of what people think about modern politics today and what people in many ways think about the press. Okay. You don't run for office to be involved in these type of episodes. I mean, I ran for public office to do something good. I'm certain that the treasurer as well ran to do something good. So what we would rather do is focus on the initiative that we're trying to pass at the ballot box, which is called Proposition 123. It'll put $3.5 billion into K-12 education over the next 10 years without raising taxes. We've worked very hard to build the broadest possible coalition, and we have in doing this. So we want to focus on what the message is going to be for the next 7 days between now and election.
Let's talk about water, Governor. You've got 2 water bills on your desk, and you've made a big point about ensuring water supply and conservation. Are you ready to let Sierra Vista opt out and Cochise County opt out?
You know, that's a good question, Howie, and it actually prompts me that I'm not going to be spending a lot of time with you this morning because it's time for me to get to the Capitol and veto some bad bills. We're not going to allow bills that get in the way of the 1980 Groundwater Management Act or take away from the work that the people that have done before I came into office in protecting Arizona's water.
So I just want to make sure you are going to veto those bills, it sounds like.
We're headed back to the Capitol. I'm going to go through the briefing, and I think you're going to see some vetoes today.
Governor, let's talk about kids care. Any of the allegations made in those documents?
You want to go ahead?
Bob?
Let's talk about kids care, Governor. You let the supporters of kids care spin in the wind for 2 months when a bully pulpit that you have could have got that bill to your desk 2 months ago. Why did you do that?
I see it a little differently than you do. We had our priorities. We were very vocal on our priorities. The legislature had their priorities. I said that I was open-minded to this. We feel very good about the session. We just got done passing a budget. We passed the legislative session. They wanted to sign me down on Saturday, and kids care was a part of that, and we feel good about it.
Why didn't you make it a priority?
It was a team effort, and it's been passed and signed into law.
Can that bill survive a single subject lawsuit, as some people are alleging?
That's a question for lawyers. I believe it can. My legal counsel said that it could.
Governor, are you concerned about any of the allegations that were made in those documents?
Well, that's exactly what they are, is allegations. I wasn't in the room. What you really have here is a he said on a matter that's been of public policy. I would liken it to a family fight that happened almost a year ago, where there are hard feelings around it, but both sides have made a decision to turn a page and move forward. And that's what's happened.
If they did do a threat about dark money or offer to give up your campaign donor list for his support on this,
that's something we would never support. That's something that would be completely out of character for my administration.
Governor, there was a bill that passed.
Being untruthful then?
I wasn't in the room. This is something where you have two different sides to the story of something that happened almost a year ago.
Okay. What about water? I'm sorry, not water. What about guns? We have some gun preemption bills, including a very unusual one to have a compact where we would overrule the rights to constitutional amendments. What do you think about statutorily interfering with people's rights to do initiatives?
We have 231 bills awaiting signature or veto. I've not been briefed on those bills. I'm going to in the next 10 days, and then you'll have a discussion.
Governor, the bill that freed your appointee to the Corporation Commission of Conflict of Interest failed 2231, and then 2 hours later it flipped 10 votes.
Magic.
And it passed. Magic. Was your office instrumental in getting those votes changed? Did you want that bill on your desk?
Well, that sounds like something that you want to ask the legislature on, how they got the 16 and 31.
Governor,
but that's part of the process.
I asked you.
Well, like I said, 231 bills are awaiting signature or veto. There are thousands of bills that are presented, and I do not follow them while they're in the process. There's plenty more to do in the job.
But there's one interesting provision on that in order for you to get that bill, you have to sign a bill to basically tell the cap times you don't get any more legal advertising. Do you like those sort of links?
I'm going to go back to the Capitol. I'm going to be briefed on it.
And let me ask you one question, national politics, now that Trump has won the nomination. Are you going to endorse him, or are you going to take the tactic of John McCain and say, I support, but not?
I've been outspoken on this, and I've talked a lot about it in the past. I said that I am going to support the nominee. Now, my time is not going to be in national politics, and my mind's not on national politics. I've been consistent on this the entire time.
Same as an endorsement,
there is no nominee yet. There is no nominee yet. There's only a presumptive nominee.
Would you serve as vice president?
Are you going to the convention?
There's some people who feel like it might be in trouble.
I feel very good about Prop 123's prospects, but we have to deliver the vote. I thought the Republic's editorial yesterday was very supportive of Prop 123. Senator John Kyle came out in today's Republic talking about Prop 123, and the things that are misunderstood in it. So I think when people understand the facts, they understand that we can get $500 million moving immediately to our K-12 schools for our teachers. They'll vote yes, but we're going to work hard between now and then to get the vote out.
Governor, you noticed that the advertising has changed on 123. It's gone from this will help our kids to if you vote for it to this will hurt our kids if you don't. That's a sign that a lot of people think that it's in trouble.
I would say on any campaign you want to educate the voters. You want them to know what the choice is, know what the facts are, and then know what the alternatives are. And that's what we've done on Prop 123. And I don't think you'd see it any different on many campaigns. It's happened over time, and now we want people to know the choice that they have in front of them. And I want to encourage everyone to vote yes on Prop 123. And I'm going to head back to the Capitol and get after these 231 bills.
Win the nomination. Are you going to the convention?
No ice cream for
I've been elected a delegate to the convention. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Fun as always.
That's it.
All right, guys, that's a wrap on this Governor Ducey press conference after he read to school children at a local school. We're going to now go back to the Pentagon briefing.
Or not been consistent with those resolutions, that clearly would be a concern for us. And we've said from the start that the nuclear deal is one aspect of the relationship with Iran, one particular set of issues there. But there are a whole host of other Iranian actions which we find destabilizing, and their malign activity remains a significant concern to the United States, the Department of Defense, and we're going to continue to do what we need to do to address those malign activities in an appropriate fashion.
So you're saying the Pentagon isn't paying attention to whether Iran actually conducted a ballistic missile test?
No, I'm not going to. I'm telling you, I can't from here confirm the details of a ballistic missile test from here.
But you're watching.
Of course, we're watching everything the Iranians are doing. I'm just not in a position to confirm for you your specific question right there. Yes, Jenny.
Thank you, Peter. Yesterday, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un suggested South and North Korea military talks, and he also wanted to stop conduct U.S. and South Korea military exercises in Korean Peninsula. What is your comment on this?
Well, we are, of course, closely allied with South Korea and have been for some time, and will continue to maintain our defense relationship with the South Koreans given the threat posed by North Korea. And until there's some reason for us to reassess that, we're going to continue to do everything we need to bolster the security of our South Korean allies and, of course, to look out for U.S. national security interests with regard to the Korean Peninsula. Yes?
Do you have any update on HIMARS to Turkey?
I do not have an update for you. Let me take that question for you and see if we have. My understanding was there may have been still some time before that was going to be finalized. So I will take that question and see if we have a calendar update for you.
And also, Turkey's President Erdogan has recently said that Turkey has been left alone in the fight against ISIS, noting the recent rocket launch into the southern cities and also the suicide bombs. Do you have any additional, offers to Turkey with respect to their fight against ISIS or securing the border?
Well, of course, this is an ongoing conversation that we're having with our ally Turkey, our NATO ally Turkey, about what's happening along the border, the threats facing Turkey. So this is a conversation where there are U.S. officials in regular contact with Turkey about those security concerns. What else can be done to further take on ISIL in Iraq and Syria and in a way that protect the homelands of our allies like Turkey? So this is an ongoing conversation, and obviously we want to do what we can to make Turkey feel as safe and secure as possible, and this is something that we'll continue to work with the Turkish government on.
So there was a report yesterday saying that Turkey and the U.S. have agreed on helping Syrian Democratic Force to take control of these 98 kilometers, the Manbij pocket, and clear this area of Daesh elements. But Turkey claimed certain conditions, put certain conditions for this agreement, saying that the leadership of SDF taking control of that area should be Turkmen or Arab, Syrian Arab, rather than the YPG elements. Do you have any kind of, aware of any kind of conversations between Turkey and the U.S. with respect to the taking or clearing these 98 kilometers of Daesh?
Well, I mean, just as we were just talking about, obviously we have concerns for Turkey and the threat ISIL poses to Turkey, including in that part of Syria. So these are ongoing conversations we're having at a significant level with the Turkish government, both the Department of Defense and other members of the U.S. government. But with regard to that particular area, we've identified that area for some time as a place where ISIL has taken root, and anything that can be done to remove ISIL from that part of Syria, we think would be significant. Certainly would shore up the effort to prevent foreign fighters from being able to cross that border, and we think anything that can be done to bolster that border security would be important. I'm not going to get into private discussions that we may be having with the Turkish government about exactly how that's being carried out, but we see that goal, and we share the interest that Turkey has in getting rid of ISIL as a threat in that part of Syria.
Confirm that at least that there has been some conversation about who will take control of that area. Just I'm not talking about.
Again, I'm not going to get into specific operational details about coalition operations in that area, and I'll leave it to the Turkish government to speak to their concerns there. But this is something, again, we've identified, and we believe other coalition allies have identified as a critical area in the fight against ISIL. And retaking that area and securing that area, particularly that border, would be a significant forward movement in the fight against ISIL, and in particular in the dealing with the concerns about foreign fighters. We think that'd be a significant step forward. Courtney.
Details about the Abu Wahib strike. Was it a U.S. aircraft? Was it manned? Was it droned? A drone? Where was he? And I think you said there were 3 other fighters he was with at the time. Where were they? Were they in a vehicle? Were they in a building?
Yeah,
How long was the U.S. watching him? Any kind of details about the strike?
Yeah. I can tell you that it was a coalition aircraft, but I can't get into more detail right here because I don't have it all in front of me, for one. And he was with 3 other individuals in a vehicle. And again, we think this is a significant member of the leadership team, particularly in a critical area right now in the fight against ISIL, Anbar province. And this happened near Rutba in Anbar province.
Did the U.S. military classify him as the most senior ISIS fighter or leader in Anbar?
I know that again, he's been referred to as the emir of Anbar province. Whether or not there are others higher ranking, I just know that we view him as a significant leader in ISIL leadership overall, not just in Anbar province. And so we think this is removing him from the battlefield will be a significant step forward.
I know this is, I think, the 4th time that he's been reported dead. I don't think the U.S. has ever confirmed him, but the 4th time in the past 2 years or so that he's been reported dead. Can you give us any sense of how you know for sure he's dead? I mean, is it just that the vehicle blew up, and is there any talk of potentially releasing the video of it? And then one more thing, the first couple times he was reported dead, there were some reports that he had been a prisoner at Camp Bucca and escaped in the 2002 or 2012 big prisoner breakout, Al-Qaeda breakout. Do you have any confirmation on that? Do you know if that's the case?
Let me take that last question for you. I know that he had a history in Al-Qaeda in Iraq previously, and so let me take that question for you. In terms of our confidence level, we're confident that this was a successful strike, and I'll leave it at that.
And releasing the video? Any consideration to release the video?
I'll take that question as well. Other questions? Yes, Michael.
Peter, after 15 years in Afghanistan, why are our operators having difficulty with the ROEs? And I've heard from people out there directly that there's still a lot of confusion, and that if the operators are not in there fighting with the Afghans, who apparently are running away half the time, that Kabul will fall within 3 days. And as well as other areas that they're securing. The question, I guess, is why? What they feel like they're out there, but they don't know what the mission is any longer. Do you all have any insights as to where this is all heading after 2017?
Well, let me just tell you where we are right now, and I think this is something that certainly General Nicholson has spoken to in his time there so far. You've heard from General Cleveland as well, if you were here last week. The role of those forces, resolute support, is to train, advise, and assist the Afghan forces. The effort here is to try and allow Afghan forces to take control and secure their own country. They have made progress over the last few months towards that effort. Certainly the unity government and the formation of the unity government was a positive step that has allowed Afghan security forces to take further advances, but they need additional support. We've seen from the last year evidence of that. And the purpose of those U.S. forces is to get them to a position where they can defend themselves, but not to be the lead in the fight, to be in a support role. And that poses, that is a challenge for our forces in terms of that training mission and getting Afghan forces to a position where they can defend themselves.
I understand that they're under instructions they can't be firing on the Taliban. If the Taliban is increasingly joining with either Al-Qaeda or ISIS, which appears to be the case now, why aren't these forces that are shooting at our guys allowed to engage and with a lot of vigor? And
well, you know, U.S. forces always have the right to defend themselves, of course, and this is.
Why are they still wondering are confused by the rules of engagement? And I don't understand that.
Well, I'm not sure exactly which.
Apparently, a Pentagon report that just came out that cited this confusion, the question of. I mean, there's a New York Times story today. Reuters just carried a story on it. And it seems as though after 15 years, it should be crystal clear what the ROEs are.
We're in a different position today as compared to when our forces first arrived in Afghanistan. They're in a different role. They're performing a challenging, difficult responsibility that oftentimes can put them in harm's way. We are asking a lot of U.S. forces right now. But those rules of engagement, as I think General Nicholson has explained, those authorities are as clear as they can be right now for those forces, the particular role they're in right now. And I think this is something that obviously we're constantly reassessing, constantly talking to the Afghan government and leadership about the most effective way for our forces to support Afghan forces. And I think that's a conversation that you'll be hearing more from General Nicholson on in the not too distant future, and something that we're looking at, again, on a daily basis. Louis.
Last week we heard that there were U.S. Special Forces that have returned to Yemen. Are they still in country, and what's the expectation for how long they're going to remain there?
Well, I think as Captain Davis told you last week, there's a small contingent of U.S. forces that have been operating in a liaison with the coalition activities in Mukalla, and they are still in country, still providing that liaison role, in particular in support of intelligence sharing, and they continue to perform that role.
Is there any visibility as to how long they may be there?
It's going to be a limited period of time, but I don't have a particular deadline to share with you at this time.
And would the deadline be the War Powers Act that requires, congressional authorization for them to remain?
This was going to be a short duration operation, a short duration support. So obviously we're going to comply with whatever rules and are required for their operation in Yemen. Yes.
Just briefly, could you talk about why you all decided to put some boots on the ground for this particular operation? I mean, there's been other activities in Yemen over the past several years that didn't require boots on the ground. What was it about this particular situation, this particular coalition, its operations against this port town that led to that decision?
Well, it's the target of these operations that is most important. It's AQAP. And AQAP remains a significant security threat to the United States and to our regional partners. And we welcome this effort to specifically remove AQAP from this part of Yemen. And our support is particularly designed to support that. I've tired you guys out? All right, Lucas, Tony, and then I'm going to head out of here.
Peter, are you concerned about some of the Russian advances in their military hardware, particularly in aviation, like the T-50, it's a stealth fighter, as well as some of their other systems? They're rolling out the S-500 missile system that supposedly can shoot down some of our stealth fighters and maybe even shoot down satellites?
Lucas, this sort of brings me back to one of your earlier questions about our budget and what's reflected in our budget. And that includes investments in weaponry, lethal weaponry that we think can serve our warfighters in the future, and investing in technology that will keep us ahead of potential adversaries in the future. So obviously we've been watching carefully what other countries are doing in terms of their investments. And the United States is not going to, the Department of Defense is not going to sit still. We, for years, have had technology and innovation that has supported our warfighters, and we're going to continue to do that. And this budget reflects advancements in the kinds of capabilities we think we need in order to deter potential adversaries in the future.
Finally, any reaction to Russia's big military parade today in Moscow?
No particular reaction. I did not catch the parade, but I understand it was quite substantial.
Quick question. On the Ambar strike, did
Yes.
the Expeditionary Targeting Force have anything to do with directing the airstrike?
Tony, I'm not going to get into operational details. This was carried out by coalition aircraft.
But no ground support from the Expeditionary Targeting Force?
I'm not going to get into what went into the targeting. It was a successful strike, and it was, again, carried out by coalition aircraft.
The annual China report, is that going to come out this week, or what's the status of that?
Let me check on that. I know that, let me take that question. I don't have a particular deadline right now, a particular date for its release, but I do not think it's going to happen this week, but I'll check on that.
It's usually due on March 1st. That's normally the congressional deadline, so.
I will note that, and I will check on the status of that report.
You're in California.
Yes. Okay. One more in the back, and then I got to go.
Just back on Russia. Today in the morning, Senator Nunn said that the bridges with Russia should be kept open in terms of the nuclear threat, and then said that because the potential threat is still over there. Are these channels are open, or how are you managing the nuclear threat with Russia?
Well, I mean, I think you've heard the Secretary talk about approaching Russia in a strong and balanced way, and that means, again, making clear our concerns about Russian actions in places like Ukraine, Russian aggressive activities, at the same time being balanced and open to the notion of working with Russia where our interests align. And this is one area where, again, I think our interests have aligned in the past. The Nunn-Lugar cooperation, that effort to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons and the stockpile of nuclear weapons, is an example of successful cooperation with Russia in the past. And I think the Senator made a good point that even though we may disagree with Russia on a whole host of areas, there may be other areas where our interests do align. Certainly reducing the threat of nuclear weapons getting into the wrong hands is an area where we and Russia share an interest. And I think you made a very good point, one that's consistent, I think, with what you've heard from the Secretary. All right, thanks, everybody.
All right, guys, that wraps up our Pentagon briefing feed. We're going to take you live now to the State Department holding their daily press conference.
Council action. You have not been successful, correct?
So we would say that as we raise it at the UN, under 2231, that we will continue to have those conversations there. If this is confirmed, and again, we're not saying it is.
Yeah, I know. But it is correct that you have not been able to get the Security Council to take any action on previous tests, in part because the language in the current resolution that replaced all the previous resolutions is less stringent than what it used to be. Is that not correct?
The language is inconsistent with, and I think we've talked about this.
I understand that, but I just want to make sure that you acknowledge that the reason that you have not been able to get action at the Security Council in the wake of the previous tests, these most recent previous tests, is because the language in this new resolution is different than the language that was in the previous resolutions.
So the new resolution 2231 continues to call on Iran specifically not to undertake any activity related to ballistic missiles designed to be capable of delivering nuclear weapons, including launches using ballistic missile technology.
Well, do you agree that that is different from the previous resolution language, which said
I think there are nuances. I think there are nuances in words, and we will continue to vigorously press the case for UN Security Council Resolution 2231.
But you do accept that there's a difference between a commandment, shall not, and a
we will continue
call upon This is the argument, I'm not making it, this is the argument that the Russians have made, this is the argument that the Iranians have made. And when you start saying that it's not a violation, but rather it is inconsistent with, it just seems like it's playing at words. By trying to find out if the administration will at least acknowledge that the new language is less stringent than the old language.
No, the UN Security
No?
Council resolution continues to call on Iran specifically not to undertake any activity.
Yes, but before, it did more than just continue to call upon. It said it shall not do these things. So, if you say that the language is exactly the same,
It's not
then
exactly
it
the same. We believe we have the
All right.
tools.
Thank you.
Samir.
Oh, wait.
Wait,
I had
are
one
we
more-
staying
I had
on
one
Iran?
more on Iran, but it's a different.
Yeah.
200. Sky News has
You have to
reported-
pose it as a question.
Well, then you have to come up with the right answer.
Snap.
How would you respond to the Sky News report that Secretary Kerry plans to meet with British bankers to discuss sanctions lifting on Iran and presumably to encourage them to lend their depositors' funds to the Iranians?
Thanks for the question. For 200, while we don't have anything specific to announce today, the Department of State and Treasury are always looking for ways to engage relevant parties on the implementation of the JCPOA. So nothing to announce today.
Okay. Is he meeting any French bankers, for example, to discuss
If I have more information in the coming days, I'll do that. And Matt, you had an Iran too, and then I'll get to you, Samir.
I did, but I can't remember what it is at the moment.
I'm here all day.
Yeah.
Samir?
Saturdays.
Do you have an update about the status of the Yemen peace talks in Kuwait?
I do. Thank you for that question.
Thank you.
So we are pleased that the Yemeni peace talks that began April 21st continue in Kuwait. As the UN Special Envoy for Yemen noted today, he continues to hold meetings with Yemeni parties in order to reach an understanding on contested issues and to find a way to move forward. Thus far, parties have agreed upon a general framework for the talks and began meeting in working groups to focus on a variety of political and security challenges. The United States encourages all parties to continue to attend the talks in good faith and to continue to build upon the important progress already made in order to find a comprehensive solution to the crisis in Yemen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just
Hold
go
on
back
one
to finish they'll be very brief because I think you're going to have to take both of them.
Okay.
One is there's also, you saw the reports about a bunch of IRGC officers being killed.
I did see those.
And some being captured. I don't know if there's been an official claim of responsibility for this action, but there is talk in Iran now that there's going to be some kind of a large-scale offensive in the area where that incident happened. Do you know anything about that? Have you, would you, if there was to be, would it be an issue with the joint statement that you put out with the Russians earlier? Or is it your view that whoever did this would not be covered by the ceasefire?
So I've seen the reports. I don't have a lot of details on that, and I haven't seen a claim of responsibility.
Okay, and then the second one, which you may not also know, is that a group very much like the opposition to the Iran deal in Congress here, of which there has been some, there is also opposition to it in Iran, in the Iranian parliament. And there are, I guess, more than 100 members of the Iranian parliament have written to say that they should say that Iran should stop complying with the JCPOA and go ahead and do as much enrichment as they want, as they're allowed to under the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Do you have anything to say about that?
I would refer you to the Iranians to speak to their own political process.
Thank you.
Ma'am, and then we'll go back.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I have a question about WHO's invitation to Taiwan last week. Margaret Chan, this General Secretary of WHO, sent a letter, invitation for Taiwan to be an observer this May. But in the letter, he said, recalling the UN Resolution 2758 and in line with the One China principle as reflected within. Therefore, he invited Taiwan to lead, delegate to WHO. I wonder, do you have any comments? Because, I remember U.S. has a One China policy, not a One China principle. So, since you are a supporter of Taiwan's participation in WHO, I wonder,
We are pleased that Taiwan has received an invitation to this year's World Health Assembly taking place May 23rd through 28th. Taiwan has participated as an observer in the WHA for the past 7 years. The United States strongly supports such WHA participation and Taiwan's meaningful participation in the work of the World Health Organization and related activities. We note Taiwan has made important contributions to global health, and its participation in the WHA and in the work of the WHO contributes to a safer, healthier world.
But how about the One China principle? Does that contradict?
The United States remains committed to our One China policy based on the 3 joint communiques and the Taiwan Relations Act.
And I remember just one last question. At the 2011, I remember the Secretary of Health from the U.S. said in Geneva, no UN organization can unilaterally determine Taiwan's status. Do you think, this time by sending this invitation, WHO trying to redefine Taiwan's?
No, as I noted, we're pleased to see them participate. Go ahead. You know what? Let me go to the gentleman behind you, and then I'll come to you.
North Korea, the Workers' Party Congress ended, and with Kim Jong-un being named the party chairman, do you have any comments on that?
I do not.
Do you have any comments on the reporters being kicked out, the BBC reporters being kicked out of North Korea?
I think our position on press freedom is pretty well known. Okay. It's an opaque regime. It's I think that we'll leave it there. Sir?
I'm wondering that the United States agree on WHO's move to, to mention the One China principle in its invitation for Taiwan to participate in WHO.
I'm just going to leave our comments where we put them. Sir?
On Egypt, last Saturday, an Egyptian court recommended death penalty against 3 journalists, including 2 from Al Jazeera, Ibrahim Hilal and Ala Sablan. What's your reaction to this, and was there any kind of communication with the Egyptian authorities over the weekend about this issue?
Thank you for the question. It's an important story. We understand the Egyptian court is seeking the death penalty for 2 journalists affiliated with Al Jazeera. Apparently, they were tried in absentia, which we understand automatically leads to the maximum allowable sentencing per Egyptian law. As we've said, we're concerned about the deterioration in respect for freedom of expression and association in Egypt, and we continue to have very frank conversations with the Egyptians on this. Ma'am?
Ukraine. In the recent days, there have been lots of reports about possible appointment of the new ambassador of the U.S. To Ukraine, Mary Yovanovitch. Could you please confirm this or give more details on this?
No, I can't. I have no personnel announcements. Sir? Of course.
Yes. Mr. Duterte is the likely winner of the presidential election in the Philippines. What is your response? And he will call for a summit to solve disputes over the South China Sea, which would include the United States and Japan. What is the U.S. reaction to his proposal?
Okay, so first on the Philippines and the election, United States congratulates the Philippines on holding inclusive and democratic elections. Our 2 nations have strong and enduring ties. Based on our shared respect for democratic values, we look forward to continuing those ties. We do understand, however, official election results have not yet been released. We'll wait for the official results from the government of the Philippines before providing further comments. That would extend to any proposals that would be made by one of the candidates. Of course.
Over the weekend, a representative of the Chinese Foreign Ministry rejected any participation in the arbitration. Do you have any response to that?
As we've said before, the United States supports peaceful resolution of disputes, including through the use of international legal mechanisms such as arbitration. Yep.
Do you have any comment on Mr. Duterte's long service as Davao, if I'm pronouncing that right, mayor, and the many allegations by human rights groups that he condoned or actively encouraged extrajudicial killings by death squads?
At this stage, because the election results are still coming in, I'm not going to speak to that. I understand it's still in flux. I understand the question. Thanks, Arshad. Yeah.
Island distribution. Japan and Taiwan recently has a territory dispute on a small island.
Which island?
I forgot the name. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a position on those.
So Taiwan's president said that it might bring it to the international arbitration for the dispute. Does the U.S. has it?
As we've said in the past, we do welcome efforts for international involvement in this, including through arbitration. But on this particular one, we have no position on the sovereignty on those islands.
Sorry, staying in the region,
Yep.
but slightly different on Japan. There's been some sort of mixed speculation on the U.S. position on this, so I just wanted to give you a chance to clear the record. Does the State Department have any reaction to Prime Minister Abe's meeting with Vladimir Putin last Friday?
Okay. So we consult regularly with the government of Japan on a range of regional and global issues. Continued unity among our partners, including the EU and the G7, remains vital in our approach to Russia. We would refer you to the government of Japan regarding Prime Minister Abe's visit and his discussions with his counterparts. That's it. Thanks, guys. Oh, I'm sorry.
Quick one on Saudi Arabia. Do you have any comments on the appointment of a new oil minister?
We are aware of reports that the government of Saudi Arabia has appointed several new ministers. We'd refer you, obviously, to the government of Saudi Arabia for specific questions. They remain a strong, vital partner of the United States. We continue to work with them on a range of fields, including economic issues. Yes, sir.
You're aware of reports?
We know. Thank you, Matt.
I mean,
that's
the
it. That's an
Secretary of
important
State
thing.
did meet with the Saudi foreign
Yeah,
minister
it is.
today
Yeah,
in
that's-
Paris.
nope.
Did this not come up at all? You haven't?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys.
All right, that wraps up the end of the State Department briefing feed. I want to go back to this video earlier from the New York subway system. They were doing a chemical weapons test. We had a few more minutes that we were watching it earlier. I want to go ahead and play it for you now. right, guys, we're going to cut out of this now because we don't have too much left of this video clip, and instead take you to Stone Ridge, Virginia, where Hillary Clinton is holding a campaign event. Hillary Clinton, Stone Ridge, Virginia.
Like I know you.
What are you reading? What's this book about? Oh my God, Blue Train, Green Train. I know about that. Back there. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, this is Brooks. Nice to meet you. How are you? Hello. Hello again. Hi. Nice to meet you. Good to meet you. Wow, thank you all so much. And I want to thank Shanda and Alan for having us here. What a great location. It's so bright and cheerful. Thank you.
Hope you like coffee.
I do. I do. I'm about to try it. Well, thank you all for coming and having this conversation with me. You know, it's clear that there are so many challenges facing young families today that we have got to come to grips with, and we have to work together to try to find the best menu of options, because there's just no one-size-fits-all. People have different needs, childcare needs, sometimes even more, as Shanda and I were just talking about, even more challenging with special needs kids and how we start early and provide that sort of support. For some, it's family leave, and particularly the absence of paid family leave, because that makes it more difficult to deal with everything from newborns to aging relatives. Others, it's just continuing stress of a workplace that doesn't provide enough compensation with rising incomes. There still is a challenge with equal pay for women, which is real, not made up. And there are lots of concerns in the workplace that I'm hearing about increasingly about the workday never ends. The schedules are often unpredictable. And even when you think you're gaining some, control over that workday, it's subject to so many variables that are out of your control and often end up throwing big monkey wrenches into, what should be your family time and your efforts to try to organize and stick with that. So I hear about this all over the country, and I really want to talk about it and hear from you more than me talking, because there are some sort of obvious, maybe even typical responses, but I'm trying to get a much broader view about what will work. These are issues that I've worked on for a really long time, going back to my own life as a mother, a daughter, and some of the challenges there, but also in the work that I've done for the Children's Defense Fund and other ways of trying to figure out how we have a more cohesive and frankly welcoming set of expectations and supports for families in today's world, because it's just harder, I think. That's just my take. I mean, I think costs are greater, everything from commuting time to feeling like if you take that vacation day, you're going to be viewed as slacking off. I mean, there are cultural as well as economic and structural challenges. So I'm just very interested in hearing what all of you might have to say. And then I've got a couple of people with me who've worked with me for a long time and thankfully are still helping me. Ann O'Leary, standing right there. Ann is an expert in children's and women's issues. She's worked with me ever since the White House in the 90s, and then worked with me in the Senate. She's a mom with 2 of her own kids and lives all of this stress and challenge. And then Jen Klein, who's there, also started working for me. I confess to, child labor, started working for me in the White House back in the 90s and has been, part of my extended team for a long time on a lot of these issues as well. And she's a mom with 3 kids, one of whom's now 19, so she's kind of facing new challenges with older kids.
And Capricia Marshall, who's here somewhere, who's a great friend of mine, who's also worked with me on these issues, they all live in DC, which is why they're here to sort of hear and help me sort through it all. Has a high school age son who is the most extraordinary center of the universe, whom I've known since he was born. So let me end there. And Shanda, do you want to kick it off?
I would just like to say thank you all for coming here to Mug and Muffin, and I hope that you've enjoyed your experience, and we just want to welcome you and open it up for discussion.
Great. So who would like to start? Who wants to brave it? Yes. And please just introduce yourself so everybody knows.
I'm Abby Macbeth. This isn't necessarily a kind of federal national issue, but I'll say in Loudoun County, as residents, something we face with our daughter and now with our son is that being in the county with the highest median income in the country, we still can't provide our kids with full day kindergarten. And as a family with both of us who work, and I travel a lot for work, having to pick our son up at 10:50 every single morning when he's been in school for 3 hours is really, really hard. And there are a lot of stay-at-home moms in Loudoun, so for plenty of people, I suppose that's easier. But for those of us who work, it's very, very difficult, and it puts a lot of a time burden as well as a monetary burden with having to then pay for additional daycare for him every day. And then he's still not getting the instruction that I think he deserves. And it's really a difficult thing for us.
Well, I did look at the statistics about the county, and at least the statistics I looked at, most mothers work. Whether they work full-time or part-time, they work. So it's not that this is a luxury that can be provided for a few. This is the way families are structured in this county and most counties around the country. And maybe somebody can tell me why there isn't full-day kindergarten. I know this has been a challenge going back years, and I know that in some places it's taken longer than other places to get to all-day kindergarten. But perhaps you can tell us what the official position is.
Yes, so for those who don't know, I'm on the local board of supervisors here in Loudoun County. Welcome to Loudoun County.
Thank you.
Secretary.
Thank you.
Glad you're here. We're definitely struggling at the local level. We try to get it past this budget season, and unfortunately, we were able to push the needle forward a little bit more than what we were before. We were at around about 35%. Now we're at 50%. Our goal was to get it at 75%. So, Board of Supervisors, we allocate the funding to go to the school board, and then they divvy it up how they see fit. So, for me, who wants to see full-day kindergarten here in Loudoun County with all of our families, we need help from the state side to get more funding from the state. We need definitely, if we can get some funding from the federal government as well. So it starts also from the bottom going up, and I believe it needs to start from the top coming down as well.
When you say 75%, what 75% of
our schools, our elementary schools,
have full-day kindergarten?
Or by next school year, 75%.
By next school year.
75%.
So you are on a track to try to provide that.
We're slowly getting there, because there's 90-something counties in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We are the third that does not have it, and we're the only one that does not truly have a plan to really to get us there. We're doing little by little.
Right. The last thing that Abby said, which was so important, is all the research is very definitive. Those first 5 years of life are critical to getting many kids, not all kids, because some kids get whatever stimulation and attention that they need from their home or from whatever other setting they're in. But for a very significant proportion of kids, they need to be given those opportunities, those educational opportunities earlier than later. I would even argue that it's important to get the full-day kindergarten done in the county, but then to look at early childhood education, pre-K, other opportunities, particularly for kids from disadvantaged and low-income backgrounds. But if they're high quality, they would benefit many kids. When you think that by the age of 3, 80% of your brain is physically formed. And I'm looking at very attentive parents I know who have spent time reading to and talking to and otherwise stimulating their children. But it's hard for a lot of families. If there are two earners and both are working, that's hard. If there's only a single parent, that's really hard. So part of it is, how do we create a better system that is, number one, affordable? Because I also looked at the numbers. Loudoun County is like many places in America right now where paying for childcare is really expensive, quality childcare. What you think of as quality childcare, what you hope is quality childcare. And in some parts of the country, especially around really big cities, the cost of quality childcare is as much as tuition at a public college or university. So I think that, you know, the state and the county, the public school districts have the role to play, but then we've got to look at how we create a much more robust structure so that more kids get that early instruction, that safe, quality, structured time, and obviously full-day kindergarten has to be part of it. So I'm glad to hear you're making progress. That's good.
We're making progress,
yeah.
and hopefully we can get some progress from the
Yeah,
top
well, I'm
as
going to keep talking about it because there's no doubt that it's important. So.
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
Hi, Esther Lee. I led the Office of Innovation and Entrepreneurship in the Obama administration. You probably know in the last 30 years, almost all net new jobs in this country were created by entrepreneurs and innovators. And I brought my kids, I took them out of school to bring them to come meet you because I thought this was educational. I will say, when I go into their schools now, very little has changed from when I was in second grade and kindergarten. And I would love to get your thoughts on what we can do to really train the future entrepreneurs and innovators in this country, because I don't see education has changed that much, at least in the elementary schools. And
No, that's a great question. I think we are really at the cusp of having what I hope will be a really serious, productive conversation about elementary and secondary education. Because I agree with you to a point that a lot of what it looks like looks very similar. And I can't speak, obviously, to the instruction, but we've had a really serious debate. Sometimes it got quite heated in the last few years about what is it we want from elementary education. And the answer on one side is we want more tests, we want to know what people are learning, and we want to be able to hold them and their teachers and their schools and their districts accountable. And that has created, I know, that's created a very big backlash, and the backlash has been led by parents. And there are different reasons for the backlash, but sort of underneath it, as I talk to parents in places where what's called the opt-out movement, opting out of taking all of the tests, is pretty strong, parents are saying to me, that's not what my child needs. My child needs to be, the creativity needs to be sparked. The independent learning, the collaborative learning, it's not all about taking tests. And I think we need better but fewer tests. I mean, we do need tests. You need diagnostic tests. But you don't need as many tests as we were moving to. That almost became, I would argue, a substitute for the kind of serious conversation we need about how do we restructure elementary and secondary education to really lift up kids. Now, once you start that conversation, there are a number of different sort of sub-areas you have to pay attention to. We do have a real problem with disadvantaged kids not getting the kind of instruction, and frankly, not just instruction, the kind of educational environment they need in order to prosper. And we have stripped a lot of courses and a lot of extracurricular activities and a lot of support services out of many of our poorer school districts. And it's heartbreaking because at least I was exposed, even though I was terrible at art and music, I was exposed to art and music, and I had physical education every day and when I was in elementary school, and we had all these projects we were always doing. We put on plays. We did so much that led to kids taking greater and greater responsibility, and that brought everybody had to be part of it. It wasn't a select group, it was everybody. And now you go to a lot of school districts in our country that are poor districts, and they have just been stripped. They don't have band, they don't have art, they don't even now in a lot of places have sports, extracurricular. So we've got a set of problems arising out of those kinds of challenges. Then we've got schools that are fine, but are really trapped in the past, as you're describing. They're fine schools, you know. You wouldn't. I always say I used to have the Chelsea test. Now I've got the Charlotte test. Would I send my child to this school? And so, you know, they're fine schools, but they could be doing more if challenged to do more about how to change learning to emphasize more independence, more creativity, and collaboration, because the two really go together. Interdisciplinary, absolutely. And then you've got schools that are just taking off. They are very well resourced and they have good creative leadership, and they're kind of setting the standard. Some are traditional public schools, some are public charter schools, and we need to be learning from them. So I think that every community should be having these conversations, and it's not enough to say this is the way we've always done it, or this is what the budget says we have to do. We need a different approach where we go to the supervisors, where you go to the school boards and you say, here's what we're looking at. And how we use technology is another big issue, because technology can be just the greatest empowering instrument, or it can be just more rote if it's not done right. So I want to have that conversation. I've said I want to be a president who brings everybody together around public education, which I still see as critical to the kind of country we are, the democracy we have. And if you really look at it, despite all of our questions about our own public education, we still turn out more creative people, more entrepreneurial people, more people willing to take risks and to do the best they can to forge their own future. So how do we do that on a broader scale, and how do we maintain our education system as a learning organism itself? And we look at the research, what works and what doesn't work, and how we bring that to bear. So I'm very excited about trying to figure out how we answer your question. Yeah.
Joe DePalma. I'm father of two, small business owner. We're about a year and a half out the gates at my company. My wife is full-time, works full-time for a large government contracting agency. And if anybody knows, I mean, I'm not a mom, obviously. When a mom goes back to work, the hardest part of like getting back to the job is, hey, I got to hand my child over to, you know, whether it be an in-home care or a daycare. We've had experience with both. But essentially, she banked sick leave, she banked, vacation time. They gave maybe 3 weeks off or something like that. And then she did paid disability, so she could get the 3 months, because, you know, we felt, 3 months home with a child, that's, the least we could do. So that was really tough. Now, I'm a small business owner. And when I say small, really small, there's, 7 of us in-house, and we have 3 part-time employees. One's a mother, and she works part-time because she wants to be mom. She wants to be mom half the time and work from home and be with her kids. It's funny how you say entrepreneurs and starting a small business and the next generation of that. And my business partner and I feel like we're a part of that, but we had to you sit down and you go, all right, now we're going to hire employees. What do we do when one of our employees has a child? Because in my experience it was, man, my wife really had to grind to get 3 months. What do we do? And it was kind of, and I'll be 100% honest, it was, well, I guess we'll cross that path when it comes, because he's about to have his first child, so he doesn't quite know what we went through getting that 3 months, and how important it was for, and that's my wife needed more time than that. 3 months is a small window. Right. I'm not encouraging just 3 months, by any means. We want more than that, but. You brought up a good point. How does that look to the employer? Well, I know it doesn't look bad. I'm a father. I know what it means. But for these larger companies, for mothers that want to, I want 6 months with my kid, and I want to have a job when I get back, and right. I want to get paid for that. And I've been here and I've paid my dues, and I'm an asset to this company. Those should be expectations. So, for the small business. What are those incentives so that, my partner Brian and I come to the table and we're not like, whoa, what do we do, Right. There's nothing out there that we know that, hey, we can guarantee this. We're going to be able to stay in business without, at 7, 10 people, that person is an asset, I'm here right now and I'm missing work to be done. So, right. What are the plans for that, to encourage that and to encourage that leave, especially from a small business standpoint?
That's really a great question, because anytime we start talking about leave, either the unpaid family and medical leave, which has now been in effect since 1994, signed in 1993 by my husband, it has been out there and it's been taken advantage of something like 220 million times. But it's unpaid, and the only requirement is for employee base of 50 or more. So small businesses were basically not covered because nobody could figure out how you deal with the reality of a 7 to 10 person small business and somebody is out, even if you're not paying that person. How does that fit? So what's happening now is that we're all looking at paid family leave, but trying to figure out how it doesn't impose an unacceptable burden on small businesses. Because California's had paid leave for how long, Ann? Over 10 years. And they now have expanded it to cover more employees. And they've done a lot of research, and it hasn't cost jobs, it hasn't been disruptive, in part because, as you said at the end, people who are given this sort of help are really loyal. I mean, if you look at people who are treated with that level of respect and understanding, I mean, they'll come back. A lot of them will continue to check in and do work even when they're allegedly on leave. And if you look at some of the data we have, letting somebody go because they want to take care of their newborn baby or their adopted baby or their spouse has a medical emergency or their mother or father or some other older relative does, letting that person go and then retraining somebody for that job is actually a net loser. So there's a lot to argue for trying to figure out how we make this work. And so I've been, working with a lot of the people who are in this field to say, okay, if we have paid family leave, how do we factor in the very real differences between small businesses and others? And that's one of the things I'm most focused on. My dad was a small businessman. I mean, much smaller than you, but I mean, it made a good living for us, and he liked the independence and all the rest of it. So I'm particularly sensitive to small businesses. So what we're working on, learning from the California experience and learning from New York just passed a law and some other places, are how do we deal with the special challenges facing small businesses? So I'm very conscious of that. And I want to say another thing too, which is what you alluded to about your wife. I just personally believe it's really, really important to give new mothers leave, paid leave, because if they don't get paid leave, a lot of the ones who need it the most can't exercise it. And a lot of low-wage women, workers, they're lucky if they get 2 or 3 days out. I remember I was in the hospital with Chelsea when she had Charlotte a year ago, September, and I was talking to the nurses there, and I said, so, what are some of the issues you're seeing coming through the hospital? And one nurse said, she said, it just breaks my heart, because when you're talking to these new young mothers and they have to go right back to work and they don't have any time at all, she said, you can just see how torn and upset they are. And so I think at least 3 months, I'd like to see more if it's possible, to bond with that baby, to get to know your baby, to have an idea of how to really be a mom. I mean, there were a lot of things I didn't know when I had Chelsea all those years ago. And you can read all the books in the world, but until you're responsible, it's just hard to know how you're going to react and what you need to understand and have the support you need. So I'm a very strong believer in trying to provide that time, and I think it's both a social and an economic good, because a lot of moms will leave their jobs if they are financially able, even at the margin, because they just can't leave their baby so early, and then the employer is left with somebody, a vacancy that they got to figure out how to fill. So we're really looking hard at how we do that and how we construct a payment for it that is not burdensome on small businesses in particular.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
So my name's Tina Yoon, and I have 2 children, 14-year-old son and an 11-year-old daughter. And I just want to piggyback off of what this gentleman had brought up, which is a related issue of what happens to women's wages as well as a result of taking the time off.
Right.
And I'm just wondering what sorts of efforts we can make to help equal that pay gap, but then also for those women of color too. I think we get affected disproportionately more.
I
So-
agree completely with what you said, and the evidence supports it. I've been on the equal pay bandwagon for a long time, and I feel so strongly about this because it's not just a woman's issue, it's a family issue, and it's an economic issue. About 2 weeks ago, I was in Pennsylvania at an event like this talking about some of these family-related concerns, and Lily Ledbetter was with me. And Lily Ledbetter, as many of you know, worked in a factory in Alabama and did not know she wasn't being paid equally, even though she was doing a job that was well-defined. She was a supervisor, and she was the only woman supervisor. And she didn't know that until she learned it by accident, and it was too late for her to get back pay and the like. But she made a point that isn't made often enough. She was paid 40% less for doing the exact same job. So that means her Social Security payment is 40% less. The contributions to her 401k are 40% less. So I make the point that if you have a mother, a wife, a sister, or a daughter who's working, it affects you. It's not somebody else's problem. So what are we going to do about it? Because it's against the law not to provide equal pay, but there are a couple of problems in trying to figure out how we actually make that a reality. One is we don't have enough information. There's not enough transparency in private sector payments. And in fact, it is still acceptable, even legal, for people to be fired or otherwise retaliated against if they try to find out where their pay is compared to their coworkers. And we have to end that. That's what the Paycheck Fairness Act is about, something that I sponsored when I was in the Senate and that I'm determined we're going to get passed. So there's trying to create legal support for actually finding out whether you're being paid fairly, because a lot of people don't know. Secondly, the big answer to this is people in the workforce say, well, you know, women's lives are different, and they take time off when they have a newborn, or, you know, they may take time out of the workforce when their children are little. But really, if you hold constant for all those different factors, there still is a range of discrimination that is hard to explain or justify by any other explanation. So what I'm calling on, and I really applaud the Obama administration for starting this, they've been challenging companies. Because if you work for the government, or if you are working under a union contract, you're in the military, you can find out what everybody's pay is. So there's enough transparency for you to know where you are and where everybody else is. But in the private sector, because there is no requirement yet for transparency, a lot of employers will tell you, and they are very sincere in telling you this, we do not have any difference. So what the Obama administration did was to say to some big companies, some big tech companies, why don't you really examine the data? And I give a couple of them credit. Intel did this, Salesforce did this. And I know the CEO of Salesforce, and he told me, he said, when the administration challenged companies, I said, sure, because I was sure we had the best record ever. And he said, then we began looking at the data. We were discriminating. Women with the same education, the same experience, the same time in the workforce were being paid less than men in comparable positions. And they immediately remedied that, but they would have never looked unless they'd been challenged. So I think part of what we have to do is get the laws updated, get more companies to look at themselves, and to keep the drumbeat going about how unfair this is, not just in the immediate pay, but all the way down the line in terms of women's economic well-being. And we just can't let people claim that it's not a real issue, because, you know, there's a lot of blowback. I raise it all the time, and you know, I'm accused of playing the gender card and all of that. And the fact is that it's a real problem, and we can't let it go, and we have to be tenacious about it, and that's what it will take all of us to do. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kelly Burke. I'm the vice mayor of the town and a recently retired teacher, so thank you very much for your comments on public schools. But my question has to do with, before I came here today, I was on the picket lines with the Verizon workers. And a gentleman was telling me that he has a special needs child that has lots of problems, hospital expenses, and they have cut their health insurance. And he has no alternative but to go on COBRA, which he's not being paid, so he can't go on COBRA. And the union's trying to help, but they see it as, this is a huge step to try to do away with the union.
Yeah.
What if, not if, when you're president, what will you do to stop that, to stem that? Because all these things we've talked about, if we were union workers, things could be much better because the unions would be working for us.
Well, I want to, number one, make the case, because we do have so many independent workers now. We have people who may not have either direct experience or a real appreciation for the historic role that unions played in lifting people into the middle class. And so a lot of the workforce today, which is, you know, in more entrepreneurial, more independently directed work, is either indifferent or even, you know, negative toward unions, because, like, why would you need one? And what I have found is that a great deal of the depression in wages results from the concerted effort to undermine union membership and union ability to organize for better wages and benefits. So, for example, I was in in Kentucky recently, and I was talking to some steel workers who are out of work because their plant is facing a lot of competition from China. And one of the men there was saying that they are now comparing their wages, because what's happened is that even though if they still have union jobs, their wages stay up, the downward pressure on wages with no real countervailing pressure is affecting everybody, not just people in unions, whether they're employed now or laid off, but it goes all the way down the line. And when you think about it, that sort of makes sense, because part of the reason behind unions was to provide a countervailing balance against really unaccountable employer power. And we have a lot of problems with wages and middle class lifestyles and incomes in the country today. And one of our problems is that we have so undermined both public sector and private sector unions that they can't hold on to what they've bargained for with their employees. And as they go sort of down, they take everybody else down, because there's no pressure to raise incomes for non-unionized workers. And it's a real catch-22 that we're caught in. And I just feel strongly that if you look at what's been happening in corporations, and this is corporations across the board, they are seeing workers' wages, pensions, benefits as the easiest cost to cut. And they're under big pressure from a lot of activist shareholders and others to really slash employee costs, when there are a lot of other things that they could do that would create a better outcome in 5 to 10 years, but the stock market and the pressure from activist shareholders makes it really hard to do that. So I think we've got to look at corporate law. We've got to look at how we try to create better circumstances for people to organize. And I'm committed to doing all of that, because the story you're telling me is one I hear in lots of places. Yeah. Yes?
Shatem Boyd. I am a small business owner as well, very small, 8 people. I have a 2-year-old daughter. So there is, just kind of to piggyback on a few of the issues, you talk about healthcare. As a small business owner, not only are you trying to provide benefits to your employees, you're trying to provide benefits to yourself. So I have seen our health insurance for my own family go up $500 a month in the last 2 years. So we went from 400 something to 900 something. So we're just fighting to keep benefits for ourselves.
Right.
The thought of being able to provide benefits to your employees is almost secondary. Yet to keep your employees happy, that's a question that comes across my desk all the time. I have to keep my employees as independent contractors for the most part, really to avoid that situation. And so I have turnover. They go to a job where they do have benefits. Same thing, I get women that, I'm very lucky. I have a woman who's retired, which is great, so she's willing to work because she has benefits from the government. But if I can't provide benefits, let alone for myself, I can't provide them for my family. The reason our insurance has gone up so much is we do not qualify for a subsidy on the current health insurance plan. We unfortunately make just over too much money within that gap. So I guess my question to you is, not only are you looking out for people that can't afford healthcare, but I'm someone that can afford it, but it's taking a big chunk out of the money I bring home for myself. So
is the policy that you now have one you got off of the exchanges?
It's on the exchange.
Okay. Well, what you're saying is one of the real worries that we're facing with the cost of health insurance, because the costs are going up in a lot of markets, not all, but many markets. And what you're describing is one of the real challenges, because right now, like with so many of these programs, there's just a cutoff instead of what I would like to see, a kind of gradual diminishment. Like, people shouldn't just, once they get to a certain income level, lose all subsidy or lose all tax benefit or whatever else we could piece together that would enable you to make this more affordable for yourself. So that's something I'm looking at. I mean, I think that the Affordable Care Act is a big step forward for the vast majority of Americans, but we have to look at out-of-pocket costs, copays, deductibles, premiums, and we have to make the insurance companies justify what they are charging, because a lot of them are moving costs up without really explaining, or at least not to my satisfaction, why that's happening. And we need more nonprofit options for people, so that it's, that was the original idea, but a lot of them got started and they didn't know how to do what they wanted to do. They had great ideas, but didn't have the backup, so we need to go back and revisit that. I also am in favor of what's called the public option, so that people can buy into Medicare above a certain age, which will then take a lot of the pressure off the costs, because the argument is that costs go up because real world experience means that people are getting sicker or the costs have to be spread. I want to get behind that, because I don't yet see the data to support that. But if you were able to move people 55 or 50 and up, who are the biggest users of healthcare, into the Medicare program, they would have to buy in, but they would be buying into such a big program that the costs would be, more distributed. So there's a lot of things I'm looking at to try to figure out how to deal with exactly the problem you're talking about. And there are some good ideas out there, but we have to subject them to the real world test. Will this really help, like a small business owner or a family, be able to afford it? Because a $400 increase, assuming you didn't have some terrible healthcare event, which it doesn't sound like you did. Yeah, no.
I don't go to the doctor.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, that's my point, is like, what could have possibly raised your costs $400? And that's what I don't understand. So that's what we've got to pick that apart and really make sure we understand it. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Rosemary Negrelli. I work in higher ed. I work at Northern Virginia Community College. I'm an academic counselor. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts about the cost of higher education. I have a 3-year-old. And I know, so right now I'm paying for, childcare. So I would love to have already started an account for her to start saving for college, and that's not something that I've already done. And because of our income, that's not something that we're going to qualify for. So my question is, on behalf of my family and also on behalf of a lot of the disadvantaged families, that can't really afford the cost of higher education, and for them, it's a vehicle to better themselves and better their families.
Right. Well, that is one of the big differences between the Democrats, between Senator Sanders and myself and the Republicans, because both of us have plans to make college affordable. And obviously, I think my plan is better, but still, that we both have plans. At least we are recognizing how serious a problem this is for people. And so where I come down is this. I think community college should be free. Like, we need, and in a lot of places, it's very low cost. And we need to get it as low cost as possible. To go back to your point about, what happens in elementary and secondary education, a lot of high school kids are ready to go to community college, and they need the chance to do that. And so there shouldn't be any cost with them going to community college, working on either getting a certificate of some kind of credential, whether it's in healthcare, where there are a lot of them, or in the trades and advanced skills or technology. There are literally jobs that young people coming out of community college can take right now, paying $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year if they have those skills. So let's make community college the extension of secondary school. And the other thing that's great about it now is if you go and you take liberal arts or you take more college courses, you are doing it at a much lower cost than if you go to a public college or university, let alone a private one. So that's a piece of it. The second piece of it is, under my plan, you would not have to borrow any money to attend a public college or university. And the way that would work is that if you were attending a 4-year public college or university, if your family could afford it, which would be, above a certain threshold, probably more than $250,000 in income, you would pay. And that's a difference I have with Senator Sanders, is he wants it to be free for everybody, and I think there are a couple of problems with that. One is that it would be very hard, I think, to justify, paying for my child to go to college or Donald Trump's child or grandchild to go. And the other is, if you say it's free, there's no incentive for the university to try to lower its costs. And I want there to be a give and take here. We will make it debt-free, but we still expect colleges and universities to rein in costs, because tuition has gone up 42% in the last 10 years. It's really hard to justify that. And a lot of what kids are being asked to pay that show up on their semester bills are things that they shouldn't be paying for. Like, why should some young person who's struggling to put himself through college pay $600 for an activity fee that basically supports the football program? I just don't think that's right. I mean, let's be fair about this and look at what is it you have to pay to get your degree, and the university and the college has to come up with a more fair-minded, transparent way of passing those costs down. And I also want to, if we make it debt-free, then we will begin to deal with the other part of the cost, because if tuition is debt-free, that still doesn't meet all of the non-tuition costs that young people have to pay. So I want to move some of the federal programs like Pell Grants that are used now for tuition to support the non-tuition costs. Because when I taught at the University of Arkansas years ago, I taught at the law school, I realized there were so many of these really hardworking young people. A lot of them were already parents. They were going to college in their 20s. And they could scrape together the amount for tuition, but if their childcare fell apart, if their old car that got them to and from campus fell apart, if there was a health emergency, they were out of luck. So I started something called the Arkansas Single Parent Scholarship Fund, where we came in, not on the tuition side, but on the cost side, to help pay for what would help keep them in school. And it's helped, like, it's just in Arkansas. I'd like to spread it around the country, but it's helped like 35,000 people finish their degrees in the last, 35 years. Then I want, if you do public service jobs like teaching, like law enforcement, like firefighters, social workers, those kinds of jobs, you should be absolutely supported in getting your other costs met. So you combine that with paying down the debt people already have. How many people here have student debt? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, I mean, I did. If I were your age again, I would be raising my hand. So we've got $1.2 trillion in student debt out there, and 40 million Americans. And some are just so weighted down, they can't move out of their parents' basement. They can't take a job they want because it doesn't pay enough after they do their expenses, so they take jobs they don't want to be paying back their debt. So here's what I want to do. We have to get the interest rates down, and that means refinancing everybody's debt. Like you can refinance a mortgage, or you can refinance a student or a car payment. We refinance student loans. It also means if you do public service work, we help you discount and forgive it. If you do national service, the same thing. So we're going at it from both sides. How do we make it affordable now so that your 3-year-old, you can actually imagine you can pay for it? And how do we get the debt that's already out there down? And I think if we go from both ends, we can actually deal with the problem that you're talking about.
But Secretary,
Yeah.
how do you deal with the state disinvestment?
The what?
State disinvestment in higher
Ugh.
education that is
Yeah.
wrecking our public
100%.
state colleges and universities.
Well, part of my plan, in addition to trying to get the colleges and universities to rein in their costs, is to provide incentives to get states to reinvest, because you're 100% right. States have, in large measure, walked away from investing in higher education. And that was the crown jewel of our education system, our state systems. We have obviously great private institutions, but what was the real game changer when you compare American higher ed with everybody else are our state systems. And so we've got to get states to do that. And this is one of my other differences with Senator Sanders. His plan for free college requires states to pay 1/3 of the cost. You have states won't pay that are cutting higher ed. They're not going to come up with $28 billion for their share. It's just not going to happen. And I don't want to hold out a promise that is going to disappoint a lot of people. So my point is, I want to give bonuses to systems that actually do put more money back in. Where did all the money go? Well, some of it went to tax cuts and all that, but some of it went to roads and prisons, and we do not need any more prisons. We have enough prisons. And so we need to stop building prisons. We need to be shrinking the prison population, doing away with low-level offenses, nonviolent offenses, more diversionary programs. And we need incentives so that people in states can say to their legislators and their governors, state next door is getting federal dollars to reinvest in the state system. Why aren't you? So that's how I'm thinking about it. Because you're 100% right. It's heartbreaking to see what's happening as states walk away.
And it's hurting so many of the students that are first generation.
That's right.
Minority students.
That's right.
That depend on affordable, accessible higher education.
Right.
For opportunity.
And you know what else it's doing? If you look at economic development, entrepreneurial activity, research, and the like, higher education is at the core. And so when you're cutting higher ed and you are shutting labs and shutting research projects and doing away with scholarship and other kinds of financial help for students, you're also really undermining the potential for your economic development. So it makes no sense to me at all. I don't understand why states do that. And I've seen it in a lot of the Republican governors who are just determined to slash higher education. And it's so short-sighted because there's a great bunch of studies about how if you put higher ed at the center of economic development, you have incubators attached to colleges and universities. You really encourage the so-called creative class to settle around colleges and universities. You will create economic activity. So why would you walk away from that? It's just so self-defeating.
Yeah.
Yes. Hi.
I'm trying to get your attention over here. Thank you so much for coming. I wanted to ask a question which actually piggybacks off of the last two questions on behalf of veterans and military families, military spouses,
right,
and the upward mobility of military spouses. I joined the Navy and got my bachelor's degree paid for with the GI Bill. And my problem has been, how do I pay for that postgraduate education as a veteran? I don't fall within the 9/11 GI Bill because I served as one of the first 300 women on board the Nimitz. So I'm a little bit older, and I'm looking actually to pursue my law degree. But there are very little avenues in which to do that as a veteran, because it seems like the push has been to get all veterans with bachelor's degrees. We all live here in Northern Virginia. It's a very competitive market. A bachelor's degree is like a high school diploma here. What can you do as president to help enable those military families who want to get a postgraduate education achieve that goal?
That's a great question, and I will tell you, I'm going to look at it. I did not know that you were totally shut out from any kind of military benefit under either the 9/11 GI Bill or the pre-GI Bill. I did not know that. I thought that it was still available for...
I served from 1994 to 1998.
Okay, well, I'm going to look into that, and we will see what we can do. But the short answer is we need to be encouraging everyone, especially our veterans, to continue their education and to look for what would be a competitive advantage, because this is not the only market where it's going to be challenging. So let me look into that, and we will follow up, and we'll follow up with you and find out what more we can get, because I thought there were programs. Let me just take a hard look at that, okay? Yeah. Did you want to add something?
I just wanted to add, just what are your thoughts on undocumented students and immigrant families? Living in this area, there has been an influx of undocumented families and undocumented students, and I just wanted to know what your stance on that was, just going forward as president.
Well, I really support the president's efforts under DACA and DAPA to try to keep families together and avoid the deportation of family members, because so many families are mixed. They have undocumented and citizen members. Like the older children may be undocumented, the younger children are citizens, and it's just a very complicated family challenge. So I want to see us move toward comprehensive immigration reform. In the meantime, I would like to see if people who are undocumented can pay in-state tuition, they should be able to go to in-state institutions. Because remember, most of the undocumented workers are covered in some way by the tax system. Like they pay $12 billion a year to Social Security, for example. A lot of them pay payroll taxes, which is what goes into Social Security. They pay other forms of taxes. So it's not that they are totally out of the tax system. They are part of the tax system, but they don't get any benefits for it. And I think the most important benefit would be opening doors for ambitious kids who are wanting to continue their education and get them covered by in-state tuition if they go to a public institution.
And then you talked about like their families are already kind of embedded in the tax system.
Right.
What about financial aid for those students that are part of?
I would want that to be an institutional and a state response until we get to comprehensive immigration reform. Because then if you're on a path to citizenship and you can be certified as such, then you would be eligible for everything. Right now, it's kind of a state-by-state determination. And some states have been very open and other states very closed. And it's sad to me because a lot of these young people are, very determined, very hardworking, very ambitious, and they deserve a chance to, go as far as their hard work will take them too, I think. So, yeah.
My name's Andrea Falkenhagen. I appreciate your remarks on addressing college tuition costs, but part of the reason my family has trouble saving money for my daughter's future college tuition is the cost of childcare. So she's 2.5, and we pay almost $16,000 a year for a full-day preschool, and that's pretty common for this area. So I'm wondering what policy initiatives you're looking at that can help families.
I mean, I just find that so sad, so heartbreaking. $16,000 a year for a 2.5-year-old. Look, I think once we get Loudoun County to get kindergarten, I would like to see us look at universal pre-K in the school system. That doesn't necessarily help from 0 until 4, but then we need to take a hard look at how we have a child care system that does provide quality child care at an affordable cost, but also pays the child care workers enough so that they are of high quality. So we are in this classic dilemma. You know, if you pay the child care workers more, like you're going to a place $16,000, that's, you know, that's a very, very big bill, but you are comfortable with it, I assume, and the workers there are paid more than they are in most child care. A lot of child care now is minimum wage or slightly above, and there's a very big turnover. People are there, they can't support their own families, and because of the turnover, they can't really guarantee quality child care to you as a concerned parent. This is a dilemma that we've got to address, and so I want us to look at universal pre-K. I want us to look at, you know, certainly expanding the base for low-income people, but then creating more opportunities, more tax benefits, more subsidies, more support for people as you go up the income level, so that it's not the cost that you are paying that is equivalent to tuition. And you can begin to save for your child's college, because that's something that everybody worries about. So we're looking hard at this. Universal pre-K will be a big help. You know, New York City just got universal pre-K, and the early studies, you know, it's early, it's only a year plus, but the early studies are, you know, pretty positive. It's not universally great, but it's pretty positive. And it's also much higher quality than many of the kids at all income levels who are in the public school system had access to before. So I'm looking for how we subsidize and create more opportunities, and we really should be looking at the public schools, because that's the institutional base, and it makes sense. Like if you have a first grader, if you had an early childhood program, the 3-year-old could be there too. Think about how convenient that would be for working parents, right? So I just think there's a lot we need to start looking at all of these programs through the lens of what life is really like today, not what it was like 50 years ago. And we still are thinking about it like it was 50 years ago. And that's just not fair. So, yeah, yes, yeah.
Hi, Danielle Knoll. I'm a 3-year now cancer survivor. So switching gears a little bit from education, I guess, you know, something that I'm really excited about having a female president is focusing on women's cancers. And I know obviously Vice President Biden's Cancer Moonshot is an amazing initiative. I am a cervical cancer survivor and have met so many women. You know, of the female cancers, that's the only one that actually has a diagnostic tool in the pap smear and the HPV test. So I guess, you know, as I'm raising children, I hope that cervical cancer with the HPV vaccine and the screenings available is eradicated in my children's lifetime.
Right.
And that's something I work very hard, you know, to advocate for and educate, you know, the community on now. But I guess my question would be, what sort of priority do you give to, you know, cancer fundraising specifically for female cancers? I've met so many women in my journey that have lost their ability to have children, that have been diagnosed with ovarian, uterine, other types of cancers, cervical of course included, because there are no diagnostic tests for those. And it impacts so many people and people's ability to have family, and of course all cancer does, but you know, it's particularly heartbreaking that in this day and age, curing cancer is a moonshot. You know, I get that, but we should be able to diagnose these cancers in women. They're killing so many women and taking their ability to have families.
Well, first of all, thanks for raising that. And it's wonderful to hear you talk so passionately about this.
Quite passionate about it, yes.
Yes, well, as well you should be. And I have to say that it's been a challenge, which we are, I think, slowly but surely meeting. I can remember, it's hard to believe now, but back in the 1980s, it became known that tests for all diseases were on men. And I give Barbara Mikulski, the wonderful senator from Maryland, a lot of credit, because she just went ballistic. And when Barb goes ballistic, people pay attention. But I mean, to have breast cancer tests on men, for example, so that the other women's cancers were like really relegated to the back burner completely. That has changed somewhat, but not enough. And it's connected to what we do need to be doing on cancer. And I really appreciate your mentioning what Vice President Biden's doing, because I support that completely. Obviously, I will do everything to continue that. We need to get that really started and get the resources for it. But we've lost a little bit of ground in the last several years because research budgets were cut across the board under sequestration, which was a very blunt tool in every way, where you just cut it. And what that meant was that more established programs were saved, but new, more experimental programs, or in areas like ovarian, cervical, uterine cancer, endometrial cancer, all of that, they were kind of left behind, as were other kinds of research. So we need to up the research budget overall, and we need to up it for women's cancers, and we need to have a full press on how we find diagnosis and then treatment options. But that's why you're mentioning HPV is so important. I mean, HPV is a miracle drug, and too many families and, frankly, politicians have scared people away from vaccinating their boys and their girls, but particularly their girls. And it's really been a shame, because it's got a proven track record of preventing cancer. And so I hope, one of the things that I hope we can do is make a big public education effort out of that again, because we've got to get more young women and young men vaccinated, and HPV is, as far as we know, the only way to prevent it, right? What do you know about that?
No, I mean, cervical cancer in our lifetime could be eradicated.
That's right.
Australia. Australia has almost 100% eradicated cervical cancer by vaccinating 100% of their boys and girls by the age of 11. And I think I get frustrated, very frustrated, even in conversations, casual conversations with other parents. I'm blessed with twin boys, they were 20 months old when I was going through my cancer treatment. And I was blessed to have children before that, where I lost the ability to. But it's really frustrating to me to see that stigma put. And you're literally telling me there's a vaccine that can cure a cancer that your children will be susceptible to, and you're choosing not to do that. And that makes me really frustrated.
Well, we need to create a much bigger public awareness of it again, because when it first came out, there was a lot of attention paid, and then there was blowback, political blowback, and some states and some areas saying, oh, we're not going to do that, and all the reasons that they put forth. But it will prevent it. It doesn't even cure it, it prevents it. You don't get the cancer. And there's just not very many cancers that you can say that about. So it's really important to bring that back to public attention, which I certainly will do, and look to people like you to help make that case and answer some of the misconceptions and the fears that people have about it.
Question behind you.
Yeah.
I was going to ask.
Hi, again. When my son started elementary school, I asked his teacher how they deal with lockdown drills. And she showed me a little piece of red construction paper that they taped on the window. And she said the kids go in a corner and they have to be really quiet. And it's in case, they say it's in case of an unexpected visitor.
Right.
And then I asked my son, what do you do, what kind of drills do you do at school? And he said, we did this tornado drill, and I knew they had a lockdown drill. And he said, we do. I said, what really is a lockdown drill? And he said, we do it and we hide in the corner and we have to be really quiet in case of an unexpected visitor. But what really got me was, he said, has an unexpected visitor ever come to a school before? And will one come to my school? And as a mom, I don't know. I don't know how to answer him.
Right.
And it terrifies me you know, it's really just so scary in the wake of Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
So what answers do I tell my children?
I don't know that there are any good answers, because it's just so terrifying and it's so heartbreaking to think that you have to have that conversation with your children. I've gotten to know a number of the Sandy Hook parents, and I am just, you know, heart-wrenched every time I'm with them. And some of them are really trying to take actions that they hope will save other families from going through what they did. Some of them, as you may know, are suing the gun maker for the way that the gun, it's an AR-15, it's an automatic gun, the way it was marketed, and the way it was basically marketed as a tool of war, whose purpose is killing people, basically, right? Now, they're trying to bring this lawsuit to rein in what I agree was pretty reckless behavior. But they're up against this law that was passed that gave gun makers and sellers immunity from liability for their actions. It's the only industry in America where that has been provided, and I voted against it when I was in the Senate. Senator Sanders voted for it. If you've seen any of our debates, you know we have quite an argument about it. But it really bothers me. I mean, why would you pick one industry, one whose unfortunate effects at this point are that we have 33,000 people a year dying from gun violence? So I think that it's always hard to know what to say to your children, but and it depends upon their age, obviously. But I think, you know, saying that, you know, sometimes, you know, there can be some bad people who might want to come to your school, but your teachers and your principal are going to protect you, but you have to do exactly what they say. And the chances are very slim, but because, unfortunately, it's not the only place it has happened at Sandy Hook. We've had too many incidents that have cost people their lives in many different settings. I think trying to reassure your child, but also to say, it's like when you say, don't go near strangers, don't get in people's cars. You know, sometimes a bad person might come to your school, and so you have to do what your teachers tell you to do. That would be the best that I can think of, because it's just so, it's unimaginable. It's beyond, and you know, when people say, well, comprehensive background checks and all the rest of that might not have prevented the killer at Sandy Hook from getting the gun, I think it's not just the laws we need to pass, which I do think will save lives, but it's going after the gun culture. And, you know, saying to parents, because that poor, disturbed murderer is not the only person whose family gave him a gun. The mother gave guns to this man, and either she didn't know or was not aware or dismissed warnings about someone who is that antisocial, someone who internet searches are that troubling, should not have an arsenal. And so we've got to do a better job, in addition to the laws, which are supported by 90% of Americans and 80% of gun owners. We've got to do a better job sort of dealing with the gun culture and dealing with the kinds of attitudes we're now seeing where people reach for guns to solve their problems. And it's never solved anybody's problem. It's only made more heartbreak and bloodshed. So I think we all have to talk about that. But with respect to your son's school, that's the only way I know of how to handle it. But to reassure him that, you know, that the teachers and he doesn't need to worry about it. The teachers and the principal are going to take care of it. Because what can you say other than that? You know? Yeah.
We have time. Sorry, we have time for one more question.
Well, the gentleman to my right and his son get the last questions.
Thank you. And we've touched on a lot of different topics. This is one issue that's more regional here, based in the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area, transportation
Yes.
and our infrastructure.
Yes.
You know, luckily I work at a company, WGL Washington Gas, where they're very, you know, open, where I can leave early to rush back to Ashburn, pick up Gabriel, take him to the baseball games, or, you know, et cetera. So what are some of your thoughts on, you know, improving our infrastructure, our public transportation? Because we've seen, you know, the last few years, we've seen bridges collapse in Pittsburgh, Minnesota. I remember a couple of years ago when people literally, you know, the bridge collapsed, people were on the bridge, and you could see the cars, you know, diving into the lake underneath there. So what are some of your thoughts or initiatives to improve public transportation and roads, and, you know, in our region and across the country? Yeah, especially. We need it fast, because, you know, Metro is just slowly starting to come out here. We're not even having until 2018, 2019, and there's still even issues now with the system where they're doing a slow stoppage to replace some of the old parts, and you know,
Right.
so.
Well, this is another one of these issues that we just have to take head on. I'm a very strong supporter of infrastructure spending, federal, state, local government, private sector spending, because we are woefully behind, and we are skirting danger in so many places. I mean, the civil engineers' annual assessment always fails us as a nation because of all the bridges that are in bad repair, the roads that are, you know, costing commuters hundreds of dollars because of the bumpiness and the potholes and all the rest of it. So I have a robust infrastructure plan because, number one, it's really needed. Roads, bridges, tunnels, ports, airports, mass transit. There's no doubt that we are losing money. We're losing our competitive advantage because we haven't kept up with our infrastructure. People's, you know, their commute time is way too long, and you know, it's unproductive time, and we don't have the alternatives available in most parts of the country. So I've put forth an infrastructure plan that would be a predominantly federal government plan, but which would be set up to work in conjunction with what I call a national infrastructure bank. Because what we need is to have constant investments, and I hope that the Congress becomes more cooperative in dealing with what are national challenges like infrastructure. And I would like to add to what they finally passed. They passed about a $275 billion 5-year plan. I'd like to add, because we're a couple $1 trillion behind. And we need to get much more investment in public transit. Now, the problem has been, you know, I was on this committee when I was in the Senate. It's called the Environment and Public Works Committee. And many parts of the country, they drive long distances. They are very car dependent. So the idea of supporting mass transit in Northern Virginia, or mass transit on the East Coast, or mass transit in, you know, from LA to San Francisco, and some of the other places that are really open to and embracing of mass transit, was a little bit counterintuitive for them, because all they were interested in was roads. But I think now we're finally seeing a greater constituency for transit of all kinds. You know, rail transit, high-speed rail transit, fixing Amtrak, looking at some of the public-private partnerships that are being formed. And that's what I would like to do, and to work with your officials, both state and local. I have followed, since, you know, obviously I've spent time in Washington, and I've followed the debate over what Virginia, which is a microcosm of the whole country, because you've got rural areas of Virginia who don't want to pay for Northern Virginia roads, right, yep, and transit. But what they, you know, what they have to, I hope, come to realize is that you're the economic driver of the state. And so investments in infrastructure, particularly public transit, benefit the entire state. It's not an either or, it's a both and. And so investments statewide will pay off statewide, even though somebody in, you know, Southern Virginia may not actually be driving on the highway or using the public transit. And that's the argument we've got to make, because it's a competitive issue. You look at the top 25 airports in America, or in the world, the top 25 airports, you don't even have a single American airport, because other countries have been moving much more quickly in connecting up mass transit to the airport and really updating a lot of the technology and the rest of it. So we've got work to do across the board in public transportation. Did you want to ask the last question?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Why did you want to run for secretary?
For president? Mostly because I really want to make sure that young people like you have the very best future in our country. That's what I really care a lot about. I want you to have a really good education. I want you to have good health care. I want you to be ready for jobs and be competitive with anybody in the world. And I think that means we all have to work together, and we have to break down all the barriers that stand in the way of anybody, having a chance to do that. That's what I hope. That's how, when I was growing up, that's sort of what we believed. Like, we got a good education and we worked hard, we'd be able to be successful. Now, there were barriers that stood in the way of women and African Americans and other people in our country, but the idea was really strong. And I want that idea to be not only strong but real, so that your dad can say, see, you can grow up to be anything you want, including President of the United States. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Yeah. Why don't we get pictures? I know we've got a lot of family groups and also others, and we can start with people with kids, because the kids have been unbelievably patient. I can't even imagine.
Well, that was interesting. That was Hillary Clinton discussing work-life balance in Stone Ridge, Virginia. Now we're heading to a press conference scheduled with U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch and Vanita Gupta, the head of Justice Department's Civil Rights Division. They're holding a press conference any moment now to announce a law enforcement action related to North Carolina. North Carolina has sued the Justice Department over the state's so-called bathroom law, which requires that people use the restroom corresponding to their birth gender. The law also prohibits local government from banning discrimination against LGBT people. Let's see. The Justice Department has said the law discriminates against transgender people. But North Carolina's law claims the Justice Department's decision is a baseless and blatant overreach. So we are going to watch that. Now let me update my lower third here. And I don't know if you are near a television, but every national... Hi, Kraft. Hey. Every national outlet's on it, so.
Close, are we? Yeah. How was it today? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Between me and you, Nina's going to give the official submission. She is on that. Thank you very much. No, not yet. He's the only guy I've ever gotten on that. Twice. Yeah. Twice.
Yeah, I mean, we still don't have a 2-minute warning yet.
And we did our Arlington Cemetery, and he ran all the way back to his car. And he said, it's not there. He said, oh yeah, they put this on us. But 10 minutes later, dude, I was back in your car and they put it back on. Are you kidding me? He runs back. It looks real. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. The lady from Arlington was playing along, and she said she was great. She said, it's Friday. They won't.
All right, so again, if you are just now tuning in, we are, and again, like I was saying, Every national outlet is waiting for Loretta Lynch, Attorney General Loretta Lynch, to speak. We are moments away from her making statements about this North Carolina bathroom law. It's Attorney General Loretta Lynch, as well as Vanita Gupta. She is the head of the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, and they are holding a press conference. Specifically, they said to discuss a law enforcement action related to North Carolina. Now, North Carolina, as I'm sure you know, sued the Justice Department recently over the state's so-called bathroom law, which requires that people use the bathroom corresponding to their birth gender. The law also prohibits local government from banning discrimination against LGBT. The Justice Department has said that the law discriminates against transgender people, but North Carolina's lawsuit claims the Justice Department's position is baseless and blatantly an overreach. So you can see we're on the podium here now waiting for them to take the stage at any moment, and we will give you a recap shortly after we know more. Let's see if there's any. Let's look at her. Let's look at her Twitter feed. Her Twitter feed does not address it. She tweeted last 5 hours ago. Oh.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. I am joined by Vanita Gupta, head of the Civil Rights Division here at the Department of Justice. We are here to announce a significant law enforcement action regarding North Carolina's Public Facilities Privacy and Security Act, also known as House Bill 2. Now, the North Carolina General Assembly passed House Bill 2 in special session on March 23rd of this year. The bill sought to strike down an anti-discrimination provision in a recently passed Charlotte, North Carolina ordinance, as well as to require transgender people in public agencies to use the bathrooms consistent with their sex as noted at birth, rather than the bathrooms that fit their gender identity. The bill was signed into law that same day. And in so doing, the legislature and the governor placed North Carolina in direct opposition to federal laws prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sex and gender identity. More to the point, they created state-sponsored discrimination against transgender individuals who simply seek to engage in the most private of functions in a place of safety and security, a right taken for granted by most of us. Last week, our Civil Rights Division notified state officials in North Carolina that House Bill 2 violates federal civil rights laws. We asked that they certify by the end of the day today that they would not comply with or implement House Bill 2's restriction on restroom access. An extension was requested by North Carolina and was under active consideration. But instead of replying to our offer or providing a certification, this morning, the state of North Carolina and its governor chose to respond by suing the Department of Justice. As a result of their decisions, we are now moving forward. Today, we are filing a federal civil rights lawsuit against the state of North Carolina, Governor Pat McCrory, the North Carolina Department of Public Safety, and the University of North Carolina. We are seeking a court order declaring HB 2's restroom restriction impermissibly discriminatory, as well as a statewide bar on its enforcement. Now, while the lawsuit currently seeks declaratory relief, I want to note that we retain the option of curtailing federal funding to the North Carolina Department of Public Safety and the University of North Carolina as this case proceeds. But this action is about a great deal more than bathrooms. This is about the dignity and the respect that we accord our fellow citizens and the laws that we as a people and as a country have enacted to protect them, indeed, to protect all of us. And it's about the founding ideals that have led this country, haltingly but inexorably, in the direction of fairness, inclusion, and equality for all Americans. This is not the first time that we have seen discriminatory responses to historic moments of progress for our nation. We saw it in the Jim Crow laws that followed the Emancipation Proclamation. We saw it in the fierce and widespread resistance to Brown v. Board of Education, and we saw it in the proliferation of state bans on same-sex unions that were intended to stifle any hope that gay and lesbian Americans might one day be afforded the right to marry. And that right, of course, is now recognized as a guarantee embedded in our Constitution. And in the wake of that historic triumph, we have seen bill after bill in state after state taking aim at the LGBT community. Now, some of these responses reflect a recognizably human fear of the unknown and a discomfort with the uncertainty of change. But this is not a time to act out of fear. This is a time to summon our national virtues of inclusivity, of diversity, of compassion and open-mindedness. And what we must not do, what we must never do, is turn on our neighbors, our family members, our fellow Americans for something that they cannot control and deny what makes them human. And this is why none of us can stand by when a state enters the business of legislating identity and insists that a person pretend to be something or someone that they are not, or invents a problem that does not exist as a pretext for discrimination and harassment. And let me speak now directly to the people of the great state, the beautiful state, my home state of North Carolina. You have been told that this law protects vulnerable populations from harm, but that is just not the case. Instead, what this law does is inflict further indignity on a population that has already suffered far more than its fair share. This law provides no benefit to society, and all it does is harm innocent Americans. And instead of turning away from our neighbors, our friends, and our colleagues, let us instead learn from our history and avoid repeating the mistakes of our past. And let us reflect on the obvious but often neglected lesson that state-sanctioned discrimination never looks good and never works in hindsight. It was not so very long ago that states, including North Carolina, had other signs above restrooms, water fountains, and on public accommodations, keeping people out based on a distinction without a difference. We've moved beyond those dark days, but not without a tremendous amount of pain and suffering and an ongoing fight to keep moving forward. Let us write a different story this time. Let us not act out of fear and misunderstanding, but out of the values of inclusion and diversity and regard for all that make our country great. Now, let me also speak directly to the transgender community itself. Some of you have lived freely for decades, and others of you are still wondering how you can possibly live the lives that you were born to lead. But no matter how isolated, no matter how afraid, and no matter how alone you may feel today, know this, that the Department of Justice, and indeed the entire Obama administration, want you to know that we see you, we stand with you, and we will do everything we can to protect you going forward. And please know that history is on your side. This country was founded on the promise of equal rights for all, and we have always managed to move closer to that ideal, little by little, day by day. And it may not be easy, but we will get there together. Let me also thank my colleagues in the Civil Rights Division who have devoted many hours to this case so far and who will devote many more to seeing it through. And at this time, I will turn the podium over to Vanita Gupta, whose determined leadership on this and so many other issues has been essential to the Justice Department's work. Vanita?
Thank you, Attorney General Lynch, for those very powerful words. Throughout the arc of our country's history, from tragedies of injustice to marches for equality, there have been pivotal moments when America's leaders chose to stand up and speak out to safeguard the ideal of equal justice under law. And history will record your inspiring words and our forceful action today as one of those moments. I also want to take a moment to thank the entire team throughout the Civil Rights Division and the Department of Justice who have worked tirelessly over the last several weeks to ensure that everyone in North Carolina has the full protections of our laws. Today, we filed a federal civil rights complaint in federal court in the Middle District of North Carolina. Before I discuss the details of our legal argument, I want to make one thing clear. Calling HB 2 a bathroom bill trivializes what this is really about. HB 2 translates into discrimination in the real world. The complaint that we filed today speaks to public employees who feel afraid and stigmatized on the job. It speaks to students who feel like their campus treats them differently because of who they are. It speaks to sports fans who feel forced to choose between their gender identity and their identity as a Tar Heel. And it speaks to all of us who have ever been made to feel inferior, like somehow we just don't belong in our community or like we don't fit in. Let me reassure every transgender individual right here in America that you belong just as you are, that you are supported, and that you are protected. Our complaint brings legal claims under 3 different civil rights statutes. 2 of these statutes are longstanding protections against discrimination in the employment and education context. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972. It is fitting that these statutes, which emerged from our nation's long struggle to banish a legacy of legal discrimination, are now being used to defend, to uphold, and to affirm the progress that resulted from that struggle. Progress that represents America at its best, at its brightest, and at its strongest. Title IX and Title VII prohibit discrimination based on sex. The Department of Justice has for some time now made clear that sex discrimination includes discrimination against transgender people. That is, discrimination based on gender identity. That is consistent not only with the language of the statutes, but also with the legal interpretation adopted by federal courts, including the appellate court with the jurisdiction over the state of North Carolina. There is nothing radical or even particularly unusual about the notion that the word sex includes the concept of gender. Transgender people are discriminated against because their gender identity does not match the sex that was assigned to them at birth. HB 2 denies transgender people something that all non-transgender people enjoy and take for granted: access to restrooms consistent with their gender identity. That's sex discrimination, plain and simple. This view is confirmed when proponents of measures like HB 2 misinterpret or make up facts about gender identity. Here are the facts. Transgender men are men. They live, work, and study as men. Transgender women are women. They live, work, and study as women. Our Title VII claim is brought against the state of North Carolina, the North Carolina Department of Public Safety, and the University of North Carolina because of discrimination, sex discrimination in employment. Our Title IX claim is brought against the University of North Carolina because of sex discrimination in its educational programs. We also bring a claim under the Violence Against Women Act, VAWA, a more recent statute specifically designed to prevent discrimination against transgender people by entities that accept certain federal funds. As with Title IX, entities that accept federal funds under VAWA, including UNC and the North Carolina Department of Public Safety, pledged that they would not discriminate on the basis of sex or gender identity. Our complaint seeks to enforce that pledge and hold those entities accountable for discrimination, for the kind of discrimination that is required by HB 2. Now, even as we seek that compliance, we remain committed to working with any agency receiving federal funding to develop a plan to ensure their compliance with federal law. And for the reasons that I just highlighted, HB 2 violates the law. But HB 2 also threatens the values that define us as a people, and these values are timeless. These values say to all people that you can be who you are and that you deserve to live with dignity. The complaint filed today seeks to enforce these laws and protect these values. And at this time, I will pass the mic to the Attorney General, who is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanita. Yes, I don't know whose hand was first. I'm just going to go right to the middle and then out to the sides as I usually do. Yes.
Thank you. As you pointed out, Charlotte passed this law that would have allowed transgender people to choose a bathroom based on how they identify. But there are many municipalities who have not passed laws that specifically allow for that. Is the Justice Department thinking of intervening in places that have not passed laws like that? And would you consider intervening in other places that have done what North Carolina has done if you see a pattern that evolves?
Well, let me speak to just the last part of your question first with respect to jurisdictions that may have passed or are considering laws similar to HB2. To the extent that we're made aware of them, and we know that there are a few out there, we are monitoring and reviewing those situations as well. Now, let me also be clear. We remain open to discussions with any jurisdiction that has questions about whether or not a particular ordinance is going to fall afoul of federal law. With respect to the Charlotte Ordinance essentially added to its anti-discrimination language making it clear that it also afforded protections for those who are dealing with issues of sexual orientation and gender identity. HB2, in its discussion saying that you cannot have that as part of your non-discrimination laws, moved to strike that down. We would encourage jurisdictions to be as inclusive and as open as possible in their anti-discrimination coverage.
You said you retain the right to curtail federal funding. What is the threshold for that? At what point will you go after North Carolina's federal funding?
Well, with respect to federal funding, the statutes that we have brought this lawsuit under do provide the opportunity to curtail federal funding either under Title IX and under the Violence Against Women Act. But as I've said, we remain open to discussions with the state. In fact, we know that the university system has reached out to us. Their Board of Governors is meeting tomorrow. We remain anxious to see what those discussions will bring. And so we are deferring on requesting the curtailment of funding now, but we do retain that right. It'd be premature right now to give a date on when we will actually take that step.
Madam Attorney General, today the governor said that the Justice Department is bullying and engaging in overreach. What about that?
Well, I think that the people who feel bullied are probably the transgender individuals who live in the state of North Carolina, who live and work beside their neighbors without any problems and have done so for years and are now being singled out on something that they have no control over and as an essential part of who they are. So I would shift the issue of bullying to considerations along that front. Certainly, the state of North Carolina has been aware that we have been reviewing and monitoring this law for some time. We have, as I've noted, been in communication with the university system for several weeks now, so they have been aware of this as well. And as I noted in my remarks, an extension was requested and was under active consideration.
Attorney General, Mississippi has passed a law that allows people to not provide services if they disagree with same-sex marriage, for instance. Where does the Justice Department fall on this issue? Does it fall into civil rights law like this one does?
Well, to the extent that states or any jurisdictions may pass laws that allow businesses or anyone else to discriminate, we will always review those laws and see if there is, in fact, a basis for federal review and intervention. As I said, we remain open to talking to jurisdictions who are concerned about this, and where we see laws that are on the books now, we are actively reviewing and monitoring those. But I'm not able to comment right now on action that we may or may not take. Let me just come to this side.
Yeah, thank you. It's a separate topic. The election calendar is well advanced. Is it too late to take legal action in the Clinton email investigation?
Well, that investigation, as you know, is an ongoing matter. It's being handled by the career lawyers and agents of the department, and they will review all the facts and evidence and make a recommendation at the appropriate time. So I don't have anything more to say on that particular matter.
The reason I'm asking, please, is because you've moved very quickly on the North Carolina matter. And the average American is wondering why it's taking so long to reach some kind of conclusion on the email investigation.
Well, as I indicated, we do all of our reviews, investigations of any matter carefully, thoroughly, and efficiently. And when the matter is ready for resolution, a recommendation will be made, and we'll come to a decision at that time. And I'm not able to give you a prediction. Sorry.
One other thing the Governor McCrory mentioned today is he suggested that perhaps Congress should actually lend some clarity, get involved in the debate, and perhaps amend existing discrimination laws or clarify the intent and the meaning. I'm wondering, do you think there is room to sort of specify additional protected classes to remove any ambiguity that might exist?
Our lawsuit makes clear that it's our position that federal law has been clear for some time now that discrimination against sex includes discrimination against individuals based on sexual identity and gender identity. The law is clear, the cases are clear, and the Fourth Circuit recently made it clear, frankly, only about 2 weeks ago. So I don't have any further comment on the governor's view or understanding of that law. I would also note that the Violence Against Women Act specifically talks about gender identity. So we feel that the law, the regulations, and the case law around Title VII, Title IX, and the Violence Against Women Act clearly indicate that HB 2 is in violation of federal law.
On another matter, of the last 48 hours, there has been a lot of talk out of Mexico that the extradition of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman is imminent. Could you give us a timing on that? Is there any confirmation on that? And is the U.S. concerned with the fact that he was taken to a different prison, one that, according to some reports, is not as secure as the one where he was at before?
Well, with respect to the extradition of El Chapo Guzman, that is a matter that is being handled by the Mexican government and the Mexican Attorney General's office and their court system. We've provided them the information that they need to make those determinations, and we're looking forward to an imminent resolution of that. But because it is being handled by that jurisdiction, I'm not able to give you a timeline or a prediction on when it will actually occur. So I'm sorry for that.
With regards to him being transferred to a different prison?
Again, his conditions of confinement in Mexico are under their control, and so I'm not able to give you a comment on that as well, so I'm sorry about that. Let me come to this side and then sorry.
The lawsuit that you filed refers to both bathroom and changing facilities. Can you explain why you don't see a distinction between the two? Because some people have said, well, they could understand why a state might want to limit changing facilities because people are sometimes completely naked in those facilities, whereas not as commonly so in bathrooms. Why do you not see any valid distinction between those two categories?
Well, HB 2 doesn't distinguish amongst them, and so to the extent that the law requires state agencies to treat state employees and students differently based upon gender in those areas, it's in violation of the law. Now, there are any number of ways to accommodate privacy interests in a bathroom or in a changing area as long as they are equally available to all students and all employees. You cannot single out any one particular group of people to be treated differently.
And if I could just follow up on that, doesn't the law also ban all types of LGBT discrimination provisions across the state? I don't see that mentioned in the lawsuit. Is there anything the Justice Department might do about that aspect of the law?
Well, this lawsuit today focuses on the federal statutes that we've mentioned. As you may know, there are other lawsuits that are currently pending that we feel will be moving forward at the same time as well, all of which recognize that HB 2 has set in place state-sanctioned discrimination, and we support those actions as well.
Attorney General Lynch, were you surprised today by the actions of the governor in your home state? And does the Department of Justice plan to appeal in another lawsuit the Department of Justice has brought in North Carolina, the voting rights lawsuit?
Well, with respect to the voting rights lawsuit, we actually have filed a notice of appeal as of this past Friday in that suit. As I've indicated several times from this podium and in other places, we will continue to vigorously enforce every individual's right to vote and keep that right free and open for everyone. So that notice of appeal was filed this past Friday in the North Carolina case. And with respect to the governor's action, again, I don't have any comment on that. As I indicated before, we were engaged in discussions with them about the timing of a response in the hope that we could work with them on ameliorating this law in some way. Obviously, how it will be literally handled is always up to the state legislature. We were certainly hopeful that we could have those discussions with them. I think it's unfortunate that the governor's actions this morning curtailed that. But having made that choice, we are now moving forward.
Madam Attorney General, given it's a political season and this is a touchy subject for some, did you consult with the White House about any of this over the last week?
We'd make our enforcement actions separately and independently, and certainly I think the White House is aware of the law and the issues, and they've had their own comments on this, but we have made this decision based upon what we feel is the appropriate move to make at this time. Okay. And actually, behind that.
You just referred to expecting an imminent resolution.
You just referred to expecting an imminent resolution of the Guzman case out of Mexico. So does that mean that his transfer here is imminent? Do you believe that's going to be happening within?
What we're waiting for is a final order from the Mexican court that would finally order the extradition. We are waiting that. We are hopeful that we will attain that. And as I said before, we are working with Mexican authorities to make sure that we have provided all the information they need to make that determination. Once that order is entered, and again, we are hoping for it, but again, it is up to the Mexican court system, we will then be in contact with them about the mechanics of a transfer, and that has not begun to occur as of yet.
Last question. I have a follow-up to his and then my question. A follow-up to that, if he is extradited, how do you determine which of his cases, where he'll be prosecuted? Because as we understand it, you've submitted 2 extradition packets, but there's about 7 cases pending. What are the factors that you look at when deciding who will prosecute him?
The relevant charges against any individual who's brought here via extradition and determine what particular jurisdiction can, often by working with another one, generate a case that covers most of the relevant conduct, if not all the relevant conduct, and will provide the best remedy for his actions. And so every case is considered. We often combine cases. There is a process of review that's undergone here in the department.
And then my question was, in terms of your ongoing litigation with Apple, in 2 separate cases, you very aggressively went after Apple, used the courts to try to compel them to assist you in criminal investigations. And in both of those cases, the Department of Justice and the FBI eventually backed off. In one instance, you were able to find another way to get into the phone. And in another case, as would be expected, the defendant was willing to offer his password right ahead of sentencing. Do you wish, looking back, that you might have handled those cases differently?
No.
Okay.
As we said at the time, when we made those motions, we had exhausted all opportunities, but we always continue to obtain and to seek to obtain information. And if we are fortunate enough to move forward, we take advantage of that. And we undertake we live up to our obligations and responsibilities and notify the other party that assistance is no longer needed. But the short answer to your question is no. All right? Thank you all.
All right, and that was Attorney General Loretta Lynch. Let me give you a recap of we might lose this feed soon, but let me give you a recap. What we just heard was that the U.S. Justice Department is suing
Charlotte, but people haven't.
So, go back to me. All right. So, just to reiterate what we just heard, the U.S. Justice Department sues North Carolina over the law restricting use of public bathrooms by transgender people. Again, that's HB 2. And they were just saying that to call it the bathroom law, they felt like it was not giving it enough credit and it was petty to call it the bathroom law. Hello, Dave. All right, U.S. And just to give you some quotes, the U.S. Attorney General said, they created state-sponsored discrimination against transgendered individuals when legislatures, governors passed HB 2. Lynch, we retain the option of curtailing funding to the UNC system. What we must never do is turn on our neighbors, our family members, for something they cannot control. And she said, state-sanctioned discrimination never looks good and never works in hindsight. So again, that is just what we just heard from Attorney General Loretta Lynch. We are filing a federal civil rights lawsuit against the state of North Carolina. So I imagine we're going to hear from them again as well. It's been a lot of back and forth, and I think we're looking at a package on this.
The governor fired back, filing a lawsuit against the DOJ, seeking to keep the law in place. Both sides now gearing up for a protracted legal battle, with North Carolina arguing the 1964 Civil Rights Act doesn't recognize transgender status as a protected class. Legal experts say it's a classic clash over a decades-old statute and how it can be interpreted.
It's weird because I'm not hearing any of the. I'm only hearing the reporter. I'm not hearing the sound bites, so we'll not waste our time.
Meanwhile, the White House is standing behind the Justice Department, saying legal action is needed to guarantee basic rights and protect what it calls core American values. McCrory's lawsuit also asks a federal judge to bar the DOJ from withholding federal funds from the state university system while the legal process plays out. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, so where I'm going to take you now is we're going to go to Josh Ernest from this morning, and on the other side, we might have Samia, but who knows? She's fragile.
Rights Act and with our values. The Department of Justice has obviously spoken to its compliance with the law given their enforcement role. So for questions about that, I'd refer you to the Department of Justice. And I think the President has spoken pretty powerfully to the idea that what the state of North Carolina has passed in a one-day special session is inconsistent with the values of fairness and equality and justice that we hold dear in this country. And I think it should be evident from the response of the business community that what the North Carolina government has done is inconsistent with the best interests of the people of North Carolina and the economy of North Carolina. That obviously will be something that North Carolina officials will have to deal with. But there's been a reluctance on the part of businesses that had previously committed to expanding the amount of business that they do in North Carolina from engaging with a government that just makes it easier to discriminate against their employees and potential customers.
What are the ramifications of Iran test firing another ballistic missile? And has the nuclear deal and the subsequent lifting of certain sanctions emboldened Iran to undertake these provocations?
Well, Kevin, we are aware of Iranian claims of additional let me say that again. We're aware of Iranian claims of an additional ballistic missile launch. I would note we're also aware of statements from the defense minister indicating that such a launch did not take place. So we're still trying to get to the bottom of what exactly transpired. I think the clearest impact of the successful completion of the international agreement to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon is we can now verify that Iran has not obtained a nuclear weapon. And in fact, we have verified that Iran has taken significant steps to actually roll back their nuclear program. And the worst case dire predictions of the deal's critics did not at all come to pass. What did come to pass is exactly what this administration indicated our objectives were, which were to curtail Iran's nuclear program, guarantee access for international inspectors who could verify that Iran's nuclear program only exists for peaceful purposes.
So last week, you talked about criticism of the administration's selling of the Iran deal in the wake of the New York Times profile of Finn Rhodes as sour grapes. And he's now written kind of a follow-up, and I wanted to ask, if that was the case, why has he felt the need to explain himself more, and did the president or anyone else at the White House ask him to do that?
Well, I'm not aware of, I haven't spoken to the president about this story, so I'm not, this was not something that was written at the request of the president. I think what motivated Ben to discuss this further is that there was an attempt, and there has been an attempt, by opponents of the Iran deal to suggest that somehow the effort to protect the deal was based solely on spin. The fact is, as I just mentioned, we can evaluate the Iran deal now in terms of the impact that it has had on our national security and on Iran's nuclear program. So we're no longer in a situation in which we have to argue about what the impact of this agreement will be. We actually now can verify what the impact of the agreement is. And what is clear is that Iran has eliminated 98% of its highly enriched uranium stockpile. Iran has disconnected thousands of centrifuges. Iran has essentially rendered harmless its heavy water plutonium reactor. And Iran has complied with its commitment to give international inspectors widespread access to the country to verify its compliance with the agreement. Our opponents and opponents of this deal had suggested that Iran would never go along with it, that Iran would never implement the terms of the agreement. They were wrong about that. Our critics often suggested that there would never be a way to verify Iran's claims that they had gone along with the agreement. They were wrong about that too. The international inspectors at the IAEA have gotten the access that they have needed to verify Iran's compliance with the agreement. What our critics have also suggested is that the agreement would open the door to hundreds of billions of dollars in cash for the Iranian economy. That's not occurred either. In fact, we actually see some in Iran suggesting that they haven't gotten as much funding out of the deal as they expected. So the truth is, it's hard to think of a scenario or a single fact that critics of this agreement predicted that actually came to pass. In fact, time and time and time again, almost regardless of which factor you consider, the critics of the deal have been wrong. And I think this is an indication that our efforts to protect the agreement were rooted firmly in fact. And that's the point that Ben wanted to reiterate in the context of his online post today. Okay. Roberta.
I want to ask about the Philippines selection. I'm curious to know whether the White House has any reaction to the candidate who appears all but certain to have won. He said that he wants multilateral talks to resolve the South China Sea disputes, talks with Japan, Australia, and the United States, and China. And I'm wondering what the White House thinks of that idea and whether the White House has any general reaction to his election and his campaign.
I don't have a reaction to the election at this point. We'll let all the votes be tallied before we weigh in with a specific response to any of the statements that were made by the candidates. I can just tell you in general that when it comes to resolving the competing claims in the South China Sea, the United States is not a claimant to any of those land features, but we have urged all of the countries that are to resolve their differences through diplomacy and through well-established international procedures for doing so. We're strongly supportive of that effort because we benefit from the kind of rules-based order that allows the free flow of commerce in that region of the world. And it's obviously in our economic and strategic interest for that flow to continue uninterrupted. And any sort of destabilizing activities there would not be in our interest. So while we are not a claimant to any of those land features, we do have an interest in those differences being resolved through diplomacy and without disrupting the broader international order.
So would well-established diplomatic procedures include the possibility of having multilateral talks about that?
Well, I haven't seen the specific proposal that this one particular Filipino candidate or president has put forward, but we'll obviously wait for the results to come in, and then we'll then have more of a reaction to offer in terms of his election and any proposals that may put on the table.
Just a quick one on this weekend, Saudi Arabia named a new oil minister, and I'm wondering whether this White House reaction to this key appointment and whether the White House is expecting a new era of transparency because this oil minister is younger, or any sort of thoughts about this significant change.
I don't have any specific comments in reaction to some political changes inside of Saudi Arabia. Obviously, the king and the government there are making decisions consistent with their own interests. I would point out that the new energy minister did make clear that the political changes did not signal any significant short-term changes in their energy policy. But for any developments on that front, I'd refer you to his statement and any additional statements that they choose to put out. But obviously, the United States continues to consider Saudi Arabia as an important partner in that region of the world. that certainly was part of the reason that President Obama traveled to Saudi Arabia just a couple of weeks ago and engaged in serious and lengthy consultations with the Saudi government while he was there. Okay. JC?
Is there any statement you may have, or the President, thoughts on the election of Sadiq Khan as the first Muslim mayor of the City of London?
Well, JC, obviously we saw that those news reports over the weekend. This is obviously an historic development for an historic city. Obviously, the political debate inside of the UK and in London is obviously charged with a lot of different issues, and this outcome is obviously reflects the will of the people of London, and I certainly wouldn't second guess them from here. But there's no denying the historical significance of Mr. Khan's election.
Strong get out the vote effort by Pakistani Brits, who were very, joined very strongly together to dissuade or discourage some of the racism that has come up over the last few months in Great Britain, and some of the concepts that may exist even in this country. Some are using a parallel there, calling it interesting.
I don't know enough about the election in order to offer my own analysis here about what may have motivated the voters of London, but obviously this is an historic election. Okay. April.
Josh, I want to go back to Zika. Has this administration gotten any word on the tests for treatment or the status on what next for those who have it, and also efforts to prevent? What's the status on what's happening in the lab?
Well, I don't have an updated status for you in terms of the work that's being done at the CDC and the NIH on a range of diagnostic or vaccine development. What I do know is that our public health professionals have indicated that if given additional resources, that there is more that they could do to speed up the development of critical diagnostic tools and speed up the development of a vaccine. One of the limiting factors is lab capacity, and additional resources could be devoted to expanding lab capacity that would allow for the more effective use of diagnostic tests, both in terms of using them more broadly, but also in terms of getting a more prompt response to the tests. The other thing that our public health professionals have indicated is that we're going to be relying on the private sector to do a lot of the work around the vaccine development, particularly when it comes to widespread testing and eventually the manufacturing of a vaccine. We're going to rely on the private sector that has resources that it can devote to that effort. But we know that that would require a multi-year commitment on the part of the private sector to produce a vaccine in quantities that are that large. So that's why we've made a strong case to the United States Congress that they don't just need to provide funding expeditiously, as a bipartisan group of governors has indicated, but we also need them to make a longer-term commitment to those funds so that the private sector can be confident about making their own long-term commitment that will be necessary to complete the testing and manufacture of a vaccine that could protect the American people from Zika. So this is an urgent effort that requires a long-term commitment, and those are two things that Congress isn't very good at. They aren't very good about acting quickly, and they aren't very good about making long-term commitments to things. But for the good of the American people and for the safety of our public health, we need Congress to act quickly to make a long-term commitment to the resources that our public health professionals need to keep us safe from the Zika virus.
So you have the World Health Organization, the CDC, now the governors and others are saying that this is going to be a pandemic. What are the Republicans saying to you, or to the president, or to educators here, or whomever, the reasoning as to why they are not making this an urgent issue right now?
Frankly, I don't know what good explanation there could possibly be.
Well, what is the explanation they've given you?
Well, listen, I'll leave it to Republicans to make their own case about what explanation they have for ignoring the advice of our public health professionals, ignoring the urging of our public health professionals, and not providing much-needed resources to the effort to combat Zika. We know that there are resources that could be used to expand the use of diagnostic tests and to accelerate the development of a vaccine. We also know that there are resources that can and should be used to fight mosquitoes. This is a mosquito-borne illness. And if we can provide additional resources to state and local authorities who are trying to fight mosquito populations, we can have a positive impact on reducing the spread or potential spread of this virus. So there are common sense things that Congress can and should be doing to fund the effort to protect the American people from the Zika virus. And for the life of me, I don't think that anybody can offer up a legitimate explanation for why they haven't taken these common sense steps that we know would enhance the safety and security of the American people.
This Democratic congressional leader who says, who just texted me this, there's a fear of the GOP looking like they're spending money without making cuts elsewhere as it relates to Zika, funding for Zika.
Yeah, I don't think the American people are going to think that's a very good excuse. When faced with a public health emergency, I don't think the American people are going to have much sympathy for Republicans who are concerned about political criticism from conservative right-wing ideologues. I don't think that's a very good excuse for not doing your job. And I don't think the American people are going to think that's a legitimate excuse if Republican members of Congress choose to make it in this case.
Howard, over the weekend, very powerful. How much did the president have input in this speech? It was a strong race speech, I would say. It was race. I wouldn't say it was race speech. How much input did he have in this speech? And when did he decide that it was going to be more of a race speech? I mean, it was, as you said, it was kind of moving into the future with all the issues and opportunities and obstacles that were in front of him, but it was also a huge race speech.
The president spent a lot of his own time drafting and revising that speech, and I know that he was working on it as recently as Friday afternoon. So this obviously, this is a speech that reflected his own efforts to write and edit and revise the speech in the days leading up to delivering it.
One more, maybe two more, or how many ever more of these kind of speeches before he leaves, because he is historically the first black president of the United States, and he put out some information that we've never heard put in the ways he presented him Saturday.
Well, we got 8 months to go, so stay tuned. John, nice to see you today.
Just a couple other questions. I know you asked last week on the Ben Rhodes profile. One, the article describes Ben as the single most influential voice shaping American foreign policy, aside from the president himself. Is that a characterization you'd say is accurate?
Well, there's no denying that Ben's relationship with the president and his close work with the president on a range of foreign policy issues since President Obama was merely a candidate for the president means that the president relies on Ben for a lot of advice. But what's also true is the president is fortunate to have a team of national security officials that have a lot of experience working on these issues that the president also relies on. So certainly somebody like the Secretary of State John Kerry wields a lot of influence when it comes to this administration's policy and the president's own thinking. The president has for years worked closely with Susan Rice, his national security advisor, on a range of issues. She obviously served at the United Nations, representing the United States at the United Nations for a number of years during the first term. So she is somebody who has had both influential positions as well as the kind of relationship with the president that allows her to influence his thinking. Obviously somebody like Ash Carter, somebody who has years of experience working at the Pentagon, at the Department of Defense, and he can use that experience to help the president make difficult policy decisions. So there are many people that have that play an influential role in guiding the president's thinking when it comes to a range of foreign policy issues. But Ben is, by all accounts, I think, an influential figure.
One of the things he talks about in this article is the foreign policy blob. That's something that the president has sought to kind of stand against. And the article says, according to Rhodes, the blob includes Hillary Clinton, Robert Gates, and other Iraq war promoters from both parties who now whine incessantly about the collapse of American security in Europe and the Middle East. So I'm just wondering on this, the foreign policy blob, is it the White House view that Hillary Clinton is part of that foreign policy blob, or is that just a view of Ben Rhodes?
I will say that I've spent a lot of time with Ben over the years, but also on a couple of foreign trips with long flights just in the last couple of months. I have not heard him use the term blob. I'm not suggesting that he's misquoted. I'm just saying I don't know the direct frame of reference in which he used
Do you think Hillary Clinton is part of the foreign policy blob?
Well, again, I'm not even sure what that means. But obviously, Secretary Clinton is somebody I think I would also put in the category of influencing the president's thinking and influencing this administration's policy.
A major profile of somebody who, in your words, at least, is an influential voice in forming American foreign policy, describing Hillary Clinton as something that would be a part of where the president stands on foreign policy.
Yeah. Well,
we let a little blob and put whatever word you want to use. It's clearly a derogatory description.
Well, I think.
Coming from one of the president's top
Yeah.
foreign policy.
Well, stepping back from that specific term, I think what is true is that one of the things that the incoming president of the United States vowed to do in 2009 was to bring change to Washington, D.C. And that was interpreted in a lot of ways. First, in terms of his commitment to trying to fight the influence of special interests in Washington, certainly pursuing a different kind of economic policy than the one that was pursued by the previous administration. But we've also spent a lot of time over the last 7 years, and you certainly have covered a good chunk of this, sort of pushing back against the foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C. That did support what in hindsight were really bad foreign policy decisions. One of them was to invade Iraq in 2003, something that then State Senator Barack Obama strongly opposed. So I think the point is this, is that President Obama has worked hard to implement a foreign policy that he believes strongly advances the interests of the United States around the globe, but doesn't just rely on the conventional wisdom of the foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C. Certainly the president has benefited tremendously from the advice of experienced foreign policy hands inside this administration. Vice President Biden, Secretary of State John Kerry, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, Secretary of Defense Ash Carter. These are all people that have a lot of experience in the national security establishment in Washington. But what the president has sought to do is to incorporate that advice, but also to make sure that he's thinking smartly about the most effective way to use U.S. influence, to use the United States military to advance our interests around the globe. And there is a tendency that's undeniable on the part of the foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C., to turn to the military option, in the president's view, often prematurely. And it is that kind of thinking that contributed to...
Carter and Clinton in that foreign policy establishment.
I'm including them in the category of people who've got an enormous amount of foreign policy experience that has been used to give the president excellent advice.
It looks like I might have a live event. Let me see if I do. Hold on one moment.
There's reminding voters he's won over...
Not live. We'll go back to Ernest.
I think what is also true is there is a tendency, generally, when it comes to the debate in Washington, D.C., about the foreign policy establishment in Washington, that makes, that prioritizes the use of the United States military, often in a way to sort of protect the strength of the United States. President Obama strongly believes, and I think many members of his national security team agree, that there are other ways that the United States of America can project our strength in a way that better advances our national security interests around the globe.
I guess one more quote from this. this is a quote from Ben in the story. I was wondering if you could interpret for me. The average reporter we talked to is 27 years old, and their only reporting experience consists of being around political campaigns. That's a sea change. They literally know nothing. Is that, I mean, what's exactly talking about?
Well, again, I guess at some point you'll have an opportunity to talk to him about that quote. I think what is clear is...
The average reporter you talk to?
Well, I guess looking around this room, unfortunately, not many of us meet that 27-year-old threshold. I think I can speak confidently on behalf of not just young at heart, but also young at age here.
We're the ones talking to the 27-year-old spokesman.
What I would say to you is that I can speak confidently on behalf of the President and on behalf of the White House that we obviously work hard to engage respectfully with the White House press corps that is quite serious about understanding exactly what's happening in the White House and describing that situation to your readers and listeners. And I think that everybody in this White House has worked hard to engage in that kind of respectful dialogue, not just because it advances the country's interests for the citizens to understand exactly what President Obama is doing, but also because it's critically important to our democracy. The President spoke at the White House Correspondents' Dinner just over a week ago, where he talked about how important it is for professional, independent journalists to hold people in power accountable. That is critical to the success of our democracy, and it is why the President and the rest of us here at the White House have worked hard to engage in that debate in a respectful way that reflects the need for the American public and our citizens to be informed about the issues of the day. Okay. Athena.
On Zika, given there's an active current threat from the virus on the island of Puerto Rico, and also, of course, strong ties between that island and many cities and states in the mainland, how much concern is there that the island's financial situation could contribute to more full-blown public health crisis there that could affect the mainland? And if and when or if Congress eventually allocates this money, presumably some of it will go to Puerto Rico, right?
Well, let me answer that question a couple different ways. Some of the financial turmoil in Puerto Rico is having a negative impact on the public health care system inside of Puerto Rico. And given the fact that there are reported cases of the Zika virus in Puerto Rico, this seems like a pretty bad time for investments in Puerto Rico's public health system to be cut. Yet that's exactly what the Puerto Rican government is having to do because they have not been given the restructuring authority that they need by Republicans in Congress. So there is a concern about how the interplay between these two issues could have a broader negative impact, not just on the 3 million Americans who live in Puerto Rico, but potentially on the U.S. mainland as well. So that's why the administration has prioritized both of these issues, both our efforts to try to address the financial challenges in Puerto Rico, but also to make sure that we are providing the necessary resources to state and local officials across the country to fight the Zika virus in their communities. And yes, that would include providing resources to the government in Puerto Rico to, for example, more effectively concentrate efforts to fight the mosquito population.
And also on Howard, there's a lot of things in that speech that were interesting beyond race. The president talked a lot about voting and activism and being a change agent. We talked about how America and the world, including race relations, in most ways is much better than when you graduated college. And he used a line we've heard a lot from him recently, saying that if you had to choose any time in the world history to be born and didn't know what your position would be, you'd choose now. That sounds like an implicit rebuke of Make America Great Again. In fact, that kind of sloganeering. Can we expect this to be a large part of the message to be delivered on the campaign trail in the coming months, maybe particularly to young or diverse crowds?
Well, I think I can assure you that President Obama delivered a commencement address at Howard University this weekend with the graduates of Howard University on his mind, with the class of 2016 at universities across the country thinking about entering the workforce. And he didn't have the presidential campaign on his mind. He was focused on these graduates, and he was focusing on the graduates not just at Harvard, but at colleges at Howard, but also at colleges and universities all across the country. And I recognize that political coverage is omnipresent these days, but this was a speech that was really a message to those graduates, and it does provide a lot of insight into graduates of Howard and other esteemed universities across the country. But it was not, there will be ample time for the president to make his election argument to young voters across the country. And there may be some common themes, but what the president was focused on here is delivering what I think is a powerful message to the voters, or to the graduates of Howard University.
When can we expect a decision on what the president will go, and what's being weighed? Is it logistics? Is it politics, policy, desire? What's sort of going into the decision?
Well, the president made an observation in 2009 when he traveled to Japan about his interest in traveling to Hiroshima. Given that the president's scheduled to depart for Asia in about a week and a half here, our work to plan that trip is something we need to complete relatively soon. And so we'll have more information about the president's itinerary when he's traveling in Asia relatively soon. Okay. All right. Ron.
On the commencement week, this photograph of the West Point graduates with the clenched fists, what is the president's thought about that as commander-in-chief?
I didn't talk to him about it. Obviously, the officials at West Point will be responsible for enforcing the rules of that institution, consistent with the way that they have been established. But at this point, I wouldn't weigh in with a view on behalf of the commander-in-chief just because I haven't talked to him about it.
Because it happened around the same time that commencement speech to Howard, a lot of black pride, so on and so forth, and that seems to be what some of the cadets are saying that was an expression of, and that's why I'm surprised the president hasn't thought, there's no indication of what he thinks about this or feels about this.
I just haven't talked to him about that particular issue today.
On the North Carolina situation, I'm just trying to clarify now, there was this agency review going on about funding and so forth, and now you have the lawsuit. So where does the process stand of funding cuts potentially to North Carolina because of the law?
Well, so remember, these are two different things. The first is there's a policy question to be answered about what impact this North Carolina law would have on the way in which the federal government funds some programs in the state of North Carolina. And there are a range of agencies that are considering the policy implications of the HB2. There's a separate question that was considered by the Department of Justice, independent of any White House judgment, about whether or not HB2 was consistent with the Civil Rights Law, the Civil Rights Act 1964 to be specific. And the Department of Justice issued a letter expressing their concerns about the fact that, in their view, HB2 is inconsistent with the Civil Rights Act. It does appear that this is a question that will go to the courts. So, I don't want to wade into this too far. But the policy review is being conducted at the agency level. It's still ongoing. But the Department of Justice question about whether or not this is consistent with the Civil Rights Act is something that will apparently be litigated in court.
So what is the president's view about an involvement in terms of these funding issues? Has he been aggressively pushing the agencies to look at this matter, or I think?
Well, I think it's actually the agencies themselves. Shortly after the law was passed.
Right. You said that one time, and it seemed a little bit inconceivable about how this happens in North Carolina, and then independently all these agencies, without any direction or motivation, just independently look at this issue without the president's involvement or the White House.
I think this is an indication that the agencies take their jobs pretty seriously, and they certainly are going to coordinate with one another. They're going to coordinate with the White House, and they're going to coordinate with the Department of Justice as they make these policy decisions. we obviously will want to make sure that whatever policy consequences are realized, that they are consistent across agencies. But that's a process that is ongoing. So yes, the White House is involved in that policy review process, but primarily to coordinate the activities of the agencies that are involved.
Is it conceivable that this law could defy the civil rights laws, yet still be consistent with any particular agency's policies?
Well, again, what these agencies are reviewing right now is what impact the law has on their policies.
The question is, how aggressively is the administration going to go after the funding of North Carolina now that it clearly believes that this law is violating the civil rights? It is not consistent with the civil rights laws.
Yeah. Look, I don't think this is an issue of going after North Carolina's funding. I think the question is simply a policy one. In terms of evaluating what impact this law has on policy questions related to funding that North Carolina uses for a variety of programs inside their state. So this is something that officials at a variety of agencies will consider, but we will be working to try to coordinate those decisions so that there can be a pretty consistent interpretation of this policy across agencies.
I can't help but follow up on the 27-year-old reporter question that John asked.
Yeah.
We all know Ben and have. Is it fair to say that was? It's clearly not an accurate comment. Is it fair to say that it was an unfortunate comment, or does somebody have more to say about that? It seemed like a really quite a put down of the press corps.
Well, I assure you that's, look, based on the conversations that I've had with Ben over the last couple of days, I assure you that's not how it was intended. And based on that reaction, I'm confident he would say it differently if given the chance. But look, all of you have had multiple opportunities to talk to Ben on a range of foreign policy issues, and I think all of you appreciate the commitment that he has demonstrated to working with all of you to help inform your viewers and readers. And I think that's an indication of how seriously Ben takes this process. It certainly is reflective of the approach that the White House in general has taken to working with reporters, to engaging in a public debate about the wisdom of the policies this administration has put forward. And Ben has been a persuasive advocate for the president's policies, but also an eager participant in that debate.
Right. Not to make this personal about him, it perhaps raises a larger issue of how the administration views the press corps generally and the relationship over the, I've been doing it over years or so, but it has been at times that it should be contentious. And I guess, to what extent is this some indication that the president's thinking about the press corps is not perhaps as complimentary as we'd like it to be, or as positive as we perhaps think it should be?
Yeah, I guess I would encourage you to consider the president's own words on this, and whether you want to consider the statements that the president made at the Correspondents' Dinner, or the statements that the president delivered to college journalists in this room just a couple days before the Correspondents' Dinner. In both settings, the president paid tribute to the critically important role that independent journalists have in the success of our democracy. And I think, look, as you point out, there's built-in friction between the White House press corps and the White House. That is always going to be there. And the day that it's not, the day that there is not friction between the White House press corps and the White House is the day that you guys stop doing your jobs. The day that you walk in here and you sit in the front row and you say, well, you know what, Josh, I think you just answered all my questions here at the briefing. There's not another single thing I could possibly ask about. That's the day that you haven't taken seriously your responsibilities to push and prod and hold the administration and the president accountable for the decisions that he's making and for the consequences of those decisions. And I think the fact that I come out here and stand here for an hour and a half every day to answer your questions is an indication that we take that process quite seriously.
Do you think that in the coming months and weeks that the president might increase his level of engagement with the press? And I remember struck that day that he stood here and took about many questions from the students, but his interactions with us are, I would say, more limited. Perhaps not over the course of the whole. I mean, there's a lot of ways to parse this, obviously. Yeah. But the question is, can there be, or given some of what's been said here and what's been taught here, do you think the president might rethink the level of access engagement that he has with the press corps? Does he feel that's appropriate?
I think look, last Friday the president stood at this podium and delivered an opening statement and took 4 questions from people in this room, and I think that's an indication of the president's commitment to engaging with all of you and answering your questions and being accountable to you and to the American public for the decisions that he's making. And look, if there's ever a day that you guys walk in this room and say, you know what, I think we've heard enough from the president today, or you know what, we've gotten all kinds of questions that we've been able to ask the president, it's a day that you stop doing your job. You're supposed to sit there and say, why can't we get more access to the president? Why can't the president spend more time answering our questions? That's your job. That's what you're supposed to advocate for. And that's the nature of our arrangement here. I think the question really is not whether or not the White House press corps is going to be satisfied with the number of questions the president has taken from the press corps. You shouldn't be. I think the question is there a commitment institutionally on the part of the White House that starts at the top to answering as many questions as possible and spending the time necessary to help the American people and the journalists who cover the White House the most understand exactly what's happening here. And I think I'm quite proud, and I think the president's quite proud of the efforts that we undertake on a daily basis to help all of you understand exactly what the president's doing and why he's doing it. And to be clear, the president understands that's part of his job. Part of the job of the president of the United States is to communicate with the American public, and certainly to participate and engage in a process where you have independent journalists who've got
we have some
years of
breaking news.
experience
We're going to
either
head
on
over to
campaign
national
North
discussion that we're having. When Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and banned sex discrimination in employment, it did not believe that it was resolving this question of how we should deal with gender dysphoria in public settings, in private settings, in employment, and in housing, in school dormitories, and all the rest. When Congress passed Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 and banned sex discrimination by schools receiving federal financial assistance, it did not purport to resolve the question about how we respond to individuals who are experiencing gender dysphoria. But again, this administration, this Department of Justice, have taken it upon themselves to usurp the authority of the people and their representatives by rewriting these 2 statutes, which Congress never intended to reach these difficult and thorny questions. When Attorney General Lynch says that those of us who support HB 2 and who support Governor McCrory's lawsuit, and support the legislator's lawsuit, are motivated by fear or misunderstanding, I reject that. I invite her to listen to our voices, to hear what we have to say about this issue, and not just assume that our motivations are coming from a place of animosity. That is not true. We love and would like to reach out to our transgender neighbors in a spirit of cooperation. But this lawsuit that the administration has filed and the enormous threat that it's placed not just on the government of North Carolina, but really on every business in the United States that's covered by Title VII, short circuits that kind of conversation. And again, it is inappropriate for the executive branch to usurp the authority of the Congress and rewrite these statutes. And that's why we stand today with Governor McCrory and the legislature in their challenge to the department's lawless actions. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly Fedoric, legal counsel with Alliance Defending Freedom. Today, this afternoon, just a few hours ago, U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch said that protecting the privacy of citizens, protecting the privacy of our children, brings no benefit to society. And we're here today to say that that is not true. That what Governor McCrory did when he passed HB 2 was to protect the privacy of every North Carolinian citizen, protect every one of our children, protect their privacy, protect their dignity, and to protect their safety. Americans all over this country have an expectation of privacy when they enter into a restroom or a locker room, and they expect that there will not be a member of the opposite sex there. And it's more than an expectation. It's a right. That right is secured by the Constitution. It's the right to privacy. And today and last week, the federal government has launched an attack against that right. Americans deserve that those governing them will uphold and follow the law. And instead, the Obama administration continues to illegally distort the law and ignore legal precedent to benefit powerful Washington lobbying groups and other interests. But let me be clear. HB 2 and protecting privacy in the restroom is perfectly consistent with federal law. That includes Title VII and it includes Title IX. And the government and the Obama administration and the Department of Justice should be ashamed of themselves for attempting to establish a new and inaccurate interpretation of what Title VII and Title IX say. Today, Governor McCrory is to be commended for standing up for the people he represents and refusing to put a price tag on the privacy and safety of women and girls. Unfortunately, the Department of Justice has put a price tag on our privacy. And today, as North Carolinians and as Americans, we must stand up to that, and we commend the the Governor and the General Assembly for fighting back and for standing up for the privacy and safety of all citizens, and to ensure that the federal government, does not continue in its bullying tactics, spreading falsehoods about what federal law requires. Thank you. At this point, we will take any questions that anyone might have. Sure, individual. Yeah, we'll take individuals.
Just come get whoever you need.
All right. Can we start with you?
Okay.
It's real loud.
It's a good thing you all know which one is yours.
Just like our kids.
Good analogy. All right, so that was North Carolina responding to Attorney General Loretta Lynch earlier today. I'm going to take you to her original speech next. This happened approximately an hour ago. Loretta Lynch announcing that they were filing their own lawsuit against the state of North Carolina for their bathroom law.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. I am joined by Ivanka Trump, head of the Civil Rights Division here at the Department of Justice. We are here to announce a significant law enforcement action regarding North Carolina's Public Facilities Privacy and Security Act, also known as House Bill 2. Now, the North Carolina General Assembly passed House Bill 2 in special session on March 23rd of this year. The bill sought to strike down an anti-discrimination provision in a recently passed Charlotte, North Carolina ordinance, as well as to require transgender people in public agencies to use the bathrooms consistent with their sex as noted at birth, rather than the bathrooms that fit their gender identity. The bill was signed into law that same day, and in so doing, the legislature and the governor placed North Carolina in direct opposition to federal laws prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sex and gender identity. More to the point, they created state-sponsored discrimination against transgender individuals who simply seek to engage in the most private of functions in a place of safety and security, a right taken for granted by most of us. Last week, our Civil Rights Division notified state officials in North Carolina that House Bill 2 violates federal civil rights laws. We asked that they certify by the end of the day today that they would not comply with or implement House Bill 2's restriction on restroom access. An extension was requested by North Carolina and was under active consideration. But instead of replying to our offer or providing a certification, this morning the state of North Carolina and its governor chose to respond by suing the Department of Justice. As a result of their decisions, we are now moving forward. Today, we are filing a federal civil rights lawsuit against the state of North Carolina, Governor Pat McCrory, the North Carolina Department of Public Safety, and the University of North Carolina. We are seeking a court order declaring HB 2's restroom restriction impermissibly discriminatory, as well as a statewide bar on its enforcement. Now, while the lawsuit currently seeks declaratory relief, I want to note that we retain the option of curtailing federal funding to the North Carolina Department of Public Safety and the University of North Carolina as this case proceeds. But this action is about a great deal more than bathrooms. This is about the dignity and the respect that we accord our fellow citizens and the laws that we as a people and as a country have enacted to protect them, indeed, to protect all of us. And it's about the founding ideals that have led this country, haltingly but inexorably, in the direction of fairness, inclusion, and equality for all Americans. This is not the first time that we have seen discriminatory responses to historic moments of
We have a
progress
tornado
for
out of
our
Oklahoma. We're going to take you there right now. All right, this is in Elmore City, Oklahoma.
Yeah, we got really excited.
All right, again, Elmore City, Oklahoma. We are looking at a live tornado. I'm gonna drop that lower third so you can have a better visual.
Impressive pre-cloud.
Yeah, I think that's all we can do. Now you're looking to the southeast of us, due southeast. Okay. Come on, Rob, let's go.
All right, so we're looking at this live tornado out of Elmore City, Oklahoma. The population is 2,000.
We need to go. We need to find a road to the next one and go east.
It was named after J.O. Elmore. There are two main highways running through Elmore City. One of the highways is Oklahoma State Highway 9, which is Oklahoma State Highway 7 north-south. It is about 12 miles west of Wynwood. I mean, it looks like we're with some storm chasers here. They're trying to get away from that tornado and they're holding us live. Again, our probably going to be a little sketchy because
because
of the storm, and they're trying to give us visuals, but also keep a safe distance. Again, during the 2010 census, it was reported that there are 697 people that are in Elmore City, Oklahoma.
Someone's coming. Please.
Keep it pointed up there. Okay, so is this the road that goes east?
I think it is a road. So next road is 1680. I think it keeps shouldn't be too terrible.
Yeah, I can't, damn it. Okay, right now the tornado's still the same size, but there's a huge moving pretty slowly. You know, it hasn't really moved too much here in the last few minutes. So we're gonna go go east. The roads down here are pretty bad. We're trying.
David, right, I'm on Highway 29 east of I-35 looking back to the southwest, and I've got a very violent tornado now just to my southwest. Very large debris cloud. I'm going to agree, it's going to be at least probably an EF2 tornado. Very strong, violent winds right there at the surface, as well as the mesocyclone, the rotation all the way up to the base of the storm is rotating at high speed. Velocity. So this looks like it's going to be a very long track tornado, very large tornado continuing now. And it looks like it may be trying to become more like a stovepipe shaped tornado. And that's when it's basically a very cylinder shape from the base of the storm all the way to the ground. A lot of debris now being like a debris shield now starting to develop right around the sides of the tornado. So right now I'm going to continue to watch this. I may have to move just a little bit to the east. It does look like it is moving probably about 25-30 miles per hour. So it's going to be just to my southwest. Now it is still moving east-northeast. Is that correct? Because it's not really moving too much to my left. It looks like it's coming more towards my location. Yeah, just now it became more of just a real small cone, but there's still a very large debris field on the ground and around the actual tornado.
Looked like it was weakening there for just a few seconds. It actually it's getting smaller. It's not as intense as it was just a few minutes ago, but it still is on the ground. But yeah, as you can see, it's still on the ground, but it's not as big as it was.
Okay, I've got debris falling on me. This is Bobby. Do you want me to start heading east towards 177 or just hang tight?
All right, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at live coverage of a severe storm in Oklahoma. You're looking at live images of this tornado. Looks like we just lost it, guys. We just lost it. The feed might be in and out again. The satellite feed is going to be spotty because of the weather conditions. But stay with us, guys. We'll make sure to give you as much coverage as possible right now. It appears that we are looking at the view from inside of a vehicle. It looks like the reporter, the cameraman that was on the scene is trying to avoid the tornado that's in their path. Again, guys, we'll continue to bring you live streaming coverage.
Yeah, it's probably the best way. It really gets rough once you get used to I-35. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, it's rotating really fast. I'm in a debris path right here. So are we gonna be able to get around that? What is that over there?
The power line's right in front of you.
Okay. Oh wow, there's a house that's been destroyed here. Yeah, it looks like there's a house that's been destroyed here. I'm trying to get some information, but it doesn't look good. It looks like it's completely level.
Power lines are on the ground. I'll be real careful.
road will be blocked in front of you guys.
It's still blocked?
We got a house totally destroyed right here. Another one damaged.
Is everybody okay in here?
We haven't found anybody yet.
Oh boy, okay.
All right, guys, I'm going to remove the lower third from the screen so we have a better view of this damage. It's really devastating. According to the reporter on the scene, it looks like a house has been completely leveled
Yeah,
due
I'm
to the
talking
tornado.
to the local people, and they're saying all the roads are blocked, so I'm going to have to find a new route.
And it looks like we now have gotten aerials from our Fox affiliate out in Oklahoma. Again, live tornado coverage. All right, guys, you're looking at live aerials coming out of Oklahoma. You can just see the severe damage that has resulted. Joining me now is Dave Muncie. Dave, it's been a while since you've been up here, with me at least.
It has been, yes. I was here last week for something, but it wasn't with you, it was someone else. But
I mean, this is a major weather occurrence.
this is a major weather occurrence. This is a low pressure system moving through that area very, very rapidly. That's the good news, that it's moving very rapidly. The other, I guess, if you're looking for the silver lining to the cloud here, is I haven't studied this tremendously yet. I've just gotten in here a little bit ago, but this looks like it's what we refer to as a closed low. And that means that it's rather tightened up. It's not affecting a huge area. I'm not sure. I think there was a tornado yesterday in Oklahoma. Not sure how many there have been today. I'm thinking at least 2 from the storm, but not as many as there could be. This low is moving fast, and as you can see it, when you look at that, if you can look at this, you can see how fast it's moving. It's already up to St. Louis, that whole system. But then you look back at Oklahoma, and right there, you see more development. Right there, see, so more stuff coming in, more stuff developing, which is always dangerous. But at this point in time, with the kind of weather situation you're looking at, there may not be a lot of tornadic activity. What we've seen is an indicator that, normally in a storm, if this storm was really going wild, you might have seen 3, 4, 5 tornadoes already. From it. So I see the damage. I know that the people that got hit, it's horrible to have that. I've been through a few tornadoes living in North Dakota, but these folks get a lot of that kind of weather, and this is one of those quick-moving ones, one of these that's in and out of there very, very rapidly. But as I mentioned, as you look at the map, you can see, especially if you look just a little south of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, right there. You start
Yeah.
seeing more development.
Right.
And so I'm a little worried about that. These storms in that part of the country can get going pretty good.
Yeah, we have some live video coming in from that area. You can see how rainy it is. The feed is a bit spotty, but you can tell that this is coming
Right,
from,
yeah.
this is from inside a news vehicle, and they're just
And the
getting through.
insult to injury here is the storm comes through and rips your roof off, and then the rain comes after that and destroys anything that's left inside. So yeah, they're going to get the heavy rains for a while. These are storm chasers that we're watching right here. And you're right, yeah, it kind of blanks in and out
Right.
as they're going along, but they're right in the heat of it, so that's what you're going to see when you use raw footage from these guys. That's a pretty good looking, that is a pretty good looking rainstorm right there. They're going to get some good rain out of that. And this is the time of season that these things start to pick up and start to develop a little bit more. It's spring, and in that part of the country, that this is the kind of weather that they do have. So it does get carried away. But look how fast that storm is moving. That storm is moving. It's like I said, it's already up into the St. Louis area,
right. Wow, that was fast.
and will cause problems for them later tonight. That may have been one of the lows that came through here. As a matter of fact, I hadn't tracked it. I just when I came in started to see this weather start busting loose in Oklahoma.
Wow.
Yeah, you don't get you're from Northern California, right?
Central California.
Yeah, and I'm sure they've had a tornado or two over there, but it's not a big area for tornadoes, so you probably don't know a lot about
I mean,
tornadoes.
my familiarity with tornadoes growing up in California had to do with watching The Wizard of Oz, truthfully. I mean,
Yeah.
when you're in California, you don't really witness tornadoes too much.
Well, in North Dakota, we had the scare. We had a few of them touch down. When I was a child, we had one of them rip up West Fargo, North Dakota, and there was a lot of damage. I think there were some injuries. I don't think anybody was killed, but there was a lot of damage, and it's stuff that sticks with you. We were always in the basement when the siren would go off. We had the fire siren that went off, and everybody would head for the basement. If you were at a friend's house, you went to their basement. That was just the drill when you lived in tornado country.
Right.
And as a kid, I don't know that I don't know if I was afraid of tornadoes, but when the siren went off, I went to a shelter. I
Yeah,
most
you
certainly went
weren't
to
going
a
to mess
shelter.
around.
Yeah, but I don't know that I walked around in fear of tornadoes. You know, it wasn't something you could see. You could see the cloud building in the morning. You could kind of tell late that something was going to happen later in the day. There was a stillness to the air. Everything just kind of went still before something happened, before a big tornado warning or something like that. And it was usually very humid, very uncomfortable, kind of sticky. And but the thing that really you notice is the wind just stops for a moment. Everything just kind of stops. And you know then it's probably time to start looking for a shelter, at least know where one is, that's for sure. But these folks in Oklahoma, they know the drill on this.
Right.
And that's why year after year, even when you have these horrible tornadoes, the death toll is way down. The injury toll is way down. Because, like I said, they know the drill. They know how to get out of the way of these things.
Know how to be
they
safe.
know, and like I said, it's not that I ran around having a fearing that a tornado was going to get me, but I did have a great fear of tornadoes.
Right.
And they do as well, so they know what to do and how to hide from them, unless it's just too powerful and blows their house apart. You know, things like that happen.
And we did look at some live aerials a few minutes ago where we did see houses leveled, trees knocked over. So, I mean, it got through there quickly, but it did its damage.
Oh yeah, no, and I saw some of the damage. I saw some of the houses were just flattened, and I saw some of the trees. You know, when you rip a 70-year-old tree out of the ground, you're doing some good damage there. So no, it's very powerful, but very fast moving. And the point of that is a storm that powerful moving slower, lots more damage, lots more chance for injury and death. So that's the good news, if there is any good news
Do any other cities have to prepare for a possible tornado in
Well,
that
I would
region?
imagine that I haven't looked, but when I look at this, I would imagine that St. Louis and people all along that area, although it does fall apart, it's not as powerful as it gets up there. They know that that's the same storm system that just caused all of these problems in Oklahoma, so that I'm sure they're going to be very wary of it and alert to what's happening.
Right.
And you know, when they can put out a watch, which means that there's activity in the area. When they put out a warning basically means that it's happening, that something's happening, that a tornado is forming, that they've seen a funnel cloud, something like that. When a warning is given, something's going on. So they can give a lot of advisories. They can give some watches and get people alerted to these things. And I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're way ahead of it. But once again, I keep looking back at Oklahoma and that development that we see right there in the center of the state, right there, just another line of storms. And if you just keep your eye on the words Oklahoma and about where the O is, right there, you'll see that line of storms. And it's north to south. It's just a pretty good line of storms that's redeveloping in that very same area. Not as big, but certainly some more storms in there, which will bring some rain, which would be a real problem for those folks that have had their roofs ripped off and might still have some savable items in the house.
Right.
I think that's the first thing that someone thinks of. We had a flood once, and even though I was a child at the time, our house got flooded, and I mean water really got inside, and I was. After the flood was gone, I knew the house was very damaged, but I kept thinking, I wonder what of my stuff survived. You know, as a kid, selfish. I hope some of my shirts and pants.
Your toys.
Well, I was my toys at that time were baseball bats and gloves and things like that. And yeah, I was hoping nothing survived. So we had a fire once too, and the fire destroyed everything, burnt everything. And so, yeah, different things come into your life and take things away, and you have to learn how to deal with it. My parents, I mean, as a kid, you learn to lean to your parents to take care of that stuff. And I'm sure my parents were looking at it much differently than I was at the time. But that's the thing with these storms. These storms come along, they ruin the structure, and then the rain comes after and does even more damage. So that's the problem that they're looking at in Oklahoma right now, especially with the redevelopment of those storms and that storm system that has moved on way up to the north. You still see some thunderstorm activity in that storm system, but it has quieted down quite a bit.
And our feed keeps cutting in and out, the feed that we're getting from Oklahoma, I think because of the storms. We're not getting a clear connection.
That probably is true, probably what's happening. Our weather is going to be a little bit different than that. Our weather is going to be kind of sunny, dry, and warming. We're going to see our temperatures get back into the 90s and go up from there as well. So, yeah, we'll see some changes as well around here. It was a great weekend, a great Mother's Day weekend for all the moms and for all the dads who were planning things for the moms and the boyfriends and all those guys that were planning a special something. I think the weekend turned out pretty good. There was a little glitch here and there in our weather as we went through the weekend, and that might very well be the low pressure system that went through here. That's causing that trouble in Oklahoma.
Interesting.
Yeah, that system that we had was a pretty good one. It got the winds going. It created a little bit of havoc throughout the entire weekend, as far as a little chance for rain here and there. And when those things get into the plains, they get a lot more powerful. They get a lot more moisture wrapped around them.
Right.
Yeah, that's a big tornado. That picture right there that you showed, that's beautiful.
Yeah, we can
Somebody
show the
got
viewers
it. Yeah,
that.
wow.
Give me a second while I pull that up for the viewers.
Elmore City, is that where that?
Well, that's where the tornado that we were looking at was, and we originally had just a live feed of this tornado as it was actually.
That's a beauty there. You're gonna put that on, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna put that on the screen.
There we go. Look at that. Wow.
That is an image.
That's a classic. Elmore City, Oklahoma. is where that is. Okay.
It was big.
And do we have any reports of injuries or death or anything like that?
No, we don't have any of
I
that
haven't seen
information right
anything
now.
on that at this point in time. So
No information on that yet. I could check Twitter, but
I was watching some of the coverage on it, and I had not heard if anyone had been hurt.
now we're seeing that there are reports of another tornado in Garvin, Oklahoma.
See, that's that other storm that's developing there.
Garvin, Oklahoma, Norman, Oklahoma. Tornado sounds.
Yep.
Tornado siren sounding in Norman, Oklahoma.
And so, yeah, they're experiencing that second storm system that's going through there. It doesn't look tremendously big to us on a great big map like that, but to them, that's right in their backyard. So that's going to give them a little bit of trouble. So they're sounding again in Norman this time. So once again, people are scattering and gathering in the basements or in the shelters of wherever they might find themselves.
Right.
I mean, I would imagine a lot of the people that are watching right now have been through tornadoes and have been through tragedies like that. Tornadoes hit a lot of the part of the country, and as you know, if you bring that subject up somewhere, you're going to find a few people that are going to go, "Yeah, we've been through that. We had one at our house, or one in our city, or one down the road from us." Something like that, especially if you live in the Midwest at all, or the Southern Plains. Lots of that activity.
Wow.
Well, I'll go gather some more information.
Okay.
And maybe I'll adjust my maps a little bit so we can follow that storm and see where it's going, and maybe even get in close on Norman and see what's happening there. And then I'll check back with you in a few minutes and we'll see what's going on.
Thanks, Dave
Okay,
Muncy.
we'll be back.
And I will work on getting information via Twitter, guys. Let's check in with the Fox affiliate in Oklahoma, see what they're reporting right now. Again, everyone, it is a very spotty feed, so we will be going in and out of this feed that we have here on News Now. Here's another look from a different camera that we have. Look at that storm, quite massive. We're going to continue to bring you guys coverage of this storm from all angles. We also have the radar for you guys. We are tracking this storm. We're going to go back now to the live feed from the reporter's vehicle. So what you guys are looking at in the large portion of your screen, I know it doesn't look like a traditional tornado, but this is considered a tornado. Apparently it's described as a wedge tornado that you are looking at right now. I'm going to go ahead and move the lower third so you guys can see the bottom of it. Wedge tornado. All right, joining me once again, Dave Muncy. We are looking at some of our live coverage of the storm out in Oklahoma. I know you've been working on some stuff. You have a couple updates for us.
Well, this second storm is looks like it's a much better storm than the first storm. The first storm was very powerful. This second storm is powerful, but not moving as fast. So there could be some more damage with this. There's also a rather large tornado near Norman, Oklahoma right now. It's referred to as a wedge tornado. And it has a very, very big base on it. So
right, it doesn't look like a giant cloud. It doesn't look like your
like
traditional
a giant mushroom.
funnel cloud.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, it's real fat at the bottom, and has a kind of a hooded top over the top of it. So it's a very ugly looking system. And do you have our radar up here? We can take a little look there. I've got a few things that I can show you for that area. As we get into it, this second storm is really a big storm system. As you get a look at that right now in there, you can kind of see that thing exploding by the word Dallas there, and then right after that, another little jam. We'll get down in closer, and then you see it going here, and then here comes the second storm right in here, and that one is really something. That one's really got some good elements to it. This is where the first tornado touched down. That's Elmore City, south of Oklahoma City.
That's a cool graphic that you have there.
And then, well, it shows you where it is for sure, doesn't it? Yeah. And then this is where the storm is headed. You can see we're up by St. Louis, where now that's remnants of the storm finding its way up there. And you can see some of that stuff kind of branching off into the upper plains as well. And then we go to our warnings chart. You can see not only do we have warnings for tornadoes, we also have warnings for severe thunderstorm activity. And it's through that entire area. We go north of there, we find a few more of them. Severe thunderstorm warnings go way north of there. Look at just south of Lincoln, tornado warnings throughout Nebraska as well, in a few different places. So it's a mess out there. This is what we call the future cast. So you can kind of see that there's going to be a little bit of active weather down in that area for a while. I was showing some stuff in the west where that was coming from, but as you can see there, there we go. Now we're getting into ours, and I haven't changed the byword on that
so
yet.
We'll
it should be
the
warmer.
Live images instead.
Yeah, that should have said warmer. So yeah, now we're back to this, and boy, I'll tell you, this right here is a real good. Oh, you've got that up. That really shows the storm system.
Again, our feed is spotty coming out of there, probably because of the storm.
And they're probably in a car sending a wireless feed, so. They're going to be interrupted by the storm. Boy, that's a low cloud right there. It looks like they almost won't be able to get underneath it, doesn't it? And look at the rain increasing in front of them as they roll through that. So, yeah, it's interesting to see all that. That's quite a cloud there. But anyway, I just thought that I would come by and update you on it. Lots of warnings and watches even north of there now. And a new storm system starting to work its way in there. So I will keep my eye on it. I'll come back, give you some more information if some more things start happening, okay?
Thanks, Dave Muncy.
All righty,
Stay
real
safe,
good.
Oklahoma. I'm going to go ahead and check Twitter, see if there are any new updates there. Again, guys, we are giving you continuous coverage of this major storm in Oklahoma. I have another feed right here of a different point of view. Let me go ahead and pull that up for you. This feed coming in from the camera inside the news vehicle. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and pull up this ground feed for you. You can see that there is a rainbow that has appeared not too far from the location of this major storm. Then you have this massive wedge tornado. So we have a couple different feeds. You have this one over here of the storm and the rainbow that has resulted. And then you have this feed here of the wedge tornado. All right, guys, we have a couple feeds. One feed looking at some of the damage that has resulted out in Oklahoma because of this tornado, and then we have this other feed right here. We're going to be monitoring both and giving you guys live updates right here on News Now. Joining me now is Robert. I had no idea that you were from Oklahoma and you have a meteorology degree.
Yeah, I grew up in the northeastern Oklahoma. I was born in Tulsa, and then I went to school at the University of Oklahoma and got my degree in meteorology with a minor in journalism and became a photographer. I actually worked at the ABC affiliate there in Oklahoma City and chased many tornadoes.
So this is really familiar to you, all of this?
Yeah, I've seen this quite a few times. The funny story is when I graduation, my last final I took was on May 3rd, 1999. That's when they had a super outbreak of like 77 tornadoes. One of them which went through more that was F5 at the time. It's now been, the scale's been brought up to EF scale. Back then it was F5, so it was the strongest tornado scale at the time went through. So that was kind of like my final project, to survive an F5 tornado that was coming towards my apartment.
So we have a couple of feeds right now. I'm going to show the viewers. So this one is a kind of a ground shot. This one's capturing some of the damage that's already been done. I'm assuming this feed is coming in from our Fox affiliate, a camera inside their
Well, all the
vehicle.
television stations in the Oklahoma City area have the GoPro cameras like we have
Right,
here
so that's-
on their news vehicles that are streaming their videos or driving around. So this
Right.
could be from one of the television stations or a freelance storm chasers, because I know all the television stations use freelancers as well.
Okay, like storm chasers.
Storm chasers, and that with the technology getting the way it is, you can put a camera and a streaming device on pretty much anything.
Right, and I want to switch to this one now because they just zoomed in on this.
Yeah, this is kind of, I was looking at this when they had the wider shot. It was really an ominous looking cloud. What this
Right.
is a wall cloud. It's a lowering from the main part of the storm, also known as a mesocyclone. And when they pulled out a little wider, you could see the striations in the cloud, which indicates that it is rotating. It kind of looks like, if anybody wants to know what that means, the striations of the cloud. If
Right.
you ever look like an upside down Dairy Queen ice cream cone, and you see the
Yeah.
striations on that show that the mesocyclone is rotating. So right now they're looking towards the top of the rotation. You see the kind of lowering and the kind of the funnel. Yeah, you can see the striations there on the cloud as it's doing, and it was kind of tilted at the time, so it looked like it was getting some shear and kind of going off to the kind of being sheared by the winds. But now the shear looks like it's kind of straightening out, where it's going more up and down, straight up and down, instead of at an angle. But definitely you can see the rotation in that. And at some of where people want to know where this is directly east of Norman or southeast of Oklahoma City. In the background you can see a lake. That's Lake Thunderbird, which is just to the east of Norman. And some of the shots you can see the downtown Oklahoma City skyline. So
wow.
the helicopter is actually to the east of the storm, looking back, or to the southeast of the storm, looking back to the northwest at it.
Wow.
So yeah, and it's pretty ominous right there. This is what you would call a LP type storm, or light precipitation. And actually,
What's that right there that we're looking at?
it looks like you could be seeing possibly a touchdown. You can see the background of Oklahoma City in the background.
Right.
You're seeing, it's hard to tell. The thing is with a tornado is just rotating column of air.
Right.
So what you're looking for is a funnel, but not all the time you see the funnel go all the way down to the ground.
Right.
So you're looking towards the ground to see any spin ups or any rotations of the winds on the ground, and once you see that, then the tornado is on the ground. So that was probably a possibility of a little spin up coming off of it, but they're kind of panning over now, and that is definitely what you call the perfect definition of a lowering wall cloud. You can see it kind of.
So how damaging could this be? How threatening is it?
Oh,
what kind of damage could this do?
Well, right now with a tornado not on the ground, we're not seeing any spin ups. It would be in the low category tornado, which would be in the probably 90 to 100 mile per hour winds, which, as you know, with any severe storms coming through, that can damage house, tree branches, flip a car.
I mean, we've already seen homes damaged, trees knocked over.
Right now,
not from but from the previous tornado that we were watching.
Yeah, right now what the stations are doing are warning people, because it is a tornado warned thunderstorm right now. And I'll just read the tornado warning real quick. It states, as of 5:15 Central Time, a tornado warning remains in effect until 5:30 for northwestern Potawatomi and east central Cleveland counties. At 5:14 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located over eastern Norman or over Little Axe, moving east at 20 miles an hour. So it's moving kind of slow. That's also bad on the damage scale, because the slower the storm moves, the longer that tornado can be over houses and stuff. If it moves fast, it's not as bad.
Right. Apparently, the National Weather Service said that the potential for damage is catastrophic.
Yeah, there was another tornado going on at the same time that we were looking at. It was down towards Sulphur. It's now towards Roth. That one they put out what was called a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation.
Wow.
They only put those out
PDS?
Particularly dangerous situation, and it puts that out when there is a tornado emergency going through. In fact, I saw in the tornado warning thing that tornado emergency was actually put out, and they only put that out if you're going to get hit by a tornado. And when you get speeds that are up there towards the stronger ends of the tornado, you have to be underground or in a reinforced shelter to really not have any physical harm to you.
I want to go ahead and pull up this radar here, just so we can show the viewers.
Yeah, that's showing the radar. Yeah, it actually had, when it was going through Sulphur, just a textbook hook echo on it. And when I looked at the velocities, they were gate to gate, showing that the winds were going as strong as the Doppler radar could indicate towards the radar and away. So showing that it was pretty strong. But yeah, this one is the Norman storm, and it is, man, it's just a classical.
Wow, look at that. That is so. It's like unlike anything I've seen, here in Arizona. And I've never seen anything like it in California.
I mentioned the John Hook. I was like, it looked like something you would see in movies like CGI that they would do if they were making it. It is quite impressive. Taking a look at it, and that's a helicopter news9.com. That's KWTV, the CBS affiliate out of Oklahoma City. Their helicopter.
Wow.
They're kind of rotating. And I talked to the helicopter pilots when I was there. You're like, how could a helicopter fly in the tornado?
Right.
And the pilots who've done this could tell me is if you stay about 5 miles away from it, you're not affected by the winds as much.
Interesting.
It's not as bad. So.
I mean, I guess it's like when we cover dust storms here in Arizona.
Yeah,
we have our
as long as you're in front
up.
of the dust, yeah, you're fine. When you get in the dust, that's when you get into the turbulence.
Right.
And stuff. But yeah, it's still showing in that wall cloud formation. I haven't seen a touchdown, but I was saying that the LP tornado, as an HP, heavy precipitation, would be a rain-wrapped, what people call rain-wrapped tornado. You would not be able to see it. You just see rain and maybe some power flashes. Here you can see all the way through the bottom of the wall cloud and beyond.
Right.
So this is kind of a LP or light precipitation type storm. I'm gonna go back on my phone on the radar and see. Looks like they put out another tornado warning. They updated it for this storm. Came out at about 3 minutes ago. The National Weather Service in Norman has issued tornado warning for northwestern Pottawatomie County in central Oklahoma and northwestern Cleveland County in central Oklahoma until 6 o'clock Central Time.
Wow, so they've extended it. It was earlier it was just till 5:30, and now they've extended it because you said it was slow moving.
They're saying a tornado was located near Pink, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Hazard damaging tornado and golf ball size hail. And source weather trained weather spotters and local media have confirmed brief tornadoes remain possible with this storm. The impact is flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to rooftops, windows, vehicles will occur, and tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include the towns of Shawnee, Tecumseh, Pink, Stella, Dale, Bethel, Acres, and Little Axe. And this includes Interstate 40 between mile marker 176 and 186. So they're also including the I-40 locations as it's moving up that direction, which is particularly dangerous because you have drivers driving on the highway.
Is it a busy area? I mean, this isn't Oklahoma City.
It's not
more
Oklahoma City,
rural, right?
but it's more when you get out towards Shawnee. That's like the suburbs of Oklahoma City. Shawnee, a lot of people who commute to work outside there, so you still have quite a few cars.
How far is this from downtown Oklahoma City?
Shawnee is about 25 miles from downtown Oklahoma City.
Okay, so it's still the greater Oklahoma City area.
Yeah,
it's like if something were happening in Mesa.
Yeah,
relative to downtown Phoenix.
The best way to describe it is if you had Phoenix, it would be probably past Buckeye.
Okay.
So.
Got it.
In that direction.
Interesting.
Yeah, just still watching the wall cloud. They haven't zoomed in any spin-ups on the ground. They have said that there's been confirmed small tornadoes that come down from it. Looks like we've lost the...
Momentarily lost that feed, so we're going to take you guys to the radar. Oh, looks like we've gotten our...
Oh, now we have a ground crew.
Yes. A ground view of that same massive cloud.
Yep.
So is it referred to as a cloud up until the... I'm hearing terms like wedge tornado. I mean, what...
A wedge tornado is what they indicate when the whole entire mesocycle, that whole entire rotating area basically looks like it's coming close and touching the ground.
So earlier when it was very close to the ground, that's what it was being described.
Well, until it actually touches the ground, it's not a tornado.
Okay.
It's still a mesocyclone or a wall cloud.
Right, okay.
You see a storm chaser here on the ground, kind of following it. And that's another thing, with how slow they're moving, 20 miles an hour, it makes it easier for storm chasers to get up to
right.
When we were storm chasing, if it was 35 miles an hour or more, you basically had to get in position and watch it went by. Because it was just moving too fast to be able to do it. So.
And any viewers tuning in, if you have any questions for Robert, who is from Oklahoma, is a meteorologist, why don't you go ahead and tweet me, SamiaFox10. I have a screen up in front of me. I will see your tweets as they come in, and we can ask him your tornado questions.
Okay, we're back showing the large mesocyclone that's coming off a storm that's east of Norman or to the southeast of Oklahoma City. It's moving kind of northeast the way the tornado warning is looking at on it. But man, that is just, you can see the striations. The thing is definitely rotating. And anytime you have a situation when it's rotating like that, you can have a tornado at any time. That's why they put out tornado warnings. That's why they're warning the people there in Oklahoma and Shawnee, Bethel Acres, to take cover.
Mm-hmm.
And when they say take cover, the tornado warnings, we don't get them so often that we know them. But when living up and growing in Oklahoma, my whole life, that every spring it was kind of a rite of passage. You could have heard the same things. You want to get to the lowest level of your home. If you have a two-story home, you want to get the lowest level. You want to be in like the northeast corner room. Things you want to put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible.
Oh my
And
gosh.
usually those tornadoes will move from the southwest to the northeast. So if you go to the northeast corner room, an interior room without any windows, like an interior bathroom, you've heard of many houses being leveled and like just the bathroom was still there. That's because of the pipes and everything, they believe. So get into a bathtub, cover yourself up with a sheet or a blanket to protect yourself from flying debris. Every spring they would test the tornado sirens in Oklahoma, and to hear that air raid siren was pretty ominous.
All right, guys, we are going to continue our tornado coverage in just a couple minutes, but we are going live now to another feed. We're going to bring things back locally. Officer who was shot over the weekend being released from the hospital. Again, the deputy released today from the Scottsdale Osborne Hospital. The family will not be speaking. The officer will not be speaking. But we are getting this live feed in now of the officer being released from the hospital. Just to clarify, he is a Maricopa County Sheriff's deputy. I heard reports that it's possible Sheriff Arpaio may be there. If he is there, he may be speaking in the media. We shall wait and see. And those of you just joining us for our live tornado coverage, we will go back to it momentarily, but we are bringing you this live feed from the hospital where a Maricopa County Sheriff's deputy who was shot was just released. It looks like Sheriff Joe Arpaio is there. He may be speaking to the media. We are carrying this live, and we will go back to Oklahoma tornado storm damage and live coverage of the current potential tornado right after we wrap up this story.
All right, guys, we saw the deputy release. If Sheriff Joe Arpaio does indeed talk, we will go back to this feed, but in the meantime, we're going to take you back now to Oklahoma so you get a live look at that tornado threat.
Yeah, we're back looking at the ground storm chaser view of the storm. They're not indicating where this is. I believe it's the Norman storm, but it could be a couple of the other ones. We've got actually 4 tornado warnings going on in the state of Oklahoma, all the way from the border all up to close to Oklahoma City. These storms, I believe, looking at the National Weather Service this morning, talking about it, all kind of dry line storms. And what a dry line is when you have dew points that are probably in the 60 to 70 range, and then you have a line of dry air moving through. And every time you have a dry line come through, you get some of the more severe thunderstorms that you can get through the tornadoes coming off that dry line storm. So definitely looking at a wall cloud. The storm chaser right now is trying to basically watch the rotation, see if they see any lowering or any looks like maybe a spin up or a funnel coming down.
Right. I am also wondering, I mean, being from Oklahoma, how often, like how many storms like this happen in a typical year? We're going to have you answer that in just a moment. We're going to go back live now to the hospital where the deputy was released. Okay. Listen in to Sheriff Joe Arpaio speak for just a couple minutes, and we'll do continuous tornado coverage right after that, guys. We'll actually do picture-in-picture so you can hear from Arpaio and continue to watch the storm.
Are you ready?
Check 1, 2, check.
Sheriff, just your thoughts on the suspect. The other day you called him a scumbag. Are you still stick to that? You mean Saturday? Yes. Well, I'm going to stand by my words, okay? I'm not backing down from those comments. But let me identify the deputy. He's been with us 2 years. Brian Wisda, W-I-S-D-A. He is 39 years old. He doesn't want to talk to the media at this time. You can understand why. We still are looking for the shooter. He has been with us 2 years. He worked with our office as a armed posseman, then a reserve, and now a deputy sheriff. Married, children, and you can understand why he is a little concerned right now. Also, we have to not give too many details about his condition, but I will say that he's being released from the hospital. On the other hand, he still has work to be done medically, and I'm not going to get into that. I guess you can understand why. So that's the basic situation regarding the personal background of our deputy sheriff that was shot at several times by a person or persons that we still don't know who the perpetrators are. But we're going to use all our resources. I want to thank all the police officers that are here, other law enforcement agencies that are assisting our office to find out who the shooter is.
Sheriff, there has to be a lot of concern. I mean, this is a guy who's willing to take a pot shot at an officer.
I said Saturday, other than what you asked me, which I stand by, that this is a war on cops across our nation. I'm not going to get into the political situation right now, but it's sad. And I worry about this guy because if he's willing to shoot a uniformed law enforcement officer with his lights on, what will he do next?
Sheriff, have you been able to recover any evidence, any shell casings, any bullet fragments? I also understand the car was shot up pretty good.
Well, right now I'm not going to say, but let me just say this. This is a very difficult investigation. No witnesses. Preliminary information is it was a old Cadillac, metallic, and as you know, you solve a lot of cases by people that come forward. I have a close friend of mine that's going to donate $20,000, leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons that committed this cowardly act, shooting one of my deputies just trying to do his job on the DUI task force, that task force is funded by the governor's office of highway safety.
Sheriff, last November you tweeted out and made a big press release that you had disseminated 700 on-body cameras to your deputies. Why was this deputy not wearing one of those cameras? It's been 6 months.
Well, we just issued this camera. We're not done issuing the cameras yet. I said we were going to buy them. We did buy them, but it takes a little time to disseminate training and the technical part of it. Camera isn't any good unless you can follow up and have a record of it. So this is a task force that all the deputies and other law enforcement joined together, as you know, to crack down on the DUIs.
Has the pulled over driver been of any help at all in providing any information? Was that person able to see anything?
What makes this case difficult is witnesses or lack of. That's why we need the help of the public. Someone, especially the shooter or shooters, know what happened. So I said Saturday, I call him a coward. I would hope that he surrenders because we're going to do everything we can to bring that person or persons to justice.
Sure. On a personal level, Sheriff, what's it like to get that phone call that you got Saturday morning?
Just make sure you mention honor health.
Yeah, I'll take it. The what?
The phone call that you got Saturday morning. What goes through your head when you get those?
Well, I'm looking at the big picture again. That's why I said war on cops. And I mentioned I'm not going to get involved in politics, but I think most of you know what I'm talking about. I just, well, I will talk a little. I just wish the president of our country would sometimes give more attention to police officers that are shot and killed. But, you know, I'm not going to criticize the president, but I do know that there's a lot of shootings that are occurring. This isn't the first one. I think just recently in Chandler, we had 2 cops fired upon. However, they took care of the guy. This guy's outstanding. That's what I worry about. But when I heard this, I was a little angry looking at the big picture of what's going on across our nation. And here we have a deputy that was shot at for no reason. The guy's just trying to do his job, and somebody comes around, bang, 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 multiple shots. So we're going to do everything we can to get the person. Once again, I hope that the reward helps, and somebody will come forward. But we have a lot of the other law enforcement agencies, especially Tempe, working with us on this. I got to thank the Banner Hospital here for what they did, the nurses, the doctors, and once again, the deputy, without getting into more medical history, he still has some way to go to for treatment.
Sheriff, have you done anything different since this shooting? I know the night of the shooting, it was happening in the morning. That night, Tempe PD was ordered to double up on their cars. Have you done anything different, given that this was such a random act?
Well, we're alert. It doesn't matter whether it was our deputy. We've been having these situations, as I mentioned, in Chandler, but they took care of that guy. But sometimes the problem is there seems to be a lack of respect sometimes for law enforcement when they're fired upon for no reason, just because they're wearing a uniform.
But have you done anything different? Have you asked for any different protocol, given that this was so random?
No, we increase our vigilance, but we're always out there. We just had a murder the next day in Guadalupe. But I do have an armed posse and 400 armed posse. So if I have to call out my posse, I will do it. And that will help our deputies.
Can you I would like to kind of go back to the $20,000 reward. This is the first we're hearing of this. Is there an actual reward out?
I said a personal friend of mine, and I trust my friend, and I hope you trust the sheriff. I said that he will pay $20,000 to catch those. If I have to ask my friend to increase it, I'll ask him to increase the reward.
And again, who is this friend, Sheriff?
I'm not going to tell you.
Can you go into a little bit more detail about what this reward will mean as far as getting out to the public, and maybe somebody saw something that all of a sudden they, want to talk about?
Well, you never know who these people are. Are they gangbangers? I don't know who they are. If it's a gangbanger or whatever, I'm sure, just like in our jail system, sometimes these criminals kind of stupid. They talk all the time. So I'm hoping that someone out there is talking, and you do know, and you know that a lot of cases are solved by people calling in. So I even said Saturday, hey, you want to surrender to the sheriff? I'll be glad to meet you on Van Buren Street, and I will.
Any businesses that might have surveillance video of this vehicle?
We're looking into that.
Are you surprised? Surprised that he is out of the hospital this soon? I understand it was early Saturday morning, and he's out of the hospital now. Are you amazed by the fact that they released him?
No, I'm just amazed that he's not dead. When you shoot multiple bullets, they all didn't hit him.
Sheriff, can you tell us how many rounds went out?
I'm not going to get into that because of the...
Sheriff, how important is it to have the other officers here to support him as he was coming out of the hospital today?
Well, it's very important. We're all family. You shoot one officer, any other officer, it doesn't matter what police department you're with. It's a war against every law enforcement officer. It's occurring around our nation. Around our nation. And that's what I worry about. I worry about copycats, too. So it's sad that my deputy was shot. You don't do that. But when you put the whole picture together about what's going on with certain people willing to take shots and kill law enforcement officers, it's pretty sad. So I don't know how to straighten that out. I'm not the sheriff for the whole country. However, at least we can do what's necessary in this area to try to deter this type of situation. But whoever did it, I would once again give up, because my deputies and the police are going to defend themselves, and we're not going to, I don't want any more law enforcement officers killed or shot grabbing this guy, if you know what I mean. So that's the way I look at it.
You hear about this happening around the country, but now it's here. You consider this an ambush?
Well, I call it an ambush. What do you call it? Guy's driving by, he shoots at a uniformed officer with the red lights on. Come on. Not just two shots, multiple shots. So, yeah, it's an ambush. I'm not going to call it assassination. Fortunately, the deputy's okay. And, you know, we have bulletproof vests, but a bulletproof vest didn't do any good in this circumstance.
Describe his spirits. Briefly describe his spirits here.
Well, it's called Scottsdale Osborne, but honor. Let me correct something. Since years ago, I've been here so long that my wife used to come to this hospital. It was called Scottsdale, but it's Banner.
No,
Honor.
Honor.
Okay, so I forgive myself because I've been here 30 years ago in this hospital. So I want to thank you guys for all the great service they give, not just for law enforcement, but for anybody that comes into the hospital. But they give special attention to law enforcement. Unfortunately, this isn't the first time I've been here dealing with the same public information officer. It's sad what's going on. Look at the record.
Can you sum up his spirits? He seemed to be doing okay coming out, but we can't judge. Can you sum up the spirits that he's in right now?
Well, he has a nice family. I know how the family feels because this guy is still roaming around, or whoever he was with, if he was with somebody. So I can understand that, but I just hope that people don't continue shooting at law enforcement officers. That's
Sure,
sad.
you going to put any patrol at his house at all?
Pardon?
You going to put any patrol at his house?
I'm not going to get into the security situation, but
We're going to wrap this up, Sheriff.
you know,
Sheriff,
that's
you have to...
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. She's fighting.
Coming down, shutting her down.
My favorite.
In fact, Trump just...
All right, guys. Well, that wraps up that feed. Again, a Maricopa County Sheriff's deputy was shot over the weekend. He was released from the hospital today. We're now going to go back to our continuous Oklahoma tornado coverage. Resident Oklahoman Robert Hernandez sitting next to me. Robert, this is very familiar to you. This what we're looking at on the screen right now, right?
Yeah, you're looking at a ground shot from the storm chasers on the ground. Looks like they've stopped their car and just kind of, with their camera, looking at the lowering of the wall cloud from one of the storms, and that has tornado warning on air in Oklahoma. Looking at my radar on my phone, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings going on right now.
Wow.
There's one that's actually up towards Stillwater, where the Oklahoma State University campus is. It's just to the northwest of there. We have one that's going through Shawnee now. This is who I'm assuming that this one is. And then we have 2 others down towards the southeastern part of the state. One down by Colgate and Atoka, and another one that's just to the east of Durant going through. So 4 different tornado warnings at the same time. This is a pretty active day storm-wise. Like I said before, we had a dry line thunderstorms coming off. Storms coming off the dry line coming through central Oklahoma. Look at the storms. It looks like Oklahoma City and Norman are now in the clear, and everything is going to be moving towards the Tulsa and McAllister area, the east and southeast and northeast portions of the state. So those communities have to be getting ready for these storms coming through. And when you're looking at these storms, you'll see like a tornado touch down, go on the ground a little bit, and then go back up it, or disappear, rope out, do through the tornado genesis cycle. But as you keep watching the storm, they have potential of re-strengthening and also dropping tornadoes. So you may not be seeing a tornado now, but the storm chaser is still following, because it could at any time drop a tornado. And you know, that's one of the reasons why that they storm chase to show live pictures or to tell people there's tornado on the ground, because you get these warnings all the time in Oklahoma. Sometimes you just become numb to it, like, okay, this is being warned for a storm that's nowhere near my area. But if you've got live pictures that they can see, the people have a different, oh man, I need to get to my tornado shelter. I need to say,
They understand the urgency of it.
Absolutely, because it definitely it does make a difference. In fact, we would tell when I worked for the ABC affiliate in Oklahoma City, when we had tornadoes coming through the area. Turn your TV, turn the volume as loud as you can get it, and go get in your tornado safe place, into your closet, into your bathroom. So you don't
Could you go to a business or a restaurant and just enter their tornado safe place? I mean, do they have that? Like, let's say you can't get home. Are there public places where you can access a tornado safe place?
A lot of mobile home parks have a tornado shelter because how dangerous it is to be in a mobile home. So they will have an underground community tornado shelter that people can get into.
Okay.
But we would say if you're on the road and you see a tornado coming, the worst place you can be is your car.
Worst place.
Worst place you can be in your car. You need to find a ditch or some kind of underground culvert to get under because you want to be below ground when the tornado is going across. Growing up in Muskogee, my house and my grandmother's house behind us both had a underground tornado shelter that you could open the door and go down under. And a lot of these tornadoes that we've had in the past that destroyed homes, when they've been rebuilt, people are building tornado shelters underground, and also tornado safe rooms. They'll take one room of the house, like the bedroom or a closet, and they will reinforce it with concrete and steel and make that kind of a tornado safe place.
Interesting. But so aside from the mobile home, like, what about just regular people? Are there public places, or is it just you have to kind of figure it out?
When I was growing up there, you basically had to figure it out, but as more and more of these tornadoes have been coming through, they are starting to make, like every school has...
Like, does every workplace have a shelter? Does every school? I mean, I'm wondering.
Not necessarily like an underground shelter, but I know that a lot of the workplaces would have kind of safe rooms where they've met the criteria of where you needed to go when the tornado was coming.
And then you had to go through tornado drills, I assume.
Yeah, in school, growing up, elementary school, every spring when they would test the tornado sirens and throughout, they would have a tornado drills where you go into an interior part of the school, get on your knees and cover the back of your head with your hands like this. And the reason for that is you want to protect your head from any falling debris. And it was like routine every single year.
I guess it comes with the territory living in Oklahoma. In California, we have earthquake drills.
Oh yeah.
So.
And the principal of the elementary school that I went to had a tornado drill during a severe thunderstorm that was hitting us. So I'll tell you, I've never been more scared in my life and thinking, oh man, there's an actual tornado coming, and she had that drill.
Yeah.
So. Right now, you're looking at the Walcott. It does look like it's still rotating a little bit. You got a pretty good lowering there. That's another thing about Oklahoma. It's really, really flat, so it's easier to cover and see tornadoes in a lot of parts of Oklahoma because of how flat it is. Yeah, that's definitely rotating right now. They're watching it. They're looking for any type of lowering or any type of spin up on the ground to let people know that there's a tornado on the ground. But that's showing what the National Weather Service has put out on their tornado warnings, showing that it's rotating thunderstorms, that it's their tornado warnings can either be a tornado on the ground or that's showing the rotation in the storm. So, and as you can see that they're driving while they're shooting. Actually, you got looks like some blowing dust, or could be a possible touchdown over there. Just froze on there.
Yeah, the feed that we're getting from Oklahoma is a little spotty, but guys, it's the best we have right now, and it's live pictures. That's what matters. And
if people are wondering when these chasers where they're shooting the tornado and driving, they usually drive 2 people per vehicle. You have the driver, and then you have the person that's documenting it with the camera, doing the maps, being the navigator. So they usually run two people per vehicle as they're chasing this. Yeah, you're definitely seeing something up there. Trying to see if it's a touchdown of a tornado. And another misconception is you don't have to have the funnel come all the way to the ground to touch. You just have to see it spin up on the ground. A lot of times what you'll see is you'll see a funnel start coming down from the wall cloud, and then you'll start seeing a spin up on the ground with the dirt and debris, and they'll actually meet in the middle to form that perfect funnel tornado.
Right.
That tornado is actually just a extreme low pressure system, and that low pressure system with how humid it is actually forms the condensation funnel, which is a tornado. It's there in this picture that it's definitely a rotating mesocyclone or wall cloud. And it does look, at least a couple of shots, there is something on the ground. It's hard to tell if that was a kind of a gustnado or a rear flank downdraft coming off of the storm, or if that's actually a tornado starting to form. You can see time to time looks like, oh man, that looks like it's a funnel. It's actually kind of scud clouds, is what they're called, scud. Little debris clouds coming down from the storm.
It looks like a new tornado warning has also been issued. I'm monitoring the Fox Oklahoma City feed as well.
And I've got the warning right here. It came out 5 minutes ago. The National Weather Service in Norman has issued tornado warning for southeastern Noble County in northern Oklahoma, in northwestern Payne County and central Oklahoma. At 5:55, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Lake McMurtry, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Hazardous tornado and golf ball size hail, and the source is a radar indicated rotation. They're talking Stillwater, Glencoe, Lake McMurtry, and Lake Carl Blackwell are the areas that could be impacted.
And we do have a confirmed death. Apparently, they just tweeted this, the Fox affiliate in Oklahoma City 7 minutes ago. Garvin County Sheriff's Office confirms one person has died from severe storm south of Wynwood.
So that's Wynwood. That is right there on I-35. I was watching it as it was going across on radar, and it was pretty strong tornado rotation at the time it was going across there. So.
All right, well, I'm going to switch things over to Kinsey. Kinsey will be joining you, Robert, for continuous Oklahoma tornado coverage. Guys, if you want to comment, make sure to tweet Kinsey Fox 10, and she will acknowledge your tweets.
All right, Kinsey here. I'm now sitting here with Robert. How dangerous is are we watching storm chasers? Are we watching, either way, a news outlet or storm chasers? Is it a dangerous position that they're putting themselves in right now?
There's always danger when you're chasing tornadoes. In fact, a couple of years ago, there was a professional storm chasers that actually did a reality show with Discovery Channel that were killed in a tornado that went along I-40. So there's always the danger. The good thing is most of these people are meteorologists or have had a lot of experience in chasing storms. We know the speed and direction these storms are moving, and so by looking at maps when we're chasing the storms, we can find one that's going to parallel. We want to be where we can see the tornado, but also to where we're not in the path of it.
Right.
So these storms are generally moving to the east, northeast from the southwest or the west, and so if you stay to the south of the storm as it's moving along, then you're usually going to remain clear and stay.
Keep going, man. He's rolling.
He's amazing.
He's unbelievable.
You're gonna stay kind of in the safe zone. Now you could have stuff that forms in between, but usually with the experience of knowing what you're looking for, that you can stay in the clear. I do know that one time when I was chasing a tornado, we were fixated on a tornado in the distance. We were transmitting live back to the station, and then all of a sudden, kind of something in the back of my head turned around, and there was a funnel cloud that was directly behind us. And all I could tell my reporter was like, get in the ditch, get in the ditch. It never did touch down, but that was kind of the thing that as you're chasing storms, occasionally look behind you, because you could have something that's forming behind it and coming towards you. So.
And when you are out covering these things, how educated are the people that are out covering these things? Like you're saying, get in the ditch. Well, would your reporter to know to do that without you? Do they try to do in Oklahoma? I mean, are you trained on that kind of?
The television stations there do a pretty good job, and they have seminars with the local community on what to do in certain situations. If you're at home, if you are in your car, if you're at work. One of the big misconceptions that they had prior to the May 3rd, 99 tornado was to get underneath an overpass.
Right.
Because there was a tornado video, I think in the mid-90s, where some people got underneath an overpass and got some great video of a tornado coming across. So everybody thought, oh, that's the best place to be.
To go.
Well, when that tornado, which was classified at the time as F5, one of the strongest wind speeds ever recorded, came through, everybody that was underneath an overpass near Moore, Oklahoma, that was just south of Oklahoma City, every single one of them sustained pretty significant injuries with it.
Wow.
So after that they got away with, if the overpass is, if it's between you standing in an open field overpass, yes, do the overpass. But for the most part, try to find a ditch, try to find a culvert or something you can get below ground or underground when a tornado is coming. But most of the storm chasers, like when I was covering it, when an F5 was coming towards where my apartment was in Norman, I knew the direction it was coming. So I got in my car, I went south, and then came in behind it and chased it. But of course, I had the knowledge of knowing which way it was going and everything else. So.
Yeah. When I lived in El Reno, and I don't think I ever had. I really don't think that there was ever a tornado there when I lived there. I was only there for a little over a year. But the home we had the, like in all of the movies that you see, the little underground area that you would go into to hide. Of course, that's where, we stored like the Prince albums that we'll never get back. But yeah, now I never really appreciated it, but watching this, I appreciate it much more.
Yeah. It's just kind of rite of passage when you grow up living in Oklahoma, and in Texas and Kansas, Nebraska. Every spring, it's what's called Tornado Alley. From mid-March to, I would say late June, early July, you have a significant increase in tornadoes coming in there. You get situations like you have here today, and it really spans from just the air masses. In the wintertime, the cold air and the warm air collide as they're coming south. Well, in the springtime, it's coming back north. It's warming back up. You're getting the air masses, and those collisions of the cold and warm air is what causes that extreme weather, that tornadoes, severe thunderstorms. And a lot of people don't understand this. Anytime you have a severe thunderstorm, you can have a tornado.
Right.
It can spawn. There's been tornadoes in every single state in the United States and every single country on Earth.
Wow.
So.
You're right. That's not something that I think is. I think people have specific places where they assume that stuff happens. Is that why, in elementary school, I vaguely remember having to do drills where we'd hide under the desk? Were those tornado drills?
Yeah, they were tornado drills. What we did is we had to go to an interior room, get on our knees, and put our hands above our head.
We definitely did this. We did it underneath our desks, though, and I vaguely remember doing that when I was little in Texas.
And I think the schools, at least newer schools they're building nowadays, they're putting actual tornado shelters in there where the whole entire, like an underground facility or a safe room, strong room, where they reinforce it with concrete and steel and make it more susceptible, because really the most dangerous part of the tornado is flying debris. You have pieces of wood, you have pieces of metal that are flying hundreds of miles an hour, and through testing done, they've shown that a 2x4 traveling at F3 tornado speeds can go through a brick wall.
Right.
So, if it can go through a brick wall, that a person can stand no chance with that, with debris hitting you. So, you really want to be clear of any glass or flying objects in the interior of a structure to try to stay as safe as possible.
And I've been on the West Coast for way too long So explain to me, how much warning do the people that are in the, in this area, how much warning do they get? Is it enough warning to, if you've got a go kit, can you grab your go kit and jump in the car? Or is it enough warning to where you can go, all right, I have time to put together a few things to get out of here? Or is it really kind of like, I've just got to find safety right now?
Well, on a day like today, the people here in Oklahoma have had probably a day or two worth of warning. They've put out hey, it looks like it's going to be an active day. They came out with a tornado watch hours before this happened, so people are aware that something's going on. Be aware. Have your tornado preparedness tips. Get your battery operated radio, anything ready. And so, as these storms are moving on radar, with the help of the storm chasers and the local meteorologists, the television meteorologists, and National Weather Service, they are putting out warnings way ahead of these storms. And here's another good thing: they're moving slowly.
Okay.
So there's the good part about moving slowly as well. They're 20 miles an hour. So it's going to take, if it's 20 miles away and there's a tornado on the ground, you have an hour to get your stuff together. That's plenty of time. In fact, an hour you can get in your car and maybe drive to another city if you want.
But so do they encourage that? Do they say get
No.
out of Dodge, or do
No.
they just say find safety?
No, you never want to, and the reason being is that if you tell everybody to get out of Dodge,
They'll
what
all
are
be
you
on
going
the
to have?
road.
They're going to be on the road.
I think that
That's
there's
the
a Will
worst
Smith
place
movie
to
about
be
that.
when the tornado's coming through is
Right.
on the road. So what they say is get to your tornado location. If you've got a friend nearby, go and that's got a tornado shelter, go get in a tornado shelter. Anything less than like an EF4, EF5, EF3 and into your room is going to be your best bet. When you get to the EF5 type scale, the really large wedge style tornadoes, unfortunately, you're going to have to be underground to really have the best chances of survival, because when you have tornadoes that large, wedge style, you see a whole entire houses wiped off their foundation.
That is so scary.
Yeah, it is scary.
So with technology, how it's developed since you were in school, you're a younger man, but tell me about how are they able to track things like this much faster nowadays? And the way, they can send text messages to everyone's phone, probably the way we get Amber Alerts sent to our phone. So it probably has dramatically improved life in those states that have issues with tornadoes.
It has. When I was working in Oklahoma City, it just started out the text messaging, or being able to give messages by phone or email back then. Now with social media, now with all the television stations, you do get it out to a large number of people. But a lot of growing up in the area, you stayed on TV pretty much. When you had something coming through, or you hear that chance, you're watching TV, you're watching for the cut-ins, because unlike what we see here, and it was kind of annoying at the time when I was growing up there, but you're watching your favorite program, they would cut in 3, 4, 5 times.
Just speaking of which, 3 minutes ago, Fox 25 tweeted all primetime programming preempted by storm coverage will air after our news ends at 10:30 p.m. So that's very interesting that you say that. And looks like we've temporarily lost our feed here. Hopefully we'll go back. But so when a tornado hits, it doesn't affect your ability to watch, my question is, how are you watching TV if you're in a basement?
Well, that's what when I was telling somebody before. The meteorologist that I was working with would always tell people, hey, there's a tornado come to your area, take your television, turn it up as loud as you can. Go get in your tornado shelter. You don't need to see us, you just need to hear us. We'll advise you where this tornado is, when it's going to be all clear. Now, usually you lose power.
Yeah.
So they also recommend taking a battery power radio, and a lot of the radio stations in that area would simulcast with the television stations and bring it up.
Well, that's incredible. All right, well, I've lost my feed, so I'm going to let you go take a breather, and if I get my feed, well, actually, I got it back. Don't leave me.
Looks like we do have.
Don't you dare leave me. All right,
There
so
you
no,
go.
that's interesting. I imagine that that's got to be so stressful nowadays, because you would feel completely disconnected from the world without power and without your television.
Yeah, a lot of people have battery-powered radios, and a lot of them keep them in a tornado shelter. Like you said, you had an underground tornado shelter. They'll keep, a battery-powered radio, and they would change out the batteries every spring. It was like, whenever they set their clocks back, go and change out the batteries in the radio and make sure everything is set. They would have, blankets, maybe some food, because if you were in a tornado shelter and your house gets obliterated and you're covered up, you can't get out.
Right.
It may be a little bit before you can be rescued.
Right.
But, I can tell you that the people in Oklahoma and in the Midwest are very
Also, do you know where this is?
keen to
Possible tornado on the ground west of...
Payne County. Yeah, that is up by Stillwater.
Oh, Stillwater.
Yeah,
Eskimo Joe's?
Yeah, Eskimo Joe's. It looks like, according to my radar here, it is going to just to the north of Stillwater. Yost, I'm not seeing that town on my radar, but looking at the velocities, yeah, storm res velocity. I don't know if you can see.
You can show them.
See on.
And I'll put it big for them.
Wow. Okay, as you can see, that's the velocity radar for that storm, and try to use the finger cam as I'm showing. You can see that is the area of rotation that they're concerned with right here. You have kind of the red and the green, and what that's measuring is measuring wind velocities, and basically it's red. It's green towards the radar and red away from the radar. So if you see that it's rotating counterclockwise, which would be the rotation here in the northern hemisphere. And that is what the National Weather Service and everybody's looking at. And if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be right there at that location right there.
Oh, how interesting.
If we go to the reflectivity, you can see this is the reflectivity on it. Get it off the light. You can see the storm right there, and there's a little bit of a hook towards the very bottom of the, try to get the finger cam here, a little bit of a hook down the bottom, and that's what they kind of look for. You get kind of, as the tornado is rotating, the precipitation will rotate in the counterclockwise way around the spinning rotation. That's where you get that hook echo, what meteorologists are looking at when they are trying to find where the tornado is with the storm. Now, also, when the tornado touches down, if it's in a populated area where it's got like houses and stuff like that, it will start spinning that debris around the tornado, and it will actually show up on radar as what they call a debris ball, as a radar signature.
Oh, how frightening.
And we didn't realize that when the May 3rd, 99 tornado went through Oklahoma City, but you could actually see the actual tornado because of the debris as it was moving through. Because, this radar's picking up rain.
Right.
Well, a roof of a house is going to reflect the radar energy better. It's going to give a better signature. So it looked like, a large hail core was moving across, and it was actually the tornado.
Oh, that's terrifying.
So,
it looks like we've, and I don't know exactly where we are, but we are traveling with some storm chasers, and it looks like broadcasters out in Oklahoma, and it seems like they've hit some yucky weather, but certainly not the type that we were looking at earlier. I've never seen the kind of tornadoes that we saw visually earlier today. And is that something you saw on a regular basis out there?
Not on a regular basis.
Were you surprised or concerned? Because we look at that and we think this is terrifying.
Yeah, it's terrifying, but it's kind of like a way of life. You kind of come to expect it. You don't see it all the time, and you never know when it's going to happen, but every spring you probably have in the state of Oklahoma 5 or 6 tornado events where you see tornadoes. Now it's usually nowhere close to where you lived, but it's always a possibility coming through.
Right. I think the first one that we saw hit, the town only had a little over 600 people in it during the last census report. So I thought, oh my goodness, what a small little town. In those cases, if somebody gets hurt or harmed, you know that person. That is your neighbor. That is somebody you go to church to, or church with, that somebody you see at the grocery store. So how sad is that?
It is, and also the small little towns don't have the emergency services like the larger towns.
That's a very good point.
So you also have a lot of emergency services trying to come in, and that's also hampered by the debris as the tornado's coming through. You've got power lines down across the road, you've got trees down across the road, so that also hampers and makes it hard. That's another reason why the television news stations out there chase the tornadoes like they do. One is to give location where the tornado is, and also give warning and get pictures live so people can know what's going on. But also, secondly, because when a tornado goes through, you've got the damage and all kinds of debris and stuff like that. They're there to cover it.
Wow.
If they don't get there right after the tornado gets there, they may have a hard time getting in there.
Yeah.
So
can they even get out after something like that too?
This wow, we got.
Oh wow. This is live.
Could be the one up by Stillwater. They haven't indicated where this is.
You know what though? Let's look at this picture too. Well, no, I was gonna say maybe we could look at the area, but I don't really see.
That is definitely a funnel cloud. I'm looking for debris on the ground to see if there's any indication of a touchdown. Looking at this picture, looks like it is on the ground, but until I can see actual.
So our weather here, you're never fazed by a little monsoon season here in Phoenix.
Well, I wasn't until last summer when we had that huge monsoon storm in downtown here.
Oh yeah.
And I was out on the freeway and saw a semi-trailer rig fall over on top of a car in front of me. And riding through that, I mentioned to several people, it's like I have core punched or gone through the center of severe supercell rotating thunderstorms that I've never been in anything that was as bad as that was.
Wow,
so
that is scary.
We do have some pretty bad monsoon storms here with the wind speed. Straight line winds, but they're pretty intense.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you're definitely looking at a funnel cloud here.
So did it just kind of disintegrate? Is that what we saw? I mean, it's hard because it's so choppy.
Yeah, it's kind of choppy, but the tornadoes have a lifespan.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the last parts of it is what they call the rope stage. You'll see it look like a little tiny rope come to the ground. And that's what kind of looks like this tornado is doing right now. And it all depends on the storm, because storms can decrease in intensity and increase in intensity. So you may have a tornado on the ground for quite a bit, and then the storm decreases, the tornado goes away, and then several minutes later, maybe an hour later, the storm gets big again and starts rotating again, and then drops another tornado.
Wow.
So.
I mean, it's interesting to watch these visuals, but at the same time, I'm so concerned for these people. I don't want them to be in harm's way. And like you were saying earlier, I see that they're fixated on perhaps it's a tornado or something, and then they turn around and there's activity happening right behind them. So I'm just so concerned for their safety.
Looks like 2 minutes ago they put out a new tornado warning for the Stillwater area. It's southeastern Noble County and northwestern Payne County. At 6:18, a confirmed tornado was located 6 miles southwest of Morrison, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. Hazardous damaging tornado and hail up to 2 inches diameter. Source is weather spotters confirmed tornado, so people on the ground are actually seeing it on the ground.
Wow.
Impact flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Location impacted including Morrison, Oklahoma, which, looking at my radar, Morrison is to the almost directly north of Stillwater, maybe a little northeast of Stillwater.
Wow.
As you can see. And there's Stillwater and there's Morrison.
And is that the hook you were talking about?
That's a little bit of a hook coming down on it. I'm going to go look at see if the velocities show the same thing. It looks like the velocities come down. It's not showing it's rotating as much anymore. So the storm may be weakening, which is a good sign for people there.
Right.
And you can see the storm there that they're warning on with the Fox station there.
Yes, live tornado on the ground. That was the Yost, Oklahoma, one we were looking at a few minutes ago. And so what is the, when they've got tornadoes and tornado warnings like this, how do they deal with children in school? Do you rush to get your child out of school? Are you under the assumption that the school is protecting your child? How do you handle that situation?
Well, nowadays when they know there's going to be a big severe weather event coming out, a lot of times they'll let school out early.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that's happened today, but I do know that a week or two ago they did have it's going to be an active day, and a lot of schools let out early. But if they're in schools go through these drills every spring. The teachers, the principals, everybody knows what to do with the kids. If it's around time the school's getting out, sometimes they'll let them out early. They'll let parents know by text message, by the same system that they would do any other school, of what's going on. Hey, because of the severe weather coming in, we're letting all the kids out early,
Wow.
so they can get their kids and get out and get to their safe place.
I would hope so, yeah. I don't know what that means. I don't like to repeat things unless I know it's an actual thing.
Says that, does he know if Aries races, amateur radio emergency services in the area have been activated or not? No, I haven't got any indication, but I'm assuming it is on today. I'm sure National Weather Service has got all the resources out, including their trained storm spotters and the radio communication, amateur radio emergency services. But nothing's been confirmed, so.
Payne County has lifted. I think we saw that.
Yeah, as you said, the tornado didn't have that, that tight structure on it. It was kind of having some debris clouds around it, and it just kind of disappeared. So that's a good thing. Most, I would say, 90% of the tornadoes are on the ground less than a minute in the United States.
Oh, I was going to ask that a while ago, but you went into something far more interesting.
Yeah.
So really only a minute, and it wreaks so much havoc.
Well, most of them don't. Most of them are open fields, take out trees. The other 10%, the tornadoes are the long-lasting ones, the ones that we see that go through houses and towns and stuff like that. They're kind of a rarity, but with this day and age of being able to see it all over the country, it seems like it's a lot more than it is. But
that's true. With social media, it magnifies things.
Those are the most dangerous tornadoes, the ones that are the supercell, long-lived. It looks like the storms that are going through today are not of that type. That they're on the ground. Maybe the longest it looks like was maybe 40, 50 miles before the storm is weakened. So that's a good thing, because those storms that kill hundreds of people back years ago were the ones that would stay on the ground for hundreds of miles.
Oh.
So.
All right, let's see if we have any new updates. Pawnee, history of
Pawnee County. Tornado warning in front. No, it's just moving into a different county there. It's the same one up by just north of Stillwater in Morrison. And that's another thing, that the tornado may be showing the rotation is weakening, but it has a history of it. So they'll put a tornado warning on it, because these storms at any time could spin up, could intensify within minutes, and next thing you know, you have a tornado on the ground. So you don't want people to think, oh, it's a safe storm anymore. You want, if it's got a history of producing tornado, let's keep that tornado warning going. It's better, safe than sorry. Have people in their tornado shelters, because if you say the storm's all safe, everybody comes out, and then it spawns a tornado, that it could cost lives.
Yeah, absolutely. So now this has been, let's see what their Facebook page looks like too, because we've been heavy on top of their Twitter. Our Fox 25 out of Oklahoma City. Yes, again, one confirmed dead as multiple tornadoes touched down in Oklahoma. Let's see here. Let's see what they're live. Do you want to just dip in for a second and take a
Sure.
We'll dip in and take a listen so that I'll give you a breather.
It was off the ground right now. The warning will continue for at least another 20 minutes or so. And hey, Kyle, go ahead and get closer to that, please. Here, that's still on the northern side of Stillwater. And the hail core has gotten gigantic.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
And you're talking about, when you see a big black dot, I mean, for your information, for right now and down the road, a black dot, tennis ball or baseball sized hail. And you see that big hail core and that hail spike tracking right through Morrison. And you still have that circulation, and it still could easily produce a tornado whenever, right here near Glencoe, and as it moves north into Morrison, parts of Morrison on the east side of town. It's trying to cross U.S. Highway 412, the Cimarron Turnpike, and then U.S. Highway 64. As it heads up in that direction, it's going to dump some huge hail, huge chunks of ice, baseball. I mean, we're talking golf ball, tennis ball, baseball-sized hail, the really damaging stuff that can just rip the heck out of your car, if not destroy your vehicle, and it can do a lot of window damage, a lot of roof damage, a lot of damage to the
All right, so Robert and I are talking about this too. He was showing me on his radar system that pink means hail. And that was what we were listening to the reporter say out of Oklahoma to explain to me how the hail sizes are different depending on the size of year, because I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, well, when you look at the radar returns, when you see the really intense pink or even black, and if you can see if you can bring up the Fox 25 thing right there, you can see that.
Let me zoom.
Okay, there you go. Hail is a lot more.
So it's that black right there.
Uh-huh. Hail is a lot more dense than rain, and these radars are set to return rain echoes. When you get a hail, when it hits the hail, the radar comes back much stronger, like intense, really, really intense rain, and that's actually hail because the ice is reflecting the returns a lot stronger. So that's where you see the hail there, and it really depends on time of the year. In the springtime, you have a lot bigger hailstones. When you see rate returns like that than you do in the summer, because the temperatures in the upper atmosphere are a lot colder, so you have more chances of the hail becoming bigger, stronger pieces of ice. When it's warmer, it's not as cold up there.
Right.
Not as cold. The storm has to go farther up in the atmosphere to form the bigger pieces of hail. So right now that may be golf ball, maybe even stronger size hail.
Right.
If this was in middle of July in the same type of return you're looking at, the hail may only be dime size.
Right.
So
really that's near Morrison where we're seeing that activity. And what was the difference between pink and black? Because you can see that black circle in the center here.
Yeah, the black circle right there is probably the most intense portion of the radar, or it's so high that the radar is having trouble, finding what into the scale
categorizing it,
and sending it as black. So that's whoever, if you've got a car there going through that, it's going to be damaged. That's some pretty good size hail coming through.
Oh, that's yuck. All right, I'm going to go back to their Facebook and see if we can get any other additional activity.
They put out another warning on that same storm by Morrison. And this was 2 minutes ago. The National Weather Service out of Tulsa has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Pawnee and northeastern Oklahoma until 7 o'clock Central Time, or 5 o'clock here in Arizona. At 6:28 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes located near Morrison, moving east at 30 miles an hour, so it's picked up speed.
Wow.
It was 15 before. Hazard tornado and golf ball size hail.
Right.
Source is radar indicated rotation, so the spotters aren't seeing any funnel on the ground, or they're seeing this on the radar. Impact is going to be the flying debris, and the locations in or near the path include Pawnee.
And so how do you report that? When they say that they are eyewitnesses, is it their team or is it people that are reporting it via social media, via a phone call?
The National Weather Service has trained weather spotters,
Okay.
and a lot of these people are people that have done it for years, but they take a training course
Okay.
with the National Weather Service, and they become certified trained weather spotters. They know what to look out for. They know how the National Weather Service wants them to categorize it, and then they are with communication with the National Weather Service in following chasing the storm.
Interesting.
And a lot of these are news media too.
Oh.
So they do take it from news media reports.
Okay, that's good to
Coming
know.
through. If National Weather Service sees a live picture of a tornado on the ground, that's a pretty good confirmation.
Sydney wants to know, she says she's in southwest Missouri, are the storms moving her way?
Yes, they are moving your direction, but it looks like it's going to be quite a few hours before it gets in there.
And will they be as intense when they get to her?
Usually not. Usually when the sun goes down, they lose a lot of the heating of the day type thing. So the storms are going to lose some intensity. Also, there's a chance of it turning into a squall line. So right now, these are supercell isolated thunderstorms, some of the most dangerous thunderstorms to be around. If these do line out and go into a squall line, and that's just a line of thunderstorms, then the tornado threat gets less, and you have more of the straight line wind threat coming through. So if she's talking like Joplin or Springfield, Missouri, it will probably get there, but will probably be later tonight. Just looking at the radar and how fast these things are moving, it was probably going to be later tonight.
Look at that. I moved our lower third and look at that car.
Yeah, you gotta Yeah, it looks like you have a car that's been blown off the road. And this is one of the reasons why it's so dangerous to be on the road when you have tornadic storms coming
Right.
through. Your car does not offer any protection, and there's been more people killed in their cars trying to,
Just
escape
hold out,
or
right.
on the roads when the tornado's coming through. So hopefully this person is okay and they're able to get him out safely into the hospital.
All right. Are you just looking at that radar that we see on the screen? Does that say anything to you? I liked when we were looking at the other one how you started explaining what certain things meant.
Yeah, let me take a look. I'm using that, and then that right there is showing severe thunderstorms up towards the Oklahoma-Kansas border. I'm looking at them on my radar app here, and right now they're just severe. It looks like with some hail in it. I'm looking at velocity now, and let me check a different radar because I'm going off the Wichita radar now. It looks like there could be some slight rotation in there. Probably not enough to warn on it, going off the advanced radar.
And we're just kind of watching our camera guy get an angle here. I know they've been giving you they've been panning all over the area so you can get a sense of what we're looking at. But you can see that upside down car that's been torn off the side, or torn off the road and into this grassy area upside down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this storm that you were telling me about, from the Oklahoma City radar, I'm seeing rotation, but that's in
Okay.
the upper levels of the storm.
Okay.
When I looked at the radars closer to it, the lower levels, I'm not seeing the rotation yet on it.
Now it looks like West Palm, Stillwater, so now they're like back in that area.
Yeah, that's on the tornado warning. I'm going to go back to that radar and go back to velocities, reflectivities. Yeah, they've got a lot of tornado warnings out for this storm. It's showing I'm looking at velocities and I'm not seeing as much rotation as there was before in that storm. There's still tornado warning on it, probably because of the history of the storm.
Right.
I'm looking up through all the levels on there, and I'm seeing some intense winds, but not the rotation that we were seeing earlier on it. So that's definitely a good thing for
Yeah.
people that are up by Morrison, Glencoe, Pawnee. Looks like you've got an intense thunderstorm with some hail coming your way, but the rotation in it is not showing as much rotation as it was. But the National Weather Service puts it out, and they rightfully so, that this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. So
Yeah.
you need to take your tornado precautions and anticipate and treat it like there is a tornado coming in your direction if you live in Pawnee, Oklahoma.
So interesting to see this too, kind of raw video of our source catching some of the aftermath of this.
Yep. It's kind of unbelievable when you're chasing these storms. You're concentrated on the tornado, on where the cloud formation is, but once the storm is passing on through, it blows your mind every single time you see the devastation that some of these storms can do.
Right.
I've seen mattresses in trees.
Uh-huh.
I've seen, one house completely destroyed where you couldn't, discern there was a house there, and right next door just maybe a little bit of roof damage.
Right.
It's just unbelievable the force of nature that happens with these storms.
Well, and then when they're trying to clean up after it, how they'll find animals still alive hidden beneath the debris, and I'm always so thankful when I see those stories. I've seen those stories quite often with earthquakes. I'd say more than tornadoes, but finding the animals still alive always. But of course, I would have taken mine with me. So there's a huge difference. So let's go back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this video so that they can kind of get a sense of this live shot too, because we seem to be in the clear. Well, now we're just on these people.
Yeah, they're going to be broadcasting continuously, so you're going to see their sources of storm chasers out there.
Right.
covering the storms. That looks like
there was one of them from earlier. I do not believe that this is live. Yeah, earlier.
Yeah.
Garvin County. It's in Garvin County. So it looked like they had on the screen a live shot of a current storm chaser, but this seems to be our main picture seems to be the aftermath.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't.
Because right now for the Oklahoma City stations, most of the storms are out of their viewing area. It's moving into the Tulsa viewing area. So their crews are going to be continuing. Now the Oklahoma City crews concentration is on showing the aftermath, showing the damage, letting people know what roads are blocked,
Interesting.
Where not to drive, giving out the information on that. I'm switching to the Tulsa radar now on my phone.
Oh, so interesting that you said that. Fox 25 just said, as the storms move into eastern Oklahoma and out of our coverage area, we'll let the live broadcast expire. Go to our sister site, Tulsa Channel 8, for live coverage near Tulsa.
Mm-hmm.
Robert, you're so smart. But we are, just so you know, we're going to head over there.
Okay.
Well, I don't know how much we can take, but you and I can watch it.
There's a Fox station in Tulsa, Fox 23.
Okay.
KOKI, I believe. Or there you go. Oh, my memory's serving me right.
I know. Never leave, Robert.
It was kind of weird because growing up, I was born in Tulsa and grew up in Muskogee. That I watched all the television stations. That Fox station never had a news portion to it for years, and just lately it has.
Oh wow. So you went to school to be a meteorologist, and you didn't want to be on TV? Is that what happened?
No, it's funny. My father was a photographer, and as I was going to school at the University of Oklahoma, I was able to storm chase some on my own, and then I interned at the local ABC affiliate in Oklahoma City, and as I started shooting, the storms and the damage and stuff like that, they started putting it on TV. I got more interested in it, and my dad, kind of basically told me, "Listen, I'll train you how to become a photographer, but you got to finish your degree." So
you've got a good dad.
He kind of trained me on that, but I finished my degree, and I'm glad I did because it helped me when I was a weather producer there for a year when I was in Oklahoma City, and also helped with my degree with storm chasing as well.
So let's see if we can hear this, you and I.
High resolution Fox 23 Doppler radar,
So
and we have traffic would be affecting areas like Cody down the line. This is
all right, so now Robert and I are kind of watching the Fox 23 station, and we're going to give you any additional information that we can, along with our friends over at Fox 23 in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Not seen anything that would indicate that we have a tornado imminently here in the next few minutes, but as we look at velocity...
Yeah, looking at the storms on radar, they're not as intense as they were. You do have...
And I think that's reflected in some of the video we're getting back, too.
Well, also, whenever you have these storms that are on the line, like they were stretching from basically up through Kansas, up through Nebraska, all the way down to the south, usually the most intense storms are on the southern part of the line. It's where you have the strongest, what's called a cap or inversion layer, and kind of brief what an inversion layer is when you have warm air on top of a cold air. It's called an inversion, because cold air wants to stay sink lower and the warm air wants to stay above, so you don't get as much mixing or the vertical ascent of the storms. So towards the end of the line, towards the lower part of the line of the severe thunderstorms, you have the most intense capping area. So if you get a storm that breaks through that cap, they become usually the most intense storms with the biggest rotation for tornadoes.
Wow.
So
75 strikes in the last 45 minutes.
Yeah, pretty intense lightning going on through there. A lot of people don't realize that lightning and flooding kills more people than tornadoes.
Right. We see that even here in Arizona.
Mhm.
That lightning kills a lot of, a lot more than you'd
There's
think.
more people killed by lightning here in Arizona than tornadoes, and definitely flooding.
Right.
So flooding is one of the most dangerous phenomena in the severe storms. Tornadoes are the most visual and they're kind of the most scary, but you got to realize that you have the lightning and the flash flooding that occurs because some of these are a lot more dangerous than the tornadoes going through.
Yeah.
Looks like we have tornadoes warning down in Texas now, north Texas.
Oh, wow.
Near Paris, Texas. Radar indicated rotation. But that would be the Dallas-Fort Worth market area and the Sherman-Denison area.
Yeah, right now it looks like we're splitting.
All right. Looks like
So we lost their...
Yeah, looks like we lost our Fox 23 feed, but we will tune back in when we get it. Let me see here. Here we go.
Canceled a little bit early. Again, as John said, we have some storms between us.
All right, let's look at their Facebook page.
Severe, but as they move to the northeast and southeast Oklahoma again, we closer to Bartlesville in the next few minutes. Our strongest storm right now, and
I do love the way that they have their broadcasts on their Facebook page, and it's so clean and sharp.
Mm-hmm. That's another resource that they look at to inform the viewers by putting it on the web because a lot of people may be out with their phones,
right,
with their tablets, and not near a television, and that they can get their message across. I mean, the key thing with all the television stations in Oklahoma is the safety of the viewers.
Right.
They are there to inform and to keep people safe. So
some comments from their Facebook page. Someone asks, "Your live news feed is just windshield wipers. Is it playing the right thing?" That's a typical day on News Now. They say, "Yes, the tornado lifted. The storm tracker is now moving as the storm develops." Sue Williams comments, "I pray God watches over everyone today." And that was, you could see that they have been covering this pretty heavily over the last 2 hours. An hour ago, a tornado emergency was declared for an area near Roth and Hickory.
Mm-hmm. That was when it was back towards the central southern portion of Oklahoma.
And an hour ago, tornado watch in Greene County. Tornado warning in Payne and Noble County extended until 6:45 p.m. Tornado watch expanded to include Creek County, Osage County, Pawnee County, and Tulsa County. So that was an hour ago.
They just put out a new tornado warning on the one on the storm near Pawnee.
Oh wow!
This just came out 1 minute ago. National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a tornado warning for central Pawnee County and northeastern Oklahoma until 7:15 Central Time, or if you're here in Arizona, that's 5:15. At 6:45, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado was located over Pawnee, moving east at 35 miles an hour.
What are we getting here? This is interesting.
Looks
Let's
like.
see.
All right. Is there anything else you wanted to add, Sheriff?
No, we expect roads to be closed for maybe several hours. We will try to get the roadways open as soon as they are safe, and we have, the homes secured. We didn't have a lot of wind or rain other than the tornado with it. We're not having to deal with flooding or really a lot of tree limbs down. This was just a tornado that cut a swath right here for about 4 square areas. So.
All right, I guess we're going to go get a look at the damage here soon.
Yes, we're about to open this roadway up. You'll be able to see some of the homes that were destroyed all the way over to I-35.
All right, well, we're going to go take a look at that damage, and we're going to bring you back the latest as we get it. Okay, we're clear. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Okay. Take care of me.
All right, Robert has to leave because he has other duties. He's very needed here at Fox 10 in all departments. So thank you so much. Where can people tweet you?
It's R. Hernandez, Fox 10.
Perfect. So you can tweet him if you have any additional questions. And I'm going to continue to stay on Oklahoma, and we'll have other topics for you. But thanks so much, Robert. You are a rock star.
No problem.
Due east of where you're standing. Is that you up there?
Yeah, is this, it's on this road?
Yes, it's on the north.
Okay, so we're on County Road, East County Road 1680, and it's about, if John sees us, it's about 3 miles east.
No,
sorry.
a mile and 3/4.
A mile and
east.
3/4 east.
And you should see our deputy
And you
cars.
should see
There
some
should be
deputies'
a white
cars.
Tahoe.
A white Tahoe.
All right, looks like I lost my feed temporarily. Let's see if I'm going to get it back. It's so interesting too because I don't know if it's our internet or just, well, there's only 300 people watching these Facebook. Let me see here. This is the Tulsa station, Fox 23, and they have 350 people watching their Facebook page right now as they discuss. Actually, they've got really cool visuals, so I'm gonna just peek in for just a second and take you there. Look, they've got this live visual right here. I can't stay on here for very long. I want you to know we are watching this via Facebook. This is their Facebook page. But this is in regards to that Pawnee County tornado warning that Robert told us about a few minutes ago.
That's going to be very close to Pawnee. And again, if it holds together, moving up toward Blackburn and towards Skeety too over the next few minutes.
Let me know if you can hear this. I'm having a hard time
National
hearing
Weather Service still tracking tornadoes in far southeastern Oklahoma, but those will likely stay off to the southeast of our counties. Again, as we recenter that for you just a little bit, and we look at high-resolution radar, I'm looking in the Pawnee area. The rotation just not super strong down here close to the ground, but the tornado warning does continue, and that's going to run until 7:15 for central parts of Pawnee County. Let's check in with meteorologist Ben Walnick. And Ben, you've been tracking this storm too and the other storms across eastern Oklahoma, but there's no imminent threat in the city of Tulsa, so that's some good news.
All right, so if you are looking for additional information on these
have a severe thunderstorm
and tornado
warning in Pawnee County right now.
You can head over to facebook.com/Fox23News. They're giving you a live local television news broadcast via their Facebook mentions, so you can watch it live. There are 350 viewers so far, and they're going to give you extensive coverage. Of course, they're going to be better at it because they're there. I'm in Phoenix, but very sweet comments. Primarily, people saying that their thoughts and prayers are with everybody out there, and a lot of people thankful for the Facebook coverage. So, I'm going to take you to Times Square for a moment. Take a look. Here's Times Square. And I am going to find out where we are headed next on Fox 10 News Now. All right, so I'm going to take you now to this chemical, the New York City, the chemical attack test. This is Rick Leventhal, Fox National, giving us this package. And then I've got behind the scenes of this story as well. So I'm going to take you to the Rick Leventhal Fox National package for these tests, and then we're going to head straight to some behind the scenes.
The country's largest subway system undergoing a massive safety test. New York City's annual subway ridership hitting some 1.8 billion last year. And now the Department of Homeland Security checking to see just how vulnerable the system is to a chemical or biological attack.
We know that our subways are targets for our adversaries, and so it's important that we know if something is released hazardous, what to do about it.
Authorities releasing a nearly invisible, non-toxic material into several Midtown Manhattan stations, including stops in Times Square, Penn Station, and here at Grand Central. It contains DNA tracing particles, and air in roughly 60 stations in New York City will be monitored to see how the simulated contaminants travel through the system.
It will take us months to analyze all these samples and the data, but we will know exactly where things have gone and what levels they are at.
Riders will come into direct contact with the material as it makes its way into train cars during the 5 days of tests, but officials say the particles are harmless.
This will help us understand where they travel, what areas are contaminated, perhaps if people are contaminated, who needs to get antibiotics so that they can recover.
Authorities say there are no known threats to New York City's subway system, but it's considered a prime target, and they want to be ready just in case. Outside Grand Central Terminal in New York, Rick Leventhal, Fox News.
All right, so now let's take you to some behind the scenes of that story right now.
can think of it as sort of like a Teflon material, but it's a gas. So it's very safe. In fact, there's no regulations on it. There are no information of any kind that says that it's hazardous at any kind of level.
How does this help on the war? Would say this would be a big help in the event of an attack. What does this do?
So what we're hoping to do here really is to understand where hazardous materials would travel in the subway if they were released, especially the particles, because we're concerned about the release of biological agents by our adversaries. And this will help us understand where they travel, what areas are contaminated, perhaps if people are contaminated, who needs to get antibiotics so that they can recover, and also to understand or to help emergency planning operations to better prepare for something bad happening.
How valuable?
I'm sorry, how valuable?
How valuable of a tool is that?
It's very valuable, especially for the emergency planners, because you need to understand exactly the situation that you might be facing. And we know that our subways are targets for our adversaries, and so it's important that we know if something is released hazardous, what to do about it.
What are you going to be doing?
So we will start our release every day in Grand Central as well as Times Square Monday through Wednesday at 11 a.m. And we will be releasing both particles and gas will be continuous for 20-minute release from 11 to 11:20. The particles will be released every minute. So we will have 20 separate releases of particles, but the gas will be released constantly for 20 minutes.
Can you repeat that again? The process that will take place here.
Yes. So at 11 a.m., we will release particles that simulate a biological material, and there will be 2 particle sizes being released. We will be releasing every minute for 20 minutes through these devices that you see here. And the gas will be in the background there. That will be released over 20 minutes, and it will disperse by the movements of trains primarily through the subway system.
So it's not on the train itself, it's in the tunnel.
It will go onto the trains also, yes.
When the doors open?
When doors open, yes. Material will get into the trains, will deposit in the trains, will deposit on people. Will people see it? And will people...
Really, you just asked 6 questions in a row. Is that really necessary?
If you see anything, you will only see...
No, I was answering my question.
If you see particles being released, you will only see it here, and then it will disperse rapidly, so you will not be able to see a cloud floating down the tunnel or the platform.
Thanks for nothing.
So, a couple of things. One, we are trying to help MTA, New York City Transit, as well as other local authorities understand if something hazardous is released in the subway, where does it travel, who might be impacted, how big of a problem will it have to emergency response, as well as cleanup.
I'm sorry, I apologize for the interruption. So you're releasing chemicals, some kind of non-toxic gas.
Correct. Everything we're releasing is harmless. Nothing is hazardous to the public.
But it will be in the train cars, some that could get onto the...
Yes. So when the train doors open, if there will be some particles because the air movement is dispersing everything. Some of it will find its way onto the trains. It will deposit on people's clothing. It's not harmless. So particles may deposit, but the gas does not really deposit on anything.
How do you measure what you've released over time? How are you measuring it?
So with the particles, we use a method called PCR. It's a biological analysis method called polymerase chain reaction. It allows us to amplify the very short harmless DNA fragments that are on these particles that will be floating around, and we can very sensitively then measure how much is in different locations in the subway.
So you'll know if you release X amount at X time, an hour later, how much of that is still left.
Yes, we're going to be collecting 12,000 samples throughout roughly 60 stations in Manhattan, 3 in Queens, and one in Brooklyn. So it will take us months to analyze all these samples and the data, but we will know exactly where things have gone and what levels they are at. Teflon material, but it's a gas. So
Right now. Moving and grooving with your contacts. It's got it going on. Cleaning and digging.
it. Nobody else. Nobody else.
All right, so Troy Hayden was just up here looking at this with me going, what are you watching? And I said, the very interesting, the federal officials trying to figure out how vulnerable the New York subway system is. And he said that when he was in New York for the Super Bowl a few years ago, they did a similar test, and he had to shoot it on his cell phone. And he said he felt so silly trying to interview somebody like this. They said, you want me to talk to you on that thing? And he said, yeah. And he felt silly. I said, that is the way everybody does it now with their cell phones. Like, you were ahead of your time. So send Troy a sympathy tweet. Let him know he's super savvy. He's so tech savvy, I can't even. So the next video we're going to play for you is President Obama's commencement speech at Harvard University, in case you missed it. A lot of people talking about this over the weekend, and some of the comments he made, and we even heard Josh Earnest mention it during his press briefing this morning. So let's take a look at President Obama delivering the commencement address at Howard University. I hope I said Howard and not Harvard a second ago. I don't know. I meant Howard. We're going to go there now. Thanks so much for watching Fox 10 News Now.
Hello, Howard. HU. HU. Thank you so much, everybody. Please have a seat. I feel important now. Got a degree from Howard. Cicely Tyson said something nice about me. I love you back. To President Frederick, the Board of Trustees, faculty and staff, fellow recipients of honorary degrees, thank you for the honor of spending this day with you. And congratulations to the class of 2016. Four years ago, back when you were just freshmen, I understand many of you came by my house the night I was reelected. So I decided to return the favor and come by yours. To the parents, the grandparents, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, all the family and friends who stood by this class, cheered them on, helped them get here today. This is your day as well. Let's give them a big round of applause as well. I'm not trying to stir up any rivalries here. I just want to see who's in the house. We got Quad, Annex, Drew, Carver, Slow, Towers, and Meridian. Rest in peace, Meridian. Rest in peace. I know you're all excited today. You might be a little tired as well. Some of you are up all night making sure your credits were in order. Some of you stayed up too late, ended up at Ho Chi at 2 a.m. Got some mambo sauce on your fingers. But you got here. And you've all worked hard to reach this day. You've shuttled between challenging classes and Greek life. You've led clubs, played an instrument or a sport. You volunteered, you interned, held down 1, 2, maybe 3 jobs. You've made lifelong friends and discovered exactly what you're made of. The Howard Hustle has strengthened your sense of purpose and ambition, which means you're part of a long line of Howard graduates. Some are on this stage today. Some are in the audience. That spirit of achievement and special responsibility has defined this campus ever since the Freedmen's Bureau established Howard just 4 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. Just 2 years after the Civil War came to an end. They created this university with a vision of uplift, a vision for an America where our fates would be determined not by our race, gender, religion, or creed, but where we would be free in every sense to pursue our individual and collective dreams. It is that spirit that's made Howard a centerpiece of African American intellectual life and a central part of our larger American story. This institution's been the home of many firsts. The first black Nobel Peace Prize winner, the first black Supreme Court justice. But its mission has been to ensure those firsts were not the last. Countless scholars, professionals, artists, leaders from every field received their training here. The generations of men and women who walked through this yard helped reform our government, cure disease, grow a black middle class, advance civil rights, shape our culture. The seeds of change for all Americans were sown here. That's what I want to talk about today. As I was preparing these remarks, I realized that when I was first elected president, most of you, the class of 2016, were just starting high school. Today you're graduating college. I used to joke about being old. Now I realize I'm old. It's not a joke anymore. But seeing all of you here gives me some perspective. It makes me reflect on the changes that I've seen over my own lifetime. So let me begin with what may sound like a controversial statement. A hot take. Given the current state of our political rhetoric and debate, let me say something that may be controversial, and that is this. America is a better place today than it was when I graduated from college. Let me repeat, America is by almost every measure better than it was when I graduated from college. It also happens to be better off than when I took office, but that's a longer story. That's a different discussion for another speech. But think about it. I graduated in 1983. New York City, America's largest city, where I lived at the time, had endured a decade marked by crime and deterioration and near bankruptcy. And many cities were in similar shape. Our nation had gone through years of economic stagnation, the stranglehold of foreign oil, a recession where unemployment nearly scraped 11%. The auto industry was getting its clock cleaned by foreign competition. And don't even get me started on the clothes and the hairstyles. I've tried to eliminate all photos of me from this period. I thought I looked good. I was wrong. Since that year, since the year I graduated, the poverty rate is down. Americans with college degrees That rate is up. Crime rates are down. America's cities have undergone a renaissance. There are more women in the workforce. They're earning more money. We've cut teen pregnancy in half. We've slashed the African-American dropout rate by almost 60%. And all of you have a computer in your pocket that gives you the world at the touch of a button. In 1983, I was part of fewer than 10% of African-Americans who graduated with a bachelor's degree. Today, you're part of more than 20% who will. And more than half of blacks say we're better off than our parents were at our age, and that our kids will be better off too. So America is better. And the world is better too. A wall came down in Berlin. An iron curtain was torn asunder. The obscenity of apartheid came to an end. A young generation in Belfast and London have grown up without ever having to think about IRA bonds. In just the past 16 years, we've come from a world without marriage equality to one where it's a reality in nearly 24 countries. Around the world, more people live in democracies. We've lifted more than 1 billion people from extreme poverty. We've cut the child mortality rate worldwide by more than half. America's better. The world is better. And stay with me now. Race relations are better since I graduated. That's the truth. No, my election did not create a post-racial society. I don't know who was propagating that notion. That was not mine. But the election itself, and the subsequent one, because the first one, folks might have made a mistake. The second one, they knew what they were getting. The election itself was just one indicator of how attitudes have changed. In my inaugural address, I remarked that just 60 years earlier, my father might not have been served in a D.C. restaurant, at least not certain of them. There were no black CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. Very few black judges. Shoot, as Larry Wilmore pointed out last week, a lot of folks didn't even think blacks had the tools to be a quarterback. Today, former Bull Michael Jordan isn't just the greatest basketball player of all time, he owns the team. When I was graduating, the main black hero on TV was Mr. T. Rap and hip-hop were counterculture, underground. Now Shonda Rhimes owns Thursday Night, and Beyonce runs the world. We're no longer entertainers, we're producers, studio executives, no longer small business owners, we're CEOs, we're mayors, representatives, presidents of the United States. Now, I am not saying gaps do not persist. Obviously they do. Racism persists. Inequality persists. Don't worry, I'm going to get to that. But I wanted to start class of 2016 by opening your eyes to the moment that you are in. If you had to choose one moment in history in which you could be born and you didn't know ahead of time who you were going to be, what nationality, what gender, what race, whether you'd be rich or poor, gay or straight, what faith you'd be born into, you wouldn't choose 100 years ago. You wouldn't choose the 50s or the 60s or the 70s. You choose right now. If you had to choose a time to be, in the words of Lorraine Hansberry, young, gifted, and black in America, you would choose right now. I tell you all this because it's important to note progress. Because to deny how far we've come would do a disservice to the cause of justice, to the legions of foot soldiers, to not only the incredibly accomplished individuals who've already been mentioned, but your mothers and your dads and grandparents and great-grandparents who marched and toiled and suffered and overcame to make this day possible. I tell you this not to lull you into complacency, but to spur you into action. Because there's still so much work to do, so many more miles to travel. And America needs you to gladly, happily take up that work. You all have some work to do. So enjoy the party, because you're going to be busy. Yes, our economy has recovered from crisis stronger than almost any other in the world. But there are folks of all races who are still hurting. Who still can't find work that pays enough to keep the lights on. Who still can't save for retirement. We've still got a big racial gap in economic opportunity. The overall unemployment rate is 5%, but the black unemployment rate is almost 9%. We've still got an achievement gap. And black boys and girls graduate high school and college at lower rates than white boys and white girls. Harriet Tubman may be going on the 20, but we've still got a gender gap when a black woman working full-time still earns just 66% of what a white man gets paid. We've got a justice gap. Too many black boys and girls pass through a pipeline from underfunded schools to overcrowded jails. This is one area where things have gotten worse. When I was in college, about 500,000 people in America were behind bars. Today, there are about 2.2 million. Black men are about 6 times likelier to be in prison right now than white men. Around the world, we've still got challenges to solve that threaten everybody in the 21st century. Old scourges like disease and conflict, but also new challenges from terrorism and climate change. So make no mistake, class of 2016, you've got plenty of work to do. But as complicated and sometimes intractable as these challenges may seem, the truth is that your generation is better positioned than any before you to meet those challenges. Flip the script. Now, how you do that, how you meet these challenges, how you bring about change, will ultimately be up to you. My generation, like all generations, is too confined by our own experience, too invested in our own biases, too stuck in our ways to provide much of the new thinking that will be required. But us old heads have learned a few things that might be useful in your journey. So with the rest of my time, I'd like to offer some suggestions for how young leaders like you can fulfill your destiny and shape our collective future. Bend it in the direction of justice and equality and freedom. First of all, and this should not be a problem for this group, be confident in your heritage. Be confident in your blackness. One of the great changes that's occurred in our country since I was your age is the realization there's no one way to be black. Take it from somebody who's seen both sides of the debate about whether I'm black or not. Past couple months, I've had lunch with the Queen of England and hosted Kendrick Lamar in the Oval Office. There's no straitjacket, there's no constraints, there's no litmus test for authenticity. Look at Howard. One thing most folks don't know about Howard is how diverse it is. When you arrived here, some of you were like, oh, they got black people in Iowa? But it's true. This class comes from big cities and rural communities. Some of you crossed oceans to study here. You shatter stereotypes. Some of you come from a long line of Bison. Some of you are the first in your family to graduate from college. You all talk different. You all dress different. You're Lakers fans, Celtics fans, maybe even some hockey fans. And because of those who come before you, you have models to follow. You can work for a company or start your own. You can go into politics or run an organization that holds politicians accountable. You can write a book that wins the National Book Award, or you can write the new run of Black Panther, or like one of your alumni, Ta-Nehisi Coates, you can go ahead and just do both. You can create your own style, set your own standard of beauty, embrace your own sexuality. Think about an icon we just lost, Prince. He blew up categories. People didn't know what Prince was doing. And folks loved him for it. You need to have the same confidence. Or as my daughters tell me all the time, you be you, Daddy. Sometimes Sasha puts a variation on it. You do you, Daddy. And because you're a black person doing whatever it is that you're doing, that makes it a black thing. Feel confident. Second, even as we each embrace our own beautiful, unique, and valid versions of our blackness, remember the tie that does bind us as African Americans. And that is our particular awareness of injustice and unfairness and struggle. That means we cannot sleepwalk through life. We cannot be ignorant of history. We can't meet the world with a sense of entitlement. We can't walk by a homeless man without asking why a society as wealthy as ours allows that state of affairs to occur. We can't just lock up a low-level dealer without asking why this boy, barely out of childhood, felt he had no other options. We have cousins and uncles and brothers and sisters who we remember were just as smart and just as talented as we were, but somehow got ground down by structures that are unfair and unjust. And that means we have to not only question the world as it is and stand up for those African Americans who haven't been so lucky. Because yes, you've worked hard, but you've also been lucky. That's a pet peeve of mine, people who've been successful and don't realize they've been lucky. That God may have blessed them It wasn't nothing you did. So don't have an attitude. But we must also expand our moral imaginations to understand and empathize with all people who are struggling. Not just black folks who are struggling. The refugee, the immigrant, the rural poor, the transgender person, and yes, the middle-aged white guy who you may think has all the advantages, but over the last several decades has seen his world upended by economic and cultural and technological change and feels powerless to stop it. You got to get in his head too. Number 3, you have to go through life with more than just passion for change. You need a strategy. I'll repeat that. I want you to have passion. You have to have a strategy. Not just awareness, but action. Not just hashtags, but votes. You see, change requires more than righteous anger. It requires a program and it requires organizing. The 1964 Democratic Convention, Fannie Lou Hamer, 5 feet 4 inches tall, gave a fiery speech on the national stage. But then she went back home to Mississippi and organized cotton pickers. And she didn't have the tools and technology where you can whip up a movement in minutes. She had to go door to door. I'm so proud of the new guard of black civil rights leaders who understand this. It's thanks in large part to the activism of young people, like many of you, from Black Twitter to Black Lives Matter, that America's eyes have been opened. White, black, Democrat, Republican. The real problems, for example, in our criminal justice system. But to bring about structural change, lasting change, awareness is not enough. It requires changes in law, changes in custom. If you care about mass incarceration, let me ask you, how are you pressuring members of Congress to pass the criminal justice reform bill now pending before that? If you care about better policing, do you know who your district attorney is? Do you know who your state's attorney general is? Do you know the difference? Do you know who appoints the police chief? And who writes the police training manual? Find out who they are, what their responsibilities are. Mobilize the community, present them with a plan, work with them to bring about change, hold them accountable if they do not deliver. Passion is vital, but you got to have a strategy. And your plan better include voting. Not just some of the time, but all of the time. It is absolutely true that 50 years after the Voting Rights Act, there are still too many barriers in this country to vote. There are too many people trying to erect new barriers to voting. This is the only advanced democracy on earth that goes out of its way to make it difficult for people to vote. And there's a reason for that. There's a legacy to that. But let me say this. Even if we dismantle every barrier to voting, that alone would not change the fact that America has some of the lowest voting rates in the free world. In 2014, only 36% of Americans turned out to vote in the midterms. Second lowest participation rate on record. Youth turnout, that would be you, was less than 20%. Less than 20%. 4 out of 5. did not vote. In 2012, nearly 2 in 3 African Americans turned out. And then in 2014, only 2 in 5 turned out. You don't think that made a difference in terms of the Congress I've got to deal with? And then people are wondering, well, how come Obama hadn't gotten this done? How come he didn't get that done? You don't think that made a difference? What would have happened if you had turned out at 50, 60, 70% all across this country? People try to make this political thing really complicated. They're like, well, what kinds of reforms do we need? And how do we need to do that? And what? You know what? Just vote. It's math. If you have more votes than the other guy, you get to do what you want. It's not that complicated. And you don't have excuses. You don't have to guess the number of jelly beans in a jar or bubbles on a bar of soap to register to vote. You don't have to risk your life to cast a ballot. Other people already did that for you. Your grandparents, your great-grandparents might be here today, they were working on it. What's your excuse? When we don't vote, we give away our power. Disenfranchise ourselves. Right when we need to use the power that we have. Right when we need your power to stop others from taking away the vote and rights of those more vulnerable than you are. The elderly and the poor, the formerly incarcerated trying to earn their second chance. You gotta vote all the time. Not just when it's cool. Not just when it's time to elect the president. Not just when you're inspired. It's your duty. When it's time to elect a member of Congress or a city councilman, a school board member, or a sheriff. That's how we change our politics. By electing people at every level who are representative of and accountable to us. It is not that complicated. Don't make it complicated. And finally, change requires more than just speaking out. It requires listening as well. In particular, it requires listening to those with whom you disagree and being prepared to compromise. You know, when I was a state senator, I helped pass Illinois' first racial profiling law and one of the first laws in the nation requiring the videotaping of confessions in capital cases. And we were successful because early on I engaged law enforcement. I didn't say to them, oh, you guys are so racist, you need to do something. I understood, as many of you do, that the overwhelming majority of police officers are good and honest and courageous and fair and love the communities they serve. And we knew there were some bad apples and that even good cops with the best of intentions, including, by the way, African-American police officers, might have unconscious biases, as we all do. So we engaged and we listened and we kept working until we built consensus. And because we took the time to listen, we crafted legislation that was good for the police because it improved the trust and cooperation of the community, and it was good for the communities who were less likely to be treated unfairly. And I can say this unequivocally. Without at least the acceptance of the police organization in Illinois, I could never have gotten those bills passed. Very simple. They would have blocked it. The point is, you need allies in a democracy. That's just the way it is. It can be frustrating and it can be slow. But history teaches us that the alternative to democracy is is always worse. That's not just true in this country. It's not a black or white thing. Go to any country where the give and take of democracy has been repealed by one-party rule, and I will show you a country that does not work. And democracy requires compromise. Even when you are 100% right. This is hard to explain sometimes. You can be completely right, and you still are going to have to engage folks who disagree with you. If you think that the only way forward is to be as uncompromising as possible, you will feel good about yourself. You will enjoy a certain moral purity, but you're not going to get what you want. And if you don't get what you want long enough, you will eventually think the whole system is rigged. And that will lead to more cynicism and less participation and a downward spiral of more injustice and more anger and more despair. And that's never been the source of our progress. That's how we cheat ourselves of progress. You know, we remember Dr. King's soaring oratory. The power of his letter from the Birmingham jail. The marches he led, but he also sat down with President Johnson in the Oval Office to try and get a Civil Rights Act and a Voting Rights Act passed. And those two seminal bills were not perfect, just like the Emancipation Proclamation was a war document as much as it was some clarion call for freedom. Those mileposts of our progress were not perfect. They did not make up for centuries of slavery or Jim Crow or eliminate racism or provide for 40 acres and a mule. But they made things better. And you know what? I will take it better every time. I always tell my staff, better is good. Because you consolidate your gains and then you move on to the next fight from a stronger position. Brittany Packner, a member of the Black Lives Matter movement and Campaign Zero, one of the Ferguson protest organizers, she joined our task force on 21st century policing. Some of her fellow activists questioned whether she should participate. She rolled up her sleeves. She sat at the same table with big city police chiefs and prosecutors, and because she did, she ended up shaping many of the recommendations of that task force. And those recommendations are now being adopted across the country. Changes that many of the protesters called for. If young activists like Brittany had refused to participate out of some sense of ideological purity, then those great ideas would have just remained ideas. But she did participate, and that's how change happens. America is big, and it is boisterous, and it is more diverse than ever. The president told me that we've got a significant Nepalese contingent here at Howard. I would not have guessed that. Right on. But it just tells you how interconnected we're becoming. And with so many folks from so many places converging, we are not always going to agree with each other. Another Howard alum, Zornil Hurston, once said, there's a good quote here, nothing that God ever made is the same thing to more than one person. Think about that. That's why our democracy gives us a process designed for us to settle our disputes with argument and ideas and votes instead of violence and simple majority rule. So don't try to shut folks out. Don't try to shut them down, no matter how much you might disagree with them. You know, there's been a trend around the country of trying to get colleges to disinvite speakers with a different point of view. or disrupt a politician's rally. Don't do that. No matter how ridiculous or offensive you might find the things that come out of their mouths. Because as my grandmother used to tell me, every time a fool speaks, they are just advertising their own ignorance. Let them talk. Let them talk. If you don't, you just make them a victim. And then they can avoid accountability. That doesn't mean you shouldn't challenge them. Have the confidence to challenge them. Confidence in the rightness of your position. There will be times when you shouldn't compromise your core values, your integrity. And you will have the responsibility to speak up in the face of injustice. But listen, engage. If the other side has a point, learn from them. If they're wrong, rebut them, teach them, beat them on the battlefield of ideas. And you might as well start practicing now, because one thing I can guarantee you, you will have to deal with ignorance, hatred, racism, foolishness, trifling folk. I promise you, you will have to deal with all that at every stage of your life. That may not seem fair, but life has never been completely fair. Nobody promised you a Christmas fair. And if you want to make life fair, then you got to start with the world as it is. So, that's my advice. That's how you change things. Change isn't something that happens every 4 years or 8 years. Change is not placing your faith in any particular politician and then just putting your feet up and saying, okay, go. Change is the effort of committed citizens who hitch their wagons to something bigger than themselves and fight for it every single day. That's what Thurgood Marshall understood. A man who once walked this yard, graduated from Howard Law, went home to Baltimore, started his own law practice. He and his mentor, Charles Hamilton Houston, rolled up their sleeves and they set out to overturn segregation. They worked through the NAACP, filed dozens of lawsuits, fought dozens of cases. And after nearly 20 years of effort, 20 years, Thurgood Marshall ultimately succeeded in bringing his righteous cause before the Supreme Court and securing the ruling in Brown versus Board of Education that separate could never be. 20 years. Marshall, Houston, they knew it would not be easy. They knew it would not be quick. They knew all sorts of obstacles would stand in their way. They knew that even if they won, that would just be the beginning of a longer march to equality. But they had discipline. They had persistence. They had faith and a sense of humor. And they made life better for all Americans. And I know you graduates share those qualities. I know it because I've learned about some of the young people graduating here today. There's a young woman named Sierra Jefferson who's graduating with me. And I'm just going to use her as an example. I hope you don't mind Sierra. Sierra grew up in Detroit and was raised by a poor single mom who worked 7 days a week in an auto plant. For a time, her family found themselves without a place to call home. They bounced around between friends and family who might take them in. By her senior year, Sierra was up at 5 a.m. every day, juggling homework, extracurricular activities, volunteering, all while taking care of her little sister. But she knew that education was her ticket to a better life. She never gave up, pushed herself to excel. This daughter of a single mom who works on the assembly line turned down a full scholarship to Harvard to come to Howard. Today, like many of you, Sierra's the first in her family to graduate from college. And then she says she's going to go back to her hometown just like Thurgood Marshall did, to make sure all the working folks she grew up with have access to the health care they need and deserve. As she puts it, she's going to be a change agent. She's going to reach back and help folks like her succeed. And people like Sierra are why I remain optimistic about America. Young people like you are why I never give in to despair. James Baldwin once wrote, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced." Graduates, each of us is only here because someone else faced down challenges for us. We are only who we are because someone else struggled and sacrificed for us. That's not just Thurgood Marshall's story, or Sierra's story, or my story, or your story. That is the story of America. The story whispered by slaves in the cotton fields. The song of marches in Selma. The dream of a king. The shadow of Lincoln. The prayer of immigrants who set out for a new world. The roar of women demanding the vote. The rallying cry of workers who built America. The GIs who bled overseas for our freedom. Now it's your turn. And the good news is you're ready. And when your journey seems too hard, and when you run into a chorus of cynics who tell you that you're being foolish to keep believing, or that you can't do something, or that you should just give up, or you should just settle, you might say to yourself a little phrase that I found handy these last 8 years. Yes, we can. Congratulations, class of 2016.
All right, and that was President Obama at Howard University 2 days ago. Next, I'm going to take you, this is interesting, you hear Josh Earnest discuss that address right here. Josh Earnest talks about President Obama's commencement address during his White House press briefing today. So I'll take you there next. Josh Earnest on the screen right here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Monday. Before we get started, I wanted to just bring to your attention a statement that was issued today by the National Governors Association. So the NGA is a bipartisan organization that represents governors from across the country. They issued a statement, and I'm just going to take the liberty of reading it to you here. So this is a direct quote from the NGA. The nation is on the threshold of a public health emergency as it faces the likely spread of the Zika virus. As with all such emergencies, advanced planning and preparation is essential to prevent injury and death. A key component to averting infectious disease outbreaks is to prevent incidence levels from reaching a critical tipping point, after which there is a rapid increase in the number of infections. This is particularly true of the Zika virus. The most important way we can protect people is to minimize infections and prevent a concentration of cases, which can lead to outbreak in children born with severe lifelong birth defects, such as microencephaly. As Congress returns from recess today, the nation's governors urge the administration and Congress to work together to reach agreement on the appropriate funding levels needed to prepare for and combat the Zika virus. We also ask they act as expeditiously as possible to ensure those funds are available to states, territories, and the public at large. So this obviously is consistent with the argument that the administration has been making for more than 2 months now. That given the public health emergency that exists around the Zika virus, it's critical that Congress act quickly to provide the necessary funding to our public health professionals and to states to ensure we can protect the American people. That's what the President's been advocating for quite some time, and we're hopeful that Republicans will drop their opposition and actually work with Democrats to get this done. So with that, Kevin, you want to get started today?
Sure. Josh, thank you. So now that North Carolina sued to keep in place this so-called backroom law, how will that affect the review that agencies were undertaking that could have limited federal dollars to the state? Will the administration hold off on those reviews now that there's a lawsuit and let it play out in court?
I'm not aware of any change in the posture of that review. The position of the North Carolina government has not changed. They're asserting that this mean-spirited law is somehow consistent with the Civil Rights Act and with our values. The Department of Justice has obviously spoken to its compliance with the law given their enforcement role. So for questions about that, I'd refer you to the Department of Justice. And I think the President has spoken pretty powerfully to the idea that what the state of North Carolina has passed in a one-day special session is inconsistent with the values of fairness and equality and justice that we hold dear in this country. And I think it should be evident from the response of the business community that what the North Carolina government has done is inconsistent with the best interests of the people of North Carolina and the economy of North Carolina. That obviously will be something that North Carolina officials will have to deal with. But there's been a reluctance on the part of businesses that had previously committed to expanding the amount of business that they do in North Carolina from engaging with a government that just makes it easier to discriminate against their employees and potential customers.
What are the ramifications of Iran test firing another ballistic missile? Has the nuclear deal and the subsequent lifting of certain sanctions emboldened Iran to undertake these provocations?
Well, Kevin, we are aware of Iranian claims of let me say that again. We're aware of Iranian claims of an additional ballistic missile launch. I would note we're also aware of statements from the defense minister indicating that such a launch did not take place. So we're still trying to get to the bottom of what exactly transpired. I think the clearest impact of the successful completion of the international agreement to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon is we can now verify that Iran has not obtained a nuclear weapon. And in fact, we have verified that Iran has taken significant steps to actually roll back their nuclear program. And the worst case dire predictions of the deal's critics did not at all come to pass. What did come to pass is exactly what this administration indicated our objectives were, which were to curtail Iran's nuclear program, guarantee access for international inspectors who could verify that Iran's nuclear program only exists for peaceful purposes.
So last week you had talked about criticism of the administration's selling of the Iran deal in the wake of the New York Times profile of Ben Rhodes as sour grapes. And he's now written kind of a follow-up, and I wanted to ask, if that was the case, why has he felt the need to explain himself more, and did the president or anyone else at the White House ask him to do that?
Well, I'm not aware of, I haven't spoken to the president about this story, so this was not something that was written at the request of the president. I think what motivated Ben to discuss this further is that there was an attempt, and there has been an attempt, by opponents of the Iran deal to suggest that somehow the effort to protect the deal was based solely on spin. The fact is, as I just mentioned, we can evaluate the Iran deal now in terms of the impact that it has had on our national security and on Iran's nuclear program. So we're no longer in a situation in which we have to argue about what the impact of this agreement will be. We actually now can verify what the impact of the agreement is. And what is clear is that Iran has eliminated 98% of its highly enriched uranium stockpile. Iran has disconnected thousands of centrifuges. Iran has essentially rendered harmless its heavy water plutonium reactor. And Iran has complied with its commitment to give international inspectors widespread access to the country to verify its compliance with the agreement. our opponents and opponents of this deal had suggested that Iran would never go along with it, that Iran would never implement the terms of the agreement. They were wrong about that. Our critics often suggested that there would never be a way to verify Iran's claims that they had gone along with the agreement. They were wrong about that too. The international inspectors at the IAEA have gotten the access that they have needed to verify Iran's compliance with the agreement. What our critics have also suggested is that the agreement would open the door to hundreds of billions of dollars in cash for the Iranian economy. That's not occurred either. In fact, we actually see some in Iran suggesting that they haven't gotten as much funding out of the deal as they expected. So the truth is, it's hard to think of a scenario or a single fact that critics of this agreement predicted that actually came to pass. In fact, time and time and time again, almost regardless of which factor you consider, the critics of the deal have been wrong. And I think this is an indication that our efforts to protect the agreement were rooted firmly in fact. And that's the point that Ben wanted to reiterate in the context of his online post today. Okay. Roberta.
I wanted to ask about the Philippines selection. I'm curious to know whether the White House has any reaction to the candidate who appears all but certain to have won. He has said that he wants multilateral talks to resolve the South China Sea disputes, talks with Japan, Australia, and the United States, and China. And I'm wondering what the White House thinks of that idea and whether the White House has any general reaction to his election and his campaign.
I don't have a reaction to the election at this point. We'll let all the votes be tallied before we weigh in with a specific response to any of the statements that were made by the candidates. I can just tell you in general that when it comes to resolving the competing claims in the South China Sea, the United States is not a claimant to any of those land features, but we have urged all of the countries that are to resolve their differences through diplomacy and through well-established international procedures for doing so. We're strongly supportive of that effort because we benefit from the kind of rules-based order that allows the free flow of commerce in that region of the world. And it's obviously in our economic and strategic interest for that flow to continue uninterrupted. And any sort of destabilizing activities there would not be in our interest. So while we are not a claimant to any of those land features, we do have an interest in those differences being resolved through diplomacy and without disrupting the broader international order.
So would well-established diplomatic procedures include the possibility of having multilateral talks about that?
Well, I haven't seen the specific proposal that that this one particular Filipino candidate, the president's put forward, but we'll obviously wait for the results to come in, and then we'll then have more of a reaction to offer in terms of his election and any proposals that may put on the table.
Just a quick one on this weekend, Saudi Arabia named a new oil minister, and I'm wondering whether this White House reaction to this key appointment and whether the White House is expecting a new era of transparency because this oil minister is younger, or any sort of thoughts about this significant change.
I don't have any specific comments in reaction to some political changes inside of Saudi Arabia. Obviously, the king and the government there are making decisions consistent with their own interests. I would point out that the new energy minister did make clear that the political changes did not signal any significant short-term changes in their energy policy. But for any developments on that front, I'd refer you to his statement and any additional statements that they choose to put out. But obviously, the United States continues to consider Saudi Arabia as an important partner in that region of the world. And that certainly was part of the reason that President Obama traveled to Saudi Arabia just a couple of weeks ago and engaged in serious and lengthy consultations with the Saudi government while he was there. Okay. JC?
Is there any
statement you may have, or the President, thoughts on the election of Sadiq Ahmad Khan as the first Muslim mayor of the City of London?
Well, JC, obviously we saw that those news reports over the weekend. This is obviously an historic development for an historic city. Obviously, the political debate inside of the UK and in London is obviously charged with a lot of different issues, and this outcome is obviously reflects the will of the people of London, and I certainly wouldn't second guess them from here. But there's no denying the historical significance of Mr. Khan's election.
Strong get out the vote effort by Pakistani Brits, who were very, very joined very strongly together to dissuade or discourage some of the racism that has come up over the last few months in Great Britain, and some of the concepts that may exist even in this country. Some are using a parallel there, calling it interesting.
I don't know enough about the election in order to offer my own analysis here about what may have motivated the voters of London, but obviously this is an historic election. Okay, April.
Josh, I want to go back to Zika. Has this administration gotten any word on the tests for treatment or the status on what next for those who have it, and also efforts to prevent? What's the status on what's happening in the lab?
I don't have an updated status for you in terms of the work that's being done at the CDC and the NIH on a range of diagnostic or vaccine development. What I do know is that our public health professionals have indicated that if given additional resources, that there is more that they could do to speed up the development of critical diagnostic tools and speed up the development of a vaccine. One of the limiting factors is lab capacity, and additional resources could be devoted to expanding lab capacity that would allow for the more effective use of diagnostic tests, both in terms of using them more broadly, but also in terms of getting a more prompt response to the tests. The other thing that our public health professionals have indicated is that we're going to be relying on the private sector to do a lot of the work around the vaccine development, particularly when it comes to widespread testing and eventually the manufacturing of a vaccine. We're going to rely on the private sector that has resources that it can devote to that effort. But we know that that would require a multi-year commitment on the part of the private sector to produce a vaccine in quantities that are that large. So that's why we've made a strong case to the United States Congress that they don't just need to provide funding expeditiously, as a bipartisan group of governors has indicated, but we also need them to make a longer-term commitment to those funds so that the private sector can be confident about making their own long-term commitment that will be necessary to complete the testing and manufacture of a vaccine that could protect the American people from Zika. So this is an urgent effort that requires a long-term commitment, and those are two things that Congress isn't very good at. They aren't very good about acting quickly, and they aren't very good about making long-term commitments to things. But for the good of the American people and for the safety of our public health, we need Congress to act quickly to make a long-term commitment to the resources that our public health professionals need to keep us safe from the Zika virus.
The World Health Organization, the CDC, now the governors and others are saying that this is going to be a pandemic. What are the Republicans saying to you, or to the president, or to legislators here, or whomever, the reasoning as to why they are not making this an urgent issue right now?
Frankly, I don't know what good explanation there could possibly be.
What is the explanation they've given you?
Well, listen, I'll leave it to Republicans to make their own case about what explanation they have for ignoring the advice of our public health professionals, ignoring the urging of our public health professionals, and not providing much-needed resources to the effort to combat Zika. We know that there are resources that could be used to expand the use of diagnostic tests and to accelerate the development of a vaccine. We also know that there are resources that can and should be used to fight mosquitoes. This is a mosquito-borne illness. And if we can provide additional resources to state and local authorities who are trying to fight mosquito populations, we can have a positive impact on reducing the spread or potential spread of this virus. So there are common sense things that Congress can and should be doing to fund the effort to protect the American people from the Zika virus. And for the life of me, I don't think that anybody can offer up a legitimate explanation for why they haven't taken these common sense steps that we know would enhance the safety and security of the American people.
Say to this Democratic congressional leader who says, who just texted me this, there's a fear of the GOP looking like they're spending money without making cuts elsewhere as it relates to Zika, the funding for Zika.
Yeah, I don't think the American people are going to think that's a very good excuse. When faced with a public health emergency, I don't think the American people are going to have much sympathy for Republicans who are concerned about political criticism from conservative right-wing ideologues. I don't think that's a very good excuse for not doing your job. And I don't think the American people are going to think that's a legitimate excuse if Republican members of Congress choose to make it in this case.
Subject. Howard, over the weekend, very powerful. How much did the president have input in the speech? It was a strong race speech, I would say. It was a race. I wouldn't say it was a race speech. How much input did he have in the speech? And when did he decide that it was going to be more of a race speech? I mean, it was, as you said, it was kind of moving into the future with all the issues and opportunities and obstacles that were in front of them, but it was also a huge race speech.
The president spent a lot of his own time drafting and revising that speech, and I know that he was working on it as recently as Friday afternoon. So this is a speech that reflected his own efforts to write and edit and revise the speech in the days leading up to delivering.
One more, or maybe two more, or how many ever more of these kind of speeches before he leaves, because he is historically the first black president of the United States, and he gave out some information that we've never heard put in the ways he presented them Saturday.
Well, we got 8 months to go, so stay tuned. John, nice to see you today.
Just a couple other questions. I know you were asked last week on the Ben Rhodes profile. One, the article describes Ben as the single most influential voice shaping American foreign policy, aside from the president himself. Is that a characterization you'd say is accurate?
Well, there's no denying that Ben's relationship with the president and his close work with the president on a range of foreign policy issues since President Obama was merely a candidate for the president means that the president relies on Ben for a lot of advice. But what's also true is the president is fortunate to have a team of national security officials that have a lot of experience working on these issues that the president also relies on. So certainly somebody like the Secretary of State John Kerry wields a lot of influence when it comes to this administration's policy and the president's own thinking. The president has for years worked closely with Susan Rice, his national security advisor, on a range of issues. She obviously served at the United Nations, representing the United States and the United Nations for a number of years during the first term. So she is somebody who has had both influential positions as well as the kind of relationship with the president that allows her to influence his thinking. Obviously somebody like Ash Carter, somebody who has years of experience working at the Pentagon, at the Department of Defense, and he can use that experience to help the president make difficult policy decisions. So there are many people that have that play an influential role in guiding the president's thinking when it comes to a range of foreign policy issues. But Ben is, by all accounts, I think, an influential figure.
One of the things he talks about in this article is the foreign policy blob as something that the president sought to kind of stand against. And the article says, according to Rhodes, the blob includes Hillary Clinton, Robert Gates, and other Iraq war promoters from both parties who now whine incessantly about the collapse of American security in Europe and the Middle East. So I'm just wondering on this, the foreign policy blob, is it the White House view that Hillary Clinton is part of that foreign policy blob, or is that just a view of Ben Rhodes?
I will say that I've spent a lot of time with Ben over the years, but also on a couple of foreign trips with long flights just in the last couple of months. I have not heard him use the term blob. I'm not suggesting that he's misquoted. I'm just saying I don't know the direct frame of reference in which he used.
Hillary Clinton is part of the foreign policy blob?
Well, again, I'm not even sure what that means. But obviously, Secretary Clinton is somebody I think I would also put in the category of influencing the president's thinking and influencing this administration's policy.
See a major profile of somebody who, in your words, at least, is an influential voice in forming American foreign policy, describing Hillary Clinton as something that would be a part of where the president stands on foreign policy.
Yeah.
Well, we let a little blob and use whatever word you want to use, but it's clearly a derogatory description here.
Well, I think.
Going from one of the president's top foreign policy.
Well, stepping back from that specific term, I think what is true is that one of the things that the incoming president of the United States vowed to do in 2009 was to bring change to Washington, D.C. And that was interpreted in a lot of ways. First, in terms of his commitment to trying to fight the influence of special interests in Washington, certainly pursuing a different kind of economic policy than the one that was pursued by the previous administration. But we've also spent a lot of time over the last 7 years, and you certainly have covered a good chunk of this, sort of pushing back against the foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C. That did support what in hindsight were really bad foreign policy decisions. One of them was to invade Iraq in 2003, something that then State Senator Barack Obama strongly opposed. So I think the point is this, is that President Obama has worked hard to implement a foreign policy that he believes strongly advances the interests of the United States around the globe, but doesn't just rely on the conventional wisdom of the foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C. Certainly the president has benefited tremendously from the advice of experienced foreign policy hands inside this administration. Vice President Biden, Secretary of State John Kerry, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, Secretary of Defense Ash Carter. These are all people that have a lot of experience in the national security establishment in Washington. But what the president has sought to do is to incorporate that advice, but also to make sure that he's thinking smartly about the most effective way to use U.S. influence, to use the United States military to advance our interests around the globe. And there is a tendency that's undeniable on the part of the foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C., to turn to the military option, in the president's view, often prematurely. And it is that kind of thinking that contributed to...
Carter and Clinton in that foreign policy.
What today is about...
I'm including them in the category of people who've got an enormous amount of foreign policy experience that has been used to give the president excellent advice when it comes to advancing our national security interests and formulating a foreign policy that has made the American people safer. I think what is also true is there is a tendency, generally, when it comes to the debate in Washington, D.C., about the foreign policy establishment in Washington, that makes, that prioritizes the use of the United States military, often in a way to sort of protect the strength of the United States. President Obama strongly believes, and I think many members of his national security team agree, that there are other ways that the United States of America can project our strength in a way that better advances our national security interests around the globe.
Okay, one more quote from this. This is a quote from Ben in the story. I was wondering if you could interpret for me.
Mhm.
The average reporter we talk to is 27 years old, and their only reporting experience consists of being around political campaigns. That's a sea change. They literally know nothing. Is that, I mean, what's exactly talking about?
Well, again, I guess at some point you'll have an opportunity to talk to him about that quote. I think what is clear is...
The average reporter you talk to?
Well, I guess looking around this room, unfortunately, not many of us meet that 27-year-old threshold. I think I can speak confidently on behalf of not just young at heart, but also young at age here.
We're the ones talking to the 27-year-old spokesman.
What I would say to you is that I can speak confidently on behalf of the president and on behalf of the White House that we obviously work hard to engage respectfully with the White House press corps that is quite serious about understanding exactly what's happening in the White House and describing that situation to your readers and listeners. And I think that everybody in this White House has worked hard to engage in that kind of respectful dialogue, not just because it advances the country's interests for the citizens to understand exactly what President Obama is doing, but also because it's critically important to our democracy. The president spoke at the White House Correspondents' Center just over a week ago, where he talked about how important it is for professional, independent journalists to hold people in power accountable. That is critical to the success of our democracy, and it is why the president and the rest of us here at the White House have worked hard to engage in that debate in a respectful way that reflects the need for the American public and our citizens to be informed about the issues of the day. Okay. Athena.
On Zika, given there's an active current threat from the virus on the island of Puerto Rico, and also, of course, strong ties between that island and many cities and states in the mainland, how much concern is there that the island's financial situation could contribute to a more full-blown public health crisis there that could affect the mainland? And if and when or if Congress eventually allocates this money, presumably some of it would go to Puerto Rico, I think, right?
Well, let me answer that question a couple different ways. Some of the financial turmoil in Puerto Rico is having a negative impact on the public health care system inside of Puerto Rico. And given the fact that there are reported cases of the Zika virus in Puerto Rico, this seems like a pretty bad time for investments in Puerto Rico's public health system to be cut. Yet that's exactly what the Puerto Rican government is having to do because they have not been given the restructuring authority that they need by Republicans in Congress. So there is a concern about how the interplay between these two issues could have a broader negative impact, not just on the 3 million Americans who live in Puerto Rico, but potentially on the U.S. mainland as well. So that's why the administration has prioritized both of these issues, both our efforts to try to address the financial challenges in Puerto Rico, but also to make sure that we are providing the necessary resources to state and local officials across the country to fight the Zika virus in their communities. And yes, that would include providing resources to the government in Puerto Rico to, for example, more effectively concentrate efforts to fight the mosquito population.
Also, on Howard, there's a lot of things in that speech that were interesting beyond race. The president talked a lot about voting and activism and being a change agent. He talked about how America and the world, including race relations, in most ways is much better than when he graduated college. And he used a line we've heard a lot from him recently, saying that if you had to choose any time in the world history to be born and didn't know what your position would be in, you'd choose now. That sounds like an implicit rebuke of "Make America Great Again," like that kind of sloganeering. Can we expect this to be a large part of the message that he delivers on the campaign trail in the coming months, maybe particularly to young or diverse crowds?
Well, I think I can assure you that President Obama delivered a commencement address at Howard University this weekend with the graduates of Howard University on his mind, with the class of 2016 at universities across the country thinking about entering the workforce. And he didn't have the presidential campaign on his mind. He was focused on these graduates, and he was focusing on the graduates not just at Harvard, but at colleges at Howard, but also colleges and universities all across the country. And I recognize that political coverage is omnipresent these days, but this was a speech that was really a message to those graduates, and it does provide a lot of insight into the way the president thinks about a range of these issues and the consequences it has for graduates of Howard and other esteemed universities across the country. But it was not. There will be ample time for the president to make his election argument to young voters across the country, and there may be some common themes. But what the president was focused on here is delivering what I think is a powerful message to the voters or to the graduates of Howard University.
When can we expect a decision on whether the president will go? And what's being weighed? Is it logistics? Is it politics, policy, desire? What's sort of going into the decision?
Well, the president made an observation in 2009 when he traveled to Japan about his interest in traveling to Hiroshima. Given that the president's scheduled to depart for Asia in about a week and a half here, our work to plan that trip is something we need to complete relatively soon. And so we'll have more information about the president's itinerary when he's traveling in Asia relatively soon. Okay. All right. Ron.
On the commencement beat, this photograph of the West Point graduates with the clenched fists, what is the president's thought about that as commander-in-chief?
I didn't talk to him about it. Obviously, the officials at West Point will be responsible for enforcing the rules of that institution, consistent with the way that they have been established. But at this point, I wouldn't weigh in with a view on behalf of the commander-in-chief just because I haven't talked to him about it.
Because it happened around the same time that of the commencement speech to Howard, and a lot of black pride, so on and so forth, and that seems to be what some of the cadets are saying that was an expression of, and that's why I'm surprised the president hasn't thought. There's no indication of what he thinks about this or feels about this.
I just haven't talked to him about that particular issue today.
The North Carolina situation, I'm just trying to clarify now, there was this agency review going on about funding and so forth, and now you have the lawsuit with the threat. So where does the process stand of funding cuts potentially to North Carolina because of the law?
Well, so remember, these are two different things. The first is there's a policy question to be answered about what impact this North Carolina law would have on the way in which the federal government funds some programs in the state of North Carolina. And there are a range of agencies that are considering the policy implications of the HB 2. There's a separate question that was considered by the Department of Justice, independent of any White House judgment, about whether or not HB 2 was consistent with the Civil Rights Law, the Civil Rights Act 1964 to be specific. And the Department of Justice issued a letter expressing their concerns about the fact that, in their view, HB 2 is inconsistent with the Civil Rights Act. It does appear that this is a question that will go to the courts. So, I don't want to wade into this too far. But the policy review is being conducted at the agency level. It's still ongoing. But the Department of Justice question about whether or not this is consistent with the Civil Rights Act is something that will apparently be litigated in the courts.
So what is the president's view about involvement in terms of these funding issues? Has he been aggressively pushing the agencies to look at this matter, or I think?
Well, I think it's actually the agencies themselves. Shortly after the law was passed.
You said that one time, and it seemed a little bit inconceivable about how this happens in North Carolina, and then independently all these agencies, without any direction or motivation, just independently look at this issue without the president's involvement or the White House.
I think this is an indication that the agencies take their jobs pretty seriously, and they certainly are going to coordinate with one another. They're going to coordinate with the White House, and they're going to coordinate with the Department of Justice as they make these policy decisions. We obviously will want to make sure that whatever policy consequences are realized, that they are consistent across agencies. But that's a process that is ongoing. So, yes, the White House is involved in that policy review process, but primarily to coordinate the activities of the agencies that are involved.
Is it conceivable that this law could defy the civil rights laws, yet still be consistent with any particular agency's policies?
Well, again, what these agencies are reviewing right now is what impact the law has on their policies.
I guess the question is, how aggressively is the administration going to go after the funding of North Carolina now that it clearly believes that this law is violating the civil rights it is not consistent with the civil rights laws?
Yeah. Look, I don't think this is an issue of going after North Carolina's funding. I think the question is simply a policy one. In terms of evaluating what impact this law has on policy questions related to funding that North Carolina uses for a variety of programs inside their state. So this is something that officials at a variety of agencies will consider, but we will be working to try to coordinate those decisions so that there can be a pretty consistent interpretation of this policy across agencies.
I can't help but follow up on the 27-year-old reporter question that John asked.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, we all know Ben and have. Is it fair to say that it's clearly not an accurate comment? Is it fair to say that it was an unfortunate comment, or is he going to have more to say about that? I mean, it seemed like quite a put down, frankly, of the press corps.
Well, I assure that's, look, based on the conversations that I've had with Ben over the last couple of days, I assure that's not how it was intended. And based on that reaction, I'm confident he would say it differently if given the chance. But look, all of you have had multiple opportunities to talk to Ben on a range of foreign policy issues, and I think all of you appreciate the commitment that he has demonstrated to working with all of you to help inform your viewers and readers. And I think that's an indication of how seriously Ben takes this process. It certainly is reflective of the approach that the White House in general has taken to working with reporters, to engaging in a public debate about the wisdom of the policies this administration has put forward. And Ben has been a persuasive advocate for the president's policies, but also an eager participant in that debate.
Not to make this personal about him, it perhaps raises a larger issue of how the administration views the press corps generally, and the relationship I haven't been here the whole 8 years or so, but it has been at times, and it should be, contentious. And I guess, to what extent is this some indication that the president's thinking about the press corps is not perhaps as complimentary as we would like it to be, or as positive as we perhaps think it should be?
Yeah, I guess I would encourage you to consider the president's own words on this, and whether you want to consider the statements that the president made at the Correspondents' Dinner, or the statements that the president delivered to college journalists in this room just a couple days before the Correspondents' Dinner. In both settings, the president paid tribute to the critically important role that independent journalists have in the success of our democracy. And I think, look, as you point out, there's built-in friction between the White House press corps and the White House. That is always going to be there. And the day that it's not, the day that there is not friction between the White House press corps and the White House, is the day that you guys stop doing your jobs. The day that you walk in here and you sit in the front row and you say, well, you know what, Josh, I think you just answered all my questions here at the briefing. There's not another single thing I could possibly ask about. That's the day that you haven't taken seriously your responsibilities to push and prod and hold the administration and the president accountable for the decisions that he's making and for the consequences of those decisions. And I think the fact that I come out here and stand here for an hour and a half every day to answer your questions is an indication that we take that process quite seriously.
Do you think that in the coming months and weeks that the president might increase his level of engagement with the press? And I remember struck that day that he stood here and took about many questions from the students, but his interactions with us are, I would say, more limited. Perhaps not over the course of the whole. I mean, there's a lot of ways to parse this, obviously. Yeah. But the question is, can there be, or given some of what's been said here and what the thought here, do you think the president might rethink the level of access and engagement that he has with the press corps? Does he feel that it's appropriate?
Yeah, I think look, last Friday the president stood at this podium and delivered an opening statement and took 4 questions from people in this room. And I think that's an indication of the president's commitment to engaging with all of you and answering your questions and being accountable to you and to the American public for the decisions that he's making. And look, if there's ever a day that you guys walk in this room and say, you know what, I think we've heard enough from the president today, or you know what, we've gotten all kinds of questions that we've been able to ask the president, it's a day that you've stopped doing your job. You're supposed to sit there and say, why can't we get more access to the president? Why can't the president spend more time answering our questions? That's your job. That's what you're supposed to advocate for. And that's the nature of our arrangement here. I think the question really is not whether or not the White House press corps is going to be satisfied with the number of questions the president has taken from the press corps. You shouldn't be. I think the question is there a commitment institutionally on the part of the White House that starts at the top to answering as many questions as possible and spending the time necessary to help the American people and the journalists who cover the White House the most understand exactly what's happening here. And I think I'm quite proud, and I think the president's quite proud of the efforts that we undertake on a daily basis to help all of you understand exactly what the president's doing and why he's doing it. And to be clear, the president understands that's part of his job. Part of the job of the president of the United States is to communicate with the American public and certainly to participate and engage in a process where you have independent journalists who've got years of experience, either on the campaign trail or around the world, who are here to hold the president accountable and to hold his administration accountable. And that's, again, that is part of what makes our democracy successful. And you've heard the president make this observation after returning from travels overseas. Well, actually, there's a better example of this. The president had this conversation with Vladimir Putin on the telephone, where President Putin made an observation about some news coverage of the president back here in Washington. And the president noted to President Putin that while President Obama has the opportunity to talk to reporters, he doesn't have an opportunity to edit their pieces. And that sometimes that makes for a little bumpiness. And sometimes the president feels as if his message is being blurred. But that's part of our process, and that's what makes our country and our democracy strong, and it's why the president so willingly and freely engages in that process. Byron.
Thanks, Josh. Last week, the president granted clemency to 58 nonviolent drug offenders. At the time, you guys noted that he's granted more commutations than the previous 6 presidents combined. But when it comes to the use of his pardon power, he lags pretty far behind other modern and historical presidents. He's only granted 70 pardons. George W. Bush has granted 180. Bill Clinton granted nearly 400. Why is the president so reluctant to pardon people?
Well, Byron, we've got 8 months to go, so I think it's too early to draw that conclusion. The second thing I would point out is the president has been aggressively advocating for criminal justice reform legislation. In terms of the potential impact of that legislation, it would have a positive impact on many more Americans, particularly when it comes to bringing greater justice to our criminal justice system. What's also true is this administration has worked hard to upgrade the processes that we have in place internally for considering clemency requests. That effort to make that process more efficient has resulted in changes both here at the White House and at the Department of Justice to streamline this process. The administration has also worked with outside organizations, again, to try to make this process function at a higher level. And I think the benefits of all of that work is something that we've seen in recent months with an increase in people who've been granted clemency. And the president is certainly hopeful that at least over the next 8 months that we'll continue to benefit from that work. I think what is also true is there's no denying that the next president of the United States will inherit a higher functioning clemency system than the one that President Obama inherited. And that also has the potential to make a difference in the lives of Americans who are ready for a second chance.
When it comes to pardon specifically, is there something the president likes better about clemency over offering a blanket pardon for a crime?
No, well, it's hard to answer that question, Byron, just because each of these cases are considered on a case-by-case basis. So it's hard to make grand pronouncements about the use of the granting of clemency in the form of a commutation as opposed to a pardon. But what I can tell you is, after a lot of work, we now have in place a much better system for considering these kinds of requests. There is a backlog that has built up that we're working through, but because of improvements at the Department of Justice, because of better coordination with some outside organizations, and because of a commitment on the part of this president to using this presidential authority to bring more justice to our criminal justice system, we've seen clemency granted at higher rates over the last several months, and hopefully that progress will continue. But again, none of this will ever be a replacement for the kind of criminal justice reform legislation that has bipartisan support in Congress that would have a much broader impact in terms of making our communities safer, but also bringing greater justice to our criminal justice system.
A pardon generally restores lost rights like the right to vote or possess a firearm. The commutation does not. Does the administration's hesitance to use the pardon power have anything to do with the fact that it would restore rights, whether firearms or voting? And broadly, does the White House believe in the right of ex-felons to get their rights back, whether to own a firearm or vote after serving their time?
Well, again, when it comes to issuing pardons, that is something that is done on the merits and is not done with any consideration toward voting rights. More generally, I can tell you that it is the policy of the administration that we strongly support those who have paid their debt to society being given the opportunity to get access to their constitutional rights once again. And so I know that Governor McAuliffe in Virginia has recently made some news with this effort, and that's something that that in general the administration has been supportive of. So I'll leave it there. Well, yeah, I'm not aware of a position that we've taken on this question related to firearms. Mark.
On the question of commutations, can you tell us what the process is by which the president goes through applications? Does the pardon attorney come over, sit with him, run down, because there are thousands of applications? Who goes through the process, weaning applicants and making the final decisions? Or is he just presented with 58 and that's how it happened last week?
The way that this works, and the Department of Justice can give you some more granular detail on this, but there are attorneys at the Department of Justice that do consider applications that have been submitted through the formal process for people who are seeking clemency, and those attorneys will review the individual cases, determine whether or not they meet a set of criteria. And if they do, they are then forwarded to the White House for consideration both by the White House counsel and by the President of the United States. And that's generally how the process works. We can provide you some additional detail on it.
Well, can you say, if in the last batch, did the president receive more than 58 commutation prospects, and then he ruled yes for some and no for others?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know that we're going to be, frankly, willing to disclose that much detail, because this would sort of fall in the category of advice that the president's getting from his attorneys. But let me take a look at that and see if we can give you a little bit more insight into this. But just to go back to your original question, the president's not the one who's sort of combing through the large stack of cases. He's
I get that, but what I wanted to know, does the counsel, White House counsel, go through it first and then sit down with the president and go through them one by one? Or does the president get a batch and goes through it himself?
I know that the White House counsel is certainly part of that process. A lot of this can be done on paper. And so the president does take the time to review individual cases that have been recommended for clemency. I do know that. Okay. Margaret.
Josh, North Korea over the weekend, Kim Jong-un delivered a speech. He seemed to tout nuclear weapons development, but also said they were going to fulfill the nuclear non-proliferation requirements. What does the White House make of what he said?
Well, Margaret, what we, as with many countries, we're much more focused on their actions and the actions of North Korea than we are on their words. There are a set of concerns that we have raised about the way North Korea's conduct is inconsistent with their international obligations when it comes to their nuclear program. And we've made clear that once North Korea demonstrates a commitment to coming back into compliance with those international obligations, the United States and the rest of the international community would be prepared to enter into negotiations with them and begin to give them access to the international community that they've been denied for some time now. And they've been denied, they've been isolated because of their insistence on violating these basic international norms that just about everybody else lives up to.
So you see this as neither hopeful nor worrisome?
We see this as a piece of, as a factor that can be incorporated into our broader analysis about the situation there. But ultimately, we give greater weight to the actions that North Korea chooses to carry out. And there are a set of specific actions that we have made clear North Korea needs to undertake in order to escape the international isolation that they face right now.
On North Carolina, I know you're not going to want to get ahead of where the AG goes later today, and we know broadly what the president thinks in terms of where North Carolina is in its own laws. But fundamentally, what are the president's views on whether transgender should be a protected status under federal law? And has he ever called on Congress to do that?
Well, I'm going to have to look this up for you. I know that there has been legislation that's been put forward to consider this specific question, and let me follow up with you if we've taken a specific position on this. I think what I can just say generally is, and you've heard the president say this on a couple of occasions, the law that was passed by North Carolina, this HB 2 law, is just mean-spirited because it seeks to discriminate against people because of who they are. And it frankly is inconsistent with the kinds of values that we cherish in this country. It's also inconsistent with the economic interests of the state of North Carolina. And you've seen a number of businesses indicate that they are not willing to invest in North Carolina, or at least hesitant to invest in North Carolina, because of this particular piece of legislation. So Deutsche Bank has already announced it was canceling a planned expansion of its operations in Cary, North Carolina. That expansion would have added 250 jobs to the state of North Carolina. PayPal announced that it was canceling plans to open a global payment center in Charlotte, North Carolina, which had been expected to bring 400 jobs to that city. You've heard the NBA announce that they were potentially moving the 2017 All-Star Game. The state of North Carolina lost their NBA franchise a few years ago and went to great lengths to try to win the confidence of the NBA to get that franchise back there. Basketball is obviously a cherished pastime of the people of North Carolina, and this is would just be another setback. So I think it is clear exactly what the impact of passing this law has been, and ultimately the governor and state legislators will be the ones that have to defend to the people of North Carolina exactly why they went down this route. The irony is that the state of North Carolina for a generation has sought to cultivate a business-friendly climate. This was a state whose economy largely rested on the agriculture industry, and they've worked hard to develop research and development capacities and to develop Charlotte as a financial hub. And much of that progress has been dealt a setback by the mean-spirited politics of the governor and some Republicans in the state legislature. But exactly how that all gets considered by the people of North Carolina is something that they'll have to determine.
Well, because arguably the next administration may not have the same interpretation as this administration's Department of Justice. So without that federal protection, you could continue to have these arguments state by state.
Mm-hmm.
So does the president want that? You know, is he encouraging, is there any kind of effort on the Hill that he's really trying to court opinion to get this to be protected status?
Mm-hmm. Let me take a look at our record on this and see if I can get you some specifics about what legislation we have supported in Congress.
One, in that same New York Times piece, there was mention of the president's two letters, or two that we know of, that were written to the supreme leader of Iran, or to Iran's leadership at least. And in the article it framed it saying that Panetta, CIA chief Ben Sekdef, was not included or consulted. And the letters, when they were written, and had no knowledge of them. At least that's how it was made in the article. Can you confirm that to be the case, or can you explain who was part of the writing of these letters to the Iranian leadership?
I can't account for who may have been in the loop on the writing of those letters and who wasn't. Obviously, the president drew upon the advice of his national security team in terms of trying to pursue a diplomatic opening with the supreme leader and with other leading officials in Iran. But I frankly can't speak to whether or not then CIA Director Leon Panetta was shown a draft of the letter before it was sent.
You would suggest, or some are definitely interpreting that as an indication that perhaps he was not one of the top national security advisors to the president, or considered to be someone who needed to be in the know, in the room, and consultant on something that was pretty substantial in terms of outreach.
Well, listen, I assure you that President Obama would not have made the decision to promote his CIA director to be the Secretary of Defense if he didn't have complete confidence in the advice and wisdom that he was receiving from the Internet.
Would you be able, you think, to tell us who was part of that drafting of those letters?
I'll take a look and see if we can get you some more details on that, but I can't promise that we'll have any information. Kevin.
I'm not sure if you inferred or if you made this clear, but has the president, do you know if the president has read that New York Times Magazine article about that?
I don't know whether he has or not. I haven't spoken to him about it.
Okay. Ben told Jake Tapper of CNN on April 6th, and I quote, "Under this deal, you will have anywhere, anytime, 24/7 access as it relates to the nuclear facilities that Iran has." Is that a lie?
No. To their nuclear facilities, there is 24/7 access to Iran's, to verify their compliance with the agreement.
24/7 access, anytime, anywhere.
To their nuclear facilities. That's the quote you just read me, right? Yeah.
Can you state categorically that no senior official in this administration has ever lied publicly about any aspect of the Iran nuclear deal?
No. Kevin, I think that the facts of this agreement and the benefits of this agreement make clear that the national security of the United States of America has been enhanced, and Iran's effort to acquire a nuclear weapon has been set back. In fact, Iran has now committed to not seeking to acquire a nuclear weapon, and we can now verify that they are not able to acquire a nuclear weapon. It is our critics who either falsely or just wrongly suggested that Iran would never go along with the agreement. They have. They falsely or wrongly suggested that we would never be able to verify through the international community that Iran would abide by the agreement. They have. It is our critics who have suggested that Iran would experience hundreds of billions of dollars in benefits, a financial windfall from this agreement. They have not. In fact, we have seen the Iran government complain about the fact that they haven't gotten the kind of financial benefits that they expected. So I recognize that there is an attempt by those who either lied or got it wrong to try to relitigate this fight. But the fact of the matter is, when you take a look at the concrete results of this agreement, Iran is not able to obtain a nuclear weapon. We can verify that their nuclear program is only focused on peaceful purposes. And we have succeeded in making the United States safer in making Israel safer, in making our partners in the region safer, because Iran is not able to obtain a nuclear weapon. This wasn't just a priority identified by President Obama. Preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon was a priority that was identified by Prime Minister Netanyahu and other leaders in the Gulf that work closely with the United States to advance our national security. That's the crux of this argument, and the facts indicate that the strategy that the president laid out was remarkably successful.
I want to make sure, I want to give you another run at it because I'm not sure if you misspoke. I said, can you state categorically that no senior official in this administration ever lied publicly about any aspect of the deal?
There is no evidence that that ever occurred, and what I would encourage you and other critics of the deal to do is to look at the facts and to look at the results. We can verify them now, and the facts are clear.
Last week you called the House Republicans' plan to prioritize military readiness concerns and have war funding expire next April as grossly irresponsible. And yet back in, I think it was 2008, then Senator Obama, and Senator Clinton for that matter, voted for a similar timeline. Can you square the difference?
I'm not aware of that vote in 2008. We can have to take a look at it, but I'm sure it was different.
Okay. I can actually read that to you if you'd like, but I can send it to you if you prefer.
We'll follow up with you.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Okay. Angel.
Josh, Senator Hatch was here at the White House today for the basketball team event. He, of course, is a Republican who has spoken in complimentary terms in the past about the nominee for the Supreme Court opening. Did the president have a chance to have any private conversation with the senator today on that topic?
I'm not aware of any specific private conversations the president may have had, but if they were private conversations, we probably wouldn't talk about them publicly anyway. But certainly President Obama and Senator Hatch agree about the historical significance of the exciting 1983 NCAA championship game, and the president was honored to welcome the national champion North Carolina State Wolfpack men's basketball team to the White House today.
And Donald Trump has been talking about how he would approach U.S. debt. There seems to be some inconsistencies in how he says he would approach that. But one of the things he's proposed is being open to renegotiating U.S. debts in case the economy were to tank. That's not the approach that the president took when he was new in office. But what does he think about that idea being floated right now from the presumed Republican nominee?
Yeah, over the course of the president's 7 years in office, you've had multiple opportunities to evaluate the priority that the president has placed on protecting the full faith and credit of the United States of America. We saw an effort by congressional Republicans in 2011 to hold hostage the full faith and credit of the United States to accomplish some of their ideological aims. The president stood steadfast and has made clear time and time again that he's committed to protecting the full faith and credit of the United States. The president made that a priority throughout a series of rancorous budget negotiations with congressional Republicans, because this is a principle that is critical to our nation's short-term and long-term economic health. The United States of America is a global leader when it comes to our economic strength because the world has confidence in the full faith and credit of the United States. And the president does not believe that that full faith and credit should be subjected to negotiation or the threat of hostage taking. So the president has made this a priority. That is a priority that other American presidents, in fact, every other American president has made clear that protecting the full faith and credit of the United States is critically important, Democrats and Republicans. And the president's effort to protect the full faith and credit of the United States has been strongly endorsed by the American business community because they understand the repercussions that our economy would sustain if that were called into question. So the president's view on all of this, I think, is clear based on a track record that all of you can evaluate. But I'll let the individual presidential candidates make the case for why that should change if that's what they believe. Okay, John.
Just a question regarding the ballistic missile test, which was recently conducted by Iran.
I just note, John, that the defense minister of Iran, shortly before I came out here, came out and said that missile test did not take place.
That's interesting. The Pentagon claims that, we have a Pentagon source who says that it did indeed take place. But let me go forward as it relates to just the issue of ballistic missile tests. There have been a number of them since the Iran nuclear deal. And as Iran points out, rightly so, this is not in violation of the Iran nuclear deal, but it does appear to be in violation of the UN Security Council resolution. What are the consequences of that violation of the UN Security Council resolution?
Well, John, as you point out, the United Nations has expressed concerns with Iran's continued development of a ballistic missile program. Those were concerns that were expressed by the United Nations both before the completion of an international agreement to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Those were concerns that we have expressed even in the aftermath of the deal. So the United States continues to work with the international community to impose costs on Iran, to impose sanctions on Iran because of their violation of these international obligations. What President Obama has also sought to do is to deepen our coordination with our partners in the Gulf who are most directly threatened by Iran's ballistic missile program. And that was the substance of extensive negotiations that the President had with our GCC partners in Saudi Arabia just a couple of weeks ago. The President believes that both by providing some additional expertise, but also helping the Gulf Coast, the GCC partners, work more effectively to coordinate their efforts, that we can actually strengthen the ability of our partners to counter that threat. What we've also indicated should be done, and the United States has worked effectively with our partners in this regard too, is to improve our interdiction efforts, to make it harder for Iran to obtain through illicit means materials and resources and expertise that could be used to benefit their ballistic missile program. So we've worked hard to do that as well with some success. So, you know, our strategy to counter Iran's ballistic missile program is one that's rooted in our ability to work with the international community to achieve this objective. I think what is clear is that the world is safer because we can definitively say that there is no chance that Iran is going to put a nuclear weapon at the top of one of those ballistic missiles because of the international effort that was led by Barack Obama to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
Do you not anticipate the UN Security Council imposing any type of additional sanctions on Iran for their ballistic missile testing?
That certainly is a possibility. It always is. But again, in this particular case, there are doubts about whether that actually occurred because the Iran defense minister said on the record that it didn't. But we obviously have ways for to evaluate that, and we'll work with the international community to do so.
The state that this particular issue, ballistic missile testing, was not included in the Iran nuclear deal.
No. Again, because our focus in the context of the Iran deal was to work with the international community to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. That was the number one threat, I think, for obvious reasons. The concerns that the international community, including the United States, has about Iran's ballistic missile program are long-standing concerns. Those concerns continue. Our efforts to counter their ballistic missile program haven't waned in the aftermath of the Iran deal. In fact, we've actually stepped up our efforts to coordinate with our GCC partners, with Saudi Arabia and with Israel, both to put in place an architecture to counter Iran's ballistic missile program, but also to ramp up enforcement of international sanctions that prevent Iran from being able to acquire resources and materials through illicit means. So we've stepped up that coordination, and you know, we're going to continue to apply pressure to Iran to come into compliance with their international obligations. Okay. Gardner.
A Mexican judge just ruled that El Chapo can be extradited to the United States. Do you happen to know, Josh, where he might be incarcerated or when the timing of that might happen?
I wasn't aware of this announcement. It may have just occurred in the last hour or so. What I will say is that the Department of Justice has, for years now, has filed charges against Mr. Guzman. These are charges that have been in place for years. And as a result of those charges, the United States has sought extradition and to bring him to justice in U.S. courts. But obviously that requires the Department of Justice to work with the Mexican government. They have him in custody now. And so for updates on those efforts, I'd refer you to the Department of Justice.
Ayman al-Zawahiri released an audio tape over the weekend, his first since January, urging jihadists to unify in Syria. Given al-Qaeda's diminished stature these days, particularly in Syria, how important are these utterances anymore in the context of the fight there?
Yeah. Well, Gardner, we obviously take quite seriously the threat that is posed by Al-Qaeda and other extremists that seek to carry out violence against the United States or our interests around the world. And the president has been vigilant about countering that threat. Let me give you a good example, and this is an announcement that was made, I believe, over the weekend by my colleagues at United States Central Command. They announced that in the last week in April, the United States military had conducted 4 counterterrorism airstrikes against Al-Qaeda figures in Yemen. Yemen's a place that, despite all the turmoil that's there, that we don't talk a lot about in here, but it is a place where we know that some of the world's most dangerous terrorists are seeking to establish a foothold and plot and plan against the United States. And these counterterrorism strikes are an indication that the president takes quite seriously the threat from AQAP that emanates from Yemen. But more generally, we have talked a lot in here about the effort to degrade and ultimately destroy ISIL in Iraq and in Syria. And the president has laid out a comprehensive strategy for doing so. He's assembled a coalition of 65 nations to work with the United States to degrade and ultimately destroy that organization. We know there are other extremist organizations that are operating in Syria in particular, and there have been U.S. airstrikes conducted against leading figures and fighters who are associated with those other extremist networks. So the president is well aware that there are dangers that emanate from Iraq and in Syria, and that would explain the robust response, both militarily and otherwise, from the United States to protect the American people. Okay? Thanks a lot, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, thank you so much. I don't know how many people know that I am a huge fan of Josh Earnest. It's something that Samya and Ron Hoon got into, because Ron Hoon didn't believe that I would be such a fan, but I am. What was the last one's name? Was Jay Carney? Yeah, I just prefer him over Jay Carney. Jay Carney sometimes seemed smug and like he didn't want to be there, but Ernest, to me, is very, I don't know, light. He's very light. He doesn't seem frustrated. He just seems comfortable. Who knows what's in that coffee mug? On to West Virginia. We're going to go to this discussion with Bernie Sanders. He's talking about poverty in the United States. In the United States specifically, he says, what is strange about what goes on in America is that we are the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And he's talking to 250 people here at 5 Loaves and 2 Fishes Food Bank in West Virginia. So we're going to head over in that direction now. And again, this is Bernie Sanders in West Virginia talking about American poverty.
Rampant throughout America. It is a very serious issue, obviously, in this community. And it is an issue that we simply, as a nation, in Congress, in the media, do not talk about. And that is the issue of poverty and the toll that poverty is taking on the people of our country. Now, poverty is something that is bad no matter where it is in the world. But what is strange about what goes on in America is that we are the wealthiest country in the history of the world. So when you have desperate poverty, whether it's McDowell County or whether it's any place else in this country, whether it's inner cities all over this country, when you have unemployment rates that are very, very high, when you have opiate addiction or heroin addiction rates that are very, very high, when you have large numbers of people who are incarcerated, when you have people who cannot access decent quality health care or mental health treatment, when you have communities that don't even have grocery stores in America or access to bank branches, when you have kids who have no hope and have no opportunity, And when all of this takes place in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, something is fundamentally wrong. Just the United Nations report came out recently, documenting how poorly we do with regard to our children. In America, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. About 22% of our kids nationally live in poverty, but obviously in low-income communities, the number is much higher than that. We have families all over this country who have bright kids who have the capability of getting a higher education, but they simply don't have the funds to do that. So what we want to do today is two things, I think, basically. It's an informal hearing, informal discussion. One, we want to talk about the problems so that I and the American people can understand what's going on. Number two, equally important, we want to talk about solutions. And the solutions are going to come, yes, from Washington, yes, from state government, yes, from the local communities. But you guys who live here know the issues better than anybody else. So I very much want to hear your ideas. And we're very lucky this morning to have a great panel. And I want to begin, before we get to the panel, in thanking Linda and Joel McKinney for running this food bank and also for allowing us to use their facility. We thank them very much. I met Sabrina Schrader, what was it, a couple of years ago, Sabrina? 3? When Sabrina was kind enough to come to Washington, we held a hearing which was called, and I want to get into this issue today, it was called Poverty as a Death Sentence. You remember that? And what it was about, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit more later. You know, when people say poverty, they say, well, you know, it's too bad. If you're poor, you can't buy a big flat screen TV. You can't go out to a fancy restaurant. Too bad you're poor. But everybody here knows that's not really what poverty is about. What poverty is about is dealing with the stress of whether or not your family is going to make it every single week. And I don't know if Sabrina remembers, but I remember there was a doctor there, really very good doctor. And he talked about the physiology of poverty. People know what I mean by that? Physiology of poverty is the stress that your body deals with every day. When you worry about whether the lights stay on or whether you have enough money to put gas in the car to get to work. And if you can't put gas in the car to get to work, you lose your job. And what happens when you lose your job to the rest of your life? People on the edge every single day. Now, people who have money don't understand what that is about. But when you don't have any money, you're fighting for survival every day, and that takes a huge toll on your health. And that is why people in this county are living years less than in other parts of America, because that stress and the pounding away daily, day after day after day of poverty. Now, I come from a rural state as well, state of Vermont. And the issues that I'm seeing here are not radically different than exist in my state or other states in this country. So what today is about is talking about what is going on, talking about how we go forward from here, and always remembering that this is not a poor country, that this country is the wealthiest country in the history of the world, that we have one family that's worth $149 billion. More wealth than the bottom 40% of the American people, that the top 1/10 of 1% now own almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. That's the context I think we should be thinking about. Okay, let's begin. Sabrina, I think many of you know Sabrina Schrader. And we thank Sabrina for being here, for helping us to organize the event, and for coming to Washington a few years ago. Sabrina, take it away. Advance.
Well, I just want to say you all make me very proud. I'm really glad to be here. So, like he said, I'm Sabrina Schrader, and I grew up in Twin Branch Holler. All of my family and I were born into generational poverty, like many of you. I know what it's like to not have enough food, and what it's like to stand in line at a food bank, not have enough money to pay your electric bill, what it's like to get unemployment, what it's like to not have health insurance, what it's like to walk miles in the snow because your car is broken down, what it's like to be the only one in my family who graduated from high school and the only one to get a bachelor's degree. It's not something that I've ever felt proud of. While many children are born into poverty every day, poverty is not a child's fault, and it is not a family's fault. No one who was born into poverty asks for a life filled with struggling for everything that you need to live with every day. But nowadays, we seem more interested in taking things away from these families instead of giving them a fair shot. I wish it all had been easier, but unfortunately for now, my life continues to be a struggle. Even though programs and people helped me to get this far, I still have more than $30,000 in college loans and thousands in medical bills. I still don't make enough to pay back my college loans, and it's been 8 years since I've earned my bachelor's degree. I'm still constantly working on solving years of problems that were created beyond my control. Some reasons for the continuation of poverty here are there are no colleges in McDowell County, and there is not a road to connect us with everywhere else. Improving and building new roads like the King Cole Highway will give us access to resources, hospitals, colleges, and each other while creating jobs. Currently, people need immediate medical attention, and they end up dying on the way to the hospital or in a helicopter. And living in poverty every day creates toxic stress. That's the physiology that Senator Sanders was talking about, the physiological problems. Causes more problems like mental illness, addiction, and preventable health issues. We need more health care providers and addiction treatment centers to combat these issues in every county of West Virginia. Some people say poverty is a death sentence, and I have seen many die before their time. I've had several family members, friends, and classmates all die young. Car accidents are common, cancer, and serious medical complications. I was in a horrible car accident when I was in 11th grade, and that wreck left me severely injured, and I had to learn how to walk and talk again. When I was in college, I got meningitis and was given a death sentence once again. Thankfully, I recovered, and I was able to go back to school. For far too long, political and governmental systems have caused and prolonged oppression, and it is time for that to stop. And instead, we need to create prosperity here. We must invest in each other and in ways that will help us thrive instead of dying trying to survive. Poverty is a problem that can be solved, yet it continues, and it's giving our family and friends an early death sentence. My experience of going to Washington, D.C. to share my story led me to realize that I, and all of you, can be political leaders too. Now I'm running for a House of Delegates seat. We can solve problems if we work together in a compassionate way. I'm doing everything within my power to change what's happening in southern West Virginia. I continue to do nonprofit type work, travel around the state and surrounding states, go to conferences, workshops, meetings, learning how to apply for grants and network with other people. I do everything that my husband's income and my physical energy allows. God has blessed me to make it through obstacles, many obstacles, and every day I am stronger, but I need help. We all do. I'm really pleased that this event has been organized today by Senator Bernie Sanders so that we can come together for a community conversation about rural poverty. Now I would like to welcome and introduce Bernie Sanders.
All right, before I chat again, I wanted you to meet probably somebody that many of you know. Clearly, in rural America, we need to do the best that we can to educate our young people. And I want to thank Tanya Spinella, who is a teacher in the Welch Elementary School. Tanya, thanks very much for being here.
Thank you. Senator Sanders, guests, and residents of our beloved county. First of all, I want to stop and say I am very hoarse, so bear with me. And thank you for the opportunity to address you here today. My name is Tanya Spinella, and I have lived and taught in McDowell County for the past 4 years, and it has been the most rewarding time of my life. I grew up not far from here in Mercer County in a little town called Elgood. My husband and I chose to come to McDowell County, the place where he grew up, after we finished our degrees at Concord University. In truth, we came back because we were both teachers and we knew we wouldn't have a really hard time finding work. I continue to work here, however, because I genuinely fell in love with the people of this great county. The students I have had the pleasure of working with here are, in my very biased opinion, the best students in the whole country, but I'm sure every teacher would say that about her students. But they have an intellect, a drive, and a thirst for knowledge, as many young burgeoning minds across the nation do. Our students, however, have something else. In many cases, they are born into crippling poverty, broken or untraditional family structures, or worse yet, born into families with severe and debilitating drug addictions. But our students have dreams that aren't encumbered by their socioeconomic status. They have dreams of becoming paleontologists and teachers and artists and engineers. Senator Sanders, our students can dream just as big as any in this nation, and thanks to your ideals, students will have the hope of pursuing their dreams through affordable higher education. I was told my first class of students at Welch Elementary School, where I still teach, were the most challenging group of kids in the school. My mentors had told me that I would never forget my first class of kids because they were the class that would either make you or break you as a teacher. So naturally, I was terrified. But I soon learned that these students weren't bad kids. They struggled because their homes lacked support and structure. Recently, McDowell County Schools began a home visiting initiative for kindergarten through 3rd. Amanda Frigiel, the Title I director at McDowell County Schools, began this project in hopes of giving our teachers an inside look at what our students go through every single day at home. But what the teachers received was so much more. In going into these homes, we realized that the kids might not be able to concentrate in class because they were worried about their sick grandmother at home that couldn't afford medical care, or they were hungry, or an absentee parent had just appeared into their lives again for the first time in years. Or perhaps they were worried about their homes that in their only source of heat was a single kerosene heater. How can we expect our students to remember their homework or to bring a pencil to class if they've been crying up all night because they have a cavity they can't treat? How can we expect them to learn multiplication when all they can think about is the ever-present threat of eviction after a parent loses a job? How can we expect them to succeed in life when all they've ever been told is that they cannot succeed because they are from McDowell County? My students come to school with a myriad of problems. A student can't be expected to learn if we require them to ignore their life outside of school. This is why my school and many others have moved toward community school projects that include free mental health services for families. Our SMILES program is working to ensure every student in our county can see a dentist. Our various after-school programs attempt to fight hunger by providing students with a 3rd daily meal throughout the week and blessings in a backpack, which gives non-perishable foods for over the weekend. These are real problems with real families in our county. This means they require real answers. We can no longer rely on empty promises and outdated solutions. We are working on making a better tomorrow for McDowell County, and we believe that begins with you. Thank you.
Tanya, thanks very much. Now I'd like to introduce Sam Pensonk. Do I pronounce that right? Okay, who is a local attorney who's been involved on workers' rights issues and anti-poverty efforts. Sam.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. I'm also a native West Virginian and first came to work and visit in McDowell County back in 2004, so it's getting to be a little while, but have worked around southern West Virginia. I still have, and came to work over in Mullins, just over the mountain here, as through one of the great anti-poverty programs that we have in this country, the Avista program, and worked only about 10 years ago now over there. I've worked on workers' rights, anti-poverty, economic diversification, and empowerment initiatives throughout southern West Virginia now, as well as working in various policy-making capacities for West Virginians. And I, as a labor lawyer, my job is to fight for and along with the rights of workers, and that's often coal miners who are fighting for better health and safety conditions at work for their black-lung benefits. I do a lot of work representing miners who are struggling to get black-lung benefits, and we have excellent resources, in part thanks to the federal black-lung programs that provide health clinics in Tug Fork, just down the road here in McDowell County, but those clinics, they have a big battle, and so we work with them, and they receive important support from the state and federal levels. So I work to fight for fair pay for workers, and also to take non-traditional approaches to increasing assets and wages and wealth for working people by forming cooperatives that are actually owned by workers. And we have a long experience of that in West Virginia. Worker-owned businesses. When the Weirton steel industry was collapsing back in the 80s, many people may recall West Virginia workers got together and created the largest worker-owned company in the nation. To take control of that steel mill and keep it open for a long time. And it was a struggle, and they were fighting global trade, but they did it. And that was what we do in West Virginia, is we get together and we win battles like that. And so that's my work. I was asked to speak a little bit about what I see as the systemic sources of poverty. And I work as a labor lawyer and as a systems thinker, and so this is all very familiar to West Virginians. So for the benefit of those who may not be from here, that we have long-term challenges that are structural challenges in our economy, structural forces keeping poverty in place. We've had population loss. McDowell County knows better than many, but all throughout the southern coal fields, we've lost a lot of population as our industries have contracted. It's known and it's reported from during the 80s, this county led among all the coal-producing counties of Central Appalachia. McDowell County lost 42% of its population, more than any other of the coal-producing counties back in the 80s. And that's been a long-term challenge. Population loss. Second long-term challenge we have had in West Virginia is underutilization of our land. A lot of our land is owned by big corporations that don't make best use of that land all the time. They let it set fallow, and people know that. It's just a difficult situation to do something about. But, in the county where I work a lot, just over the hill here, Wyoming County, and it's similar here in McDowell, when you take surface and mineral rights together, the county is almost entirely owned, almost completely owned by resource extraction companies. And that makes it hard to push for innovative land use that helps working people, that helps local people. Thirdly, we've had a long-term challenge of private and public debt. And West Virginia was created with a 50-year obligation to pay off the infrastructure debt of Virginia back in the 1800s. We didn't pay that debt off until the New Deal, and our government's been struggling to keep up ever since. Our workers' compensation system, which deals with has dealt for a long time with the back pain and the other pain and injuries that our workers have suffered. Our workers' compensation system was insolvent in our legislature, and we have excellent legislators, and I see that there are several of them here today. And they fought very hard to try to make up for our public inability to pay for these costly injuries that people have faced on the job. But that's been a structural challenge for our state. So we've struggled with population loss. We struggle with access to land. We struggle with debt at the household level too, as well as the public level. And we've struggled with the decline and the depletion of our resources. There's a lot of talk about that, but for 20 years we've understood that a lot of the coal that we have in Central Appalachia would be mined out and basically gone by right about this time. The U.S. Bureau of Mines reported back in the early 1990s that after detailed surveys of the geological reserves and estimates about economic productivity over the coming decades, the forecast at that time, back in the 90s, was that our coal reserves would bottom out right about 2015 in counties like Boone and Pike County, Kentucky, and others around these, our southern West Virginia counties, very carefully studied, and lo and behold, that's happening now, and it's a big challenge. So to be effective at eliminating poverty and building wealth for working families, we've got to accomplish the broader structural change that I think we're talking about here today. I think that Senator Sanders is talking about broader structural change to address these difficult structural problems that keep poverty in place. I hope that we can hear from the audience. This is a wealth of knowledge in this room. I know many people have taught me most everything I know about the world. I've learned from many of you and from coal miners and other folks and leaders, community leaders around Wyoming, McDowell. And so I hope we can hear from you about how we can take advantage as communities of these structural reforms that Senator Sanders is talking about to eat away at the root causes of poverty. I just named four areas. First, Senator Sanders has brought attention. A lot of people in this room are engaged into growing our regional food systems. That improves our access to land, improves the utilization of land. It's one of our structural challenges. The USDA has a role to play. The Appalachian Regional Commission has a very important role to play in improving access to land in our areas, and a lot of us are partnering with them. Secondly, as to food systems, a particular challenge that we need to lift up in West Virginia. It's not a challenge necessarily right here in McDowell and Wyoming now, but we have a lot of poultry farmers in our state who struggle with unfair, unjust, and unreasonable pricing practices. And there's talk to grow the poultry industry and grow in the agriculture industry. We need to be mindful. The Grain Inspection, Packers, and Stockyards Administration at the federal level prosecutes unfair pricing practices. If we're going to grow the ag industry in West Virginia, it needs to be beneficial for working people, not dirt poor poultry farmers. That's not what we need to create. So first, your campaign is lifting up growth of regional food systems. That's critical. Secondly, building wealth for workers is not just about creating jobs that can be horribly low wage-paying jobs, low benefits. You've spoken about, and a lot of folks here are beginning to work on the issue I mentioned earlier of non-traditional business structures, worker ownership, cooperative ownership. We have a federal rural utilities service at the USDA that is supposed to help create rural utilities, cooperatively and community-owned utilities to better serve our needs without driving our electric bills way through the roof. And that's something I know in my practice as a public interest lawyer, we deal all the time with people who can't pay their utility bills, and state and federal government can partner better on those issues. I would say additionally, democratizing or improving access to capital by growing the nonprofit lending sector and community credit unions, taking back power from the banks and the bigger lending institutions that don't serve our communities well. The Federal Community Development Financial Institutions Fund has an important role to play in that. So those are some areas where I think we can look for reform. Rick, thank you.
Thank you very much. What I want to do now, I think at the end of the day, the solutions to the problems that we face are going to come from the federal government, from the state government, the local government, from the private sector, from people in this room. Let me just say a few words about what I see as the federal government's role. I'm going to open it up to you. You'll do anything you want, make comments, ask questions, and the panel will get involved as well. Number one, real unemployment in this country is not what you read in the papers at 5%. It's really actually double that when you look at people who have given up looking for work and people working part-time. And obviously in communities like this, the unemployment rate is a lot higher than that. So what do we need to do? As a country, we need to create millions of decent paying jobs, right? A lot of ways that you could do it. Sam talked about some of them. But one obvious way that the economists think is the fastest way to do it is in your state and in my state, as it happens. We got thousands of bridges that are in need of repair. We got roads. In Vermont, sometimes people go down a pothole, we don't see them again for weeks. Probably not only Vermont, okay? I was in Flint, Michigan a couple of months ago. You all know what goes on in Flint, Michigan. Kids are getting poisoned by the water they drink. Well, it's not just Flint, Michigan. We got hundreds of communities. where the water systems are inadequate and people are worried about the water they're drinking. We need to improve our water systems, our wastewater plants. We used to have the best rail system in the entire world. Guess what? That is no longer the case. Our airports are in many cases outdated. Parts of this country, our levees and our dams. If we put $1 trillion into rebuilding our infrastructure, we can create 13 million good-paying jobs and a hell of a lot of jobs right here in West Virginia where those jobs are most needed. And when you rebuild our infrastructure, we make our country safer, more productive, more efficient. That's number one, creating jobs. Number two, we got millions and millions of people in this country who are working for wages that are absolutely inadequate. So you work 40 or 50 hours a week, and in some cases you're going to be worse off than when you began the week. All right, so let's be clear. The federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour is a starvation wage. All right, people can't live on it. I believe we got to raise the minimum wage to a living wage so that if you work 40 hours a week, you know what? You're living with a modicum of security and dignity. What does that mean? About $15 an hour. 3, we got a problem in this country that has gone on for a long time based on old-fashioned sexism, in that women today make about 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. Well, I think we got to end that. We need pay equity for women. They deserve 100 cents on the dollar compared to men. Number 4, we have had in this country for many, many years disastrous trade policies which were written by corporate America and were designed to enable large corporations to shut down in this country, not pay workers here a living wage, and then move to Mexico and China and other low-wage countries. Pay people pennies an hour. We have got in your state, here in West Virginia, my understanding is that as a result of NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement with Mexico, you have lost about 30,000 jobs since the creation of NAFTA. Good-paying manufacturing jobs. We have got to end those disastrous trade policies and tell corporate America that if they want us to buy their products, they damn well better manufacture those products in West Virginia and in Vermont and in America. In those communities like McDowell County and many others who are transitioning away from coal, these communities need help. It is not the coal miners' fault in terms of what's happening in this world. We've got legislation that would put $41 billion into helping those miners and other workers in the fossil fuel industry and rebuild those communities that have been hurt by the loss of fossil fuel jobs. 5, what we have got to do is recognize what every other country on earth, major country, industrialized country, is doing. How many countries are there, major industrialized countries in the world, that do not guarantee health care to all people? Anyone know? You got it. There is one country. Jane and I, Jane, stand up. That's my wife, Jane. All right. We live in Burlington, Vermont. We live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. It ain't a big deal. Everybody in Canada, the children, the elderly, the rich, the poor, everybody has health care as a right. They've had it for decades. They spend substantially less per person on health care than we do. I had to take some people from Vermont over the Canadian border 20 or so years ago in order to buy prescription drugs, because the cost of prescription drugs in Canada are far lower than they are in the United States, where we pay by far the highest prices in the world while the drug companies make excessive profits. So I believe, and I want you all to think what it would mean, not just the McDowell County, but this whole country, if we had health care as a right for all people. All right? One out of 5 Americans can't even afford the prescription drugs their doctors prescribe. That's pretty crazy. So we have to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Now, education. I grew up in a family, did not have any money. My mother, my dad never went to college. And there are millions of families, and Sabrina was talking about this, where the kids don't have parents who ever went to college, and they can't even dream. The idea of thinking about going to college is almost beyond their comprehension, right? It's like going to the moon. It ain't going to happen. I believe that in a changing world where the economy has changed, we need to understand that public education is not just first grade through 12th grade. That's what we've had for decades. That's pretty good. But in a changing world, we need to know that today a college degree in many respects is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50 years ago, which is why we need to make public colleges and universities tuition free. And I don't want anybody to think that this is a radical idea. It's not some big radical idea. It exists in Germany, it exists in Scandinavia, and other countries around the world. It makes sense for the future of our country that we invest in our young people. Sabrina mentioned, what, you're $30,000 in debt from student debt? All right, here is a young woman who is $30,000 in debt. There are millions, literally millions, 3-4 million people who are in debt. Talk to people who are $100,000 debt. Doctor in Burlington, Vermont, $300,000 in debt. What was her crime that she committed? Did you go to Las Vegas and lose money? No, you went out and you got an education, right, which improved your life. Good for your community. All right, she should not be being punished for getting an education. She should be rewarded for getting an education. So there is a lot that the federal government can do. I'll give you one other example. There is only, again, one major country on earth that doesn't guarantee paid family and medical leave. You know what that means? It means right now in West Virginia, in Vermont, you're going to have a low-income woman, working-class woman, giving birth today. She, because she does not have enough money, will likely in 2 or 3 weeks be forced to separate herself from a newborn baby and go back to work in order to earn the income that she needs to take care of her family. That's wrong. A mom and a dad should be able to stay home with their newborn baby. If somebody in the family is sick, people should be able to stay home. We're the only major country that doesn't guarantee paid family and medical leave. And that's why I believe we've got to pass legislation currently in Congress guaranteeing 3 months paid family and medical leave. Now, I am often criticized by people who say, well, you know, Bernie, all these ideas are great ideas, you know, but they're expensive. That's true. We want to provide free tuition at public colleges and universities and lower student debt. Cost us about $70 billion a year. That's a lot of money. So how are we going to pay for that? Well, in that case, we're going to pay for it by imposing a tax on Wall Street speculation. Wall Street's greed and illegal behavior hurt this country enormously. Millions of people lost their jobs, they lost their homes, they lost their life savings. We bailed them out. Now it is time for Wall Street to help the middle class of this country. And the last point that I want to make gets back to the first point. If we were in Haiti right now, if we were in some poor, impoverished third world country, what we would say is, you know, wouldn't it be great if we had a strong educational system and all of our kids can go to college, or a great healthcare system where we had a wonderful clinic down the road here with good doctors and nurses and low-cost prescription drugs? Wouldn't it be great? But in the poor countries, they say, we're poor, we can't afford it. Major point that I want to make to everybody here. We are not a poor country. We are the richest country on earth. And the problem is the policies that take place in Washington every single day are policies designed to help wealthy campaign contributors. All right, people who go to dinners for $350,000 a couple. Anybody have been to dinner lately for $350,000 a couple making a campaign contribution? All right, anybody here put $1 million into a super PAC lately? All right, that's another world. But that's the world of Wall Street and big money interests who make huge campaign contributions and then hold the people they give those contributions to accountable to work for them. So now you have the insane proposition right now in Washington today, where you got many folks, mostly Republicans, who want to give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to billionaires, the wealthiest people in this country. And at the same time, they want to cut Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and federal aid to education. All right. So I think what we need to do, let me get a little bit political here, but I want to stay on the issues of McDowell County. The solution is that millions of people are going to have to get involved in the political process. They're going to have to stand up and fight back. They're going to have to demand a government that represents all of us and not just the 1%. That's nothing new. That's the way change in America always takes place. It is the history of the trade union movement. It is the history of the United Coal Miners Workers Union. People stood together and fought back. It's the history of the civil rights movement. It's the history of the women's movement, the history of the gay movement, whatever movements there are. The only way change takes place, people come together, stand up, and fight back and say that the status quo is not acceptable. And I think that's the moment we're in right now. So, I just want to thank all of you for being here, and I want to open it up to questions and comments. And if you got really, really hard questions, direct them to the people behind me. But I'll try to do what I want. Okay, please just be loud, stand up, be loud. Oh, we got some mics. Okay, you don't have to be. There's one mic. We got two mics. Okay, all right. Who's ready to break the ice and be the first? We got a young man right here. Just stand up and give us your name. You can hold the mic yourself. Yeah.
My name's Jackson Beria. Thank you, Bernie. I'm from Mercer County, the county over. I appreciate you visiting our state, campaigning in our state. I saw you in Huntington a few weeks ago, and I was wondering how you see yourself maybe in a future presidential spot, how you see yourself helping West Virginia, and how you see yourself bringing industry to West Virginia.
Good. All right, I think the first thing we need to do is we are going to target federal resources and federal contracts to those communities that need it the most. And my strong guess is that McDowell County is one of those counties that need it the most. All right? So when we talk about national priorities, it is not to make the rich richer. It is to eliminate poverty and provide decent paying jobs for those people who need it. Now, I can't sit there alone and say this is what McDowell County needs. You know those issues. That's what I want to talk today. And Sam raised a few ideas in terms of agriculture, etc., about where we can go. But that is the first promise. Changing our national priorities. For example, in my view, we should not be spending trillions of dollars on a war like the war in Iraq that we never should have gotten into. And then tell the people of McDowell County and counties all over America, inner cities all over America, oh, sorry, we don't have the money to invest in your community. Second of all, some of the programs that I talked about, trust me, it will make a profound difference in the lives of people in this county and all over this country if health care is a right. Can you imagine that? You don't have to worry about whether you can afford to go to the doctor. One of the things that I did as part of the Affordable Care Act, we got $11 billion into community health centers. Community health centers are now serving many, many millions of people. You walk in the door, It's based on a sliding scale basis. If you don't have any money, you get free health care, you get low-cost prescription drugs. We need to greatly expand primary health care, especially in rural areas. People should be able to get to a doctor when they need to get to a doctor. That will happen. If we pass a national health care program like a Medicare for all, it will have a profound impact. What do you think? And Linda might want to comment on this. If your kids know that if they study hard and they do well in school, that they will be able to go to college, because we're going to have free tuition at public colleges and universities. Will that play a role in their lives, do you think?
I believe that it will allow them to dream bigger than they have ever dreamed. The kids in this county, Ms. Schrader kind of touched on that and everything, that the kids in this county think that that's a far-off dream. And I've seen it. These kids, when they grow up, some of them say that they want to work at Walmart just like mom. But I think that if they have that option, if they know that they're not going to go thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in debt for an education, then we might be able to produce, the next Einstein or the next president of the United States from McDowell County.
So those are the few of the things that we can do. But again, I want to say, not just for here, but for all over the country, it's going to be the local people who know their communities best. But it is obligatory, in my view, that when we have so much income and wealth inequality, that the federal government has got to change that and get that resources to local communities so they can begin creating the jobs and the opportunities that we need. Okay, other questions or comments? Look, why don't we go from side to side? Yeah, why don't you got a gentleman right there? Yeah. Or, yes,
I'm
ma'am.
a lady.
I know, there was somebody behind you, I know that.
Sorry.
All right.
My name is Beth Sizemore, and I'm also from a neighboring county, and I'm the executive director of a really small nonprofit. And the focus of our services, it's called Reach Family Resource Center. And we have a lot of prevention services. We have a truancy diversion program, an after-school program, and a home visiting program for new parents to kind of intensive home visiting.
Great.
And I think they are all, like I said, prevention programs to get kids off to a good start. And I think in general in this country, we say, oh, children are our greatest resource and they're our future. And then when it comes time to balance the budget, that's who gets hit. And so I guess I'm just listening to the things that people have said today. I know that we have a lot of struggles with our infrastructure and creating jobs, but I would argue that serving kids and getting them off to a good start is really the solution to a lot of that stuff. That if our kids hit the ground running when they hit school and they can read at grade level, then we're going to prevent substance abuse and delinquency and crime and everything that our country is plagued with now. So my question is, if you had to prioritize children and children's services, where would they be?
Beth, thank you very much for your question and your comments. As I just earlier mentioned, there's just a United Nations report that came out that shows that we are disgraceful in terms of how we deal with our kids. 22% of the children in this country are living in poverty. And I would tell you that if our children are the future of this country, as they are, we have got to radically change our national priorities and give them the care and the hope and the help that they need right now. Now, let me just give you an example. I like people jump up, okay? Start off. We start off, a woman is pregnant, okay? Right now, there are efforts to cut the very, very good program, the WIC program. Now, WIC has been successful. It says if you are pregnant, you need good nutrition. Your baby needs good nutrition. We have got to expand that program, not cut that. We got to make sure there are communities in this country where infant mortality is far, far too high, all right? So starting even in pregnancy, we've got to make sure that pregnant women get the health care that they need and their newborn babies get it. Then you go to another issue. Tell me about this. I can tell you, in my own state, we're a middle-class family. Our daughter's middle class, 2 kids. struggling to find quality, affordable childcare. That an issue here? All right, so here's the reality. Mom goes to work. This is modern America, right? Mom goes to work. Dad goes to work. Well, you got two kids. You got a kid 3 years of age, kid 5 years of age, or 4 years of age. Can you find good quality, affordable childcare? In most parts of America, you can't. And if you find a good quality of childcare, it can cost you, depending on where you live, $20,000 a year or more. Well, how do you afford $20,000 a year for childcare when you're making $25,000 or $30,000 a year? That's pretty crazy. So to answer your question, and you're absolutely right, in terms of investing in prevention rather than investing in the aftermath when we don't have good prevention, what do? All right, so kids go to school already 2 years behind when they walk into the first grade. Does that make any sense? It doesn't. We can create millions of good-paying jobs having well-trained, adequately paid, respected child care providers, right? All right, you do that. We put money into public schools. We take pride in teachers like Linda. All right, I know West Virginia is a big basketball state and a football. Pardon me? Tanya, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yo, Linda, I'm sorry. Well, we still take pride in Tanya, all right. But these are the heroines and the heroes of America. All right, I suspect, I could be wrong, you're probably not making a whole lot of money on that job, right? Okay, all right. But we need to tell our young people that teaching is a noble and important profession. And we provide the kinds of funding at the federal, state, and local level. That's investing in the future. I talked about making public colleges and universities tuition-free. Here is another example. I don't want somebody, and I know this is a problem, and I'd like people to talk to this problem. Nationally, we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. You all know that? The richest country in the history of the world, but somehow or another, we have more people in jail, 2.2 million people a year. You know what we spend locking up fellow Americans? $80 billion a year at the local, state, and federal level, locking up 2.2 million Americans. That gets exactly to Beth's point. So you got a kid who goes to the first grade 2 years behind. As Tanya was saying, these are kids who may come from homes where it's cold in the wintertime. They may not have enough food. They're going to struggle with education. And then what happens when they're in the 10th grade? They're going to drop out of school, right? Well, you know what? You drop out of school, your future is not all that great. So maybe you start dealing drugs. Then you get yourself in trouble. In my view, we are spending $80 billion a year locking people up. Maybe we take a good chunk of that and invest it in prevention, in jobs and education for those kids. So I think you hit the nail right on the head. From a humane point of view, from a human point of view, and even from a cost-effective point of view, it will cost less money to send a kid to the University of West Virginia than to lock him up. All right? So let's make sure that we can send them to the university. All right. Let me ask you all a question. All right, we're going to get to as many questions as we can, but I want to deal with tough issues here. We have in my state, and we have all over this country, an epidemic of opiate addiction and heroin addiction. Anyone want to say a few words about that? Yes, I see a woman right there. Oh, get the mic, grab the mic.
My name's Carrie.
She can hold it herself, let her hold it. Put the mic close to your mouth.
Okay, my name's Carrie. I'm from Mercer County, and I've lived in this area for about 10 years. And more I see people that I know and love falling to drug addiction. And it's especially bad in areas with such poverty, you know. My question to you is, what do you plan on doing? How do you plan on helping these people with opiate addictions?
Okay. I'm going to give you the answer in a moment, but I want more discussion about the nature of the problem. So what we're seeing here is opiate addiction. Okay, woman right here, ma'am. Right here. Yep, hold the mic close to your mouth, please.
Most people know me. I don't have to. I'm kind of loud. My name is Marianne Glader, and most of the people know me because I fighting a battle that you've been fighting on the political scene, as running for state auditor. And I have a son that is addicted to pills and
addicted to what?
To pills. So he's addicted to like Xannies, Loratabs, and nothing that the doctor gave him. It's just that he hung around the wrong people, and which has caused me to get more involved with the juveniles in the detention centers, because he also went to jail and he has a felony. And we have so many people that are sitting in jail because of drug addiction. I also have a son that is paralyzed. And a lot of the people that I'm trying to get him to care for him cannot come and work for me because they have a felony that is drug related. They are so, I don't understand it. They've got to stop looking at saying that somebody has a felony and looking at and putting a drug conviction on them, because everybody that goes into that system, they'll say you had an intent to sell, and everybody does not have an intent to sell. But that's the plea agreement that they'll give them. And I just want us to look at these children that are locked up, look at these adults that have been locked up, and try to turn their lives around, because when they get out of jail, they have no future.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I want to stay for a moment. We'll get elsewhere, but I want to stay on the opiate or the drug addiction crisis, and I'm going to answer the questions. People have raised questions. I'll answer, but I want to hear from the community about drugs right now. There's a woman right behind you. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Hold that mic close to your mouth.
I will. Hello, my name is Dreama Paget. I am a CEO of a community action agency. And also the reentry and criminal justice system has hit home with me. Please stand up, Daryl. This is my husband, Daryl Paget. He did 20 years in federal prison for a nonviolent crime. It's a drug offense. He has a master's degree now. Can he get a job? No. What can you do to help people like us?
Okay, thank you.
Good day, Senators. Senators, my name is Rocky C. I'm from War, West Virginia, which is just right across the mountain right here in McDowell County. Unlike a lot of folks here, I had the benefit of an education. I was able to go to college and ultimately law school, and I defend people, the indigent criminal accused of drug crimes all the time. And let me just say that every crime that we face in this community, from domestic violence to larceny of any kind, to pretty much everything that we deal with is in some variety shaped by the drug problem here.
How severe is the drug problem in your judgment?
The drug problem here, in my judgment, is very severe. I would say that 90% of my clients are in some way addicted to drugs. Beyond that, it has touched my personal life, as my mother died of a prescription drug overdose of, frankly, of medication that she was lawfully prescribed. So I see it as a professional, and I have seen it in my childhood. And so I suppose my question to you, Senator, is this, is that poverty is certainly an issue here, but it seems to me, as a person who lives and works here, that the drug crisis fuels the poverty here because people have an addiction. And let's be serious about something for just a moment. Addiction is a disease. It is not a crime. But because people are afflicted with the disease of addiction, it prevents them from being able to find good work. It prevents them from being able to provide for the families. And it seems to be a continuing cycle of blood, so that when one person's parent is affected by that, it makes it more likely that they themselves become addicts, that they would themselves become felons, and thereby unable to contribute to their community in a positive way. And it seems to me that I'm only 30 years old, but during my entire lifetime, it seems that the people that I went to school with became their parents, and now their children are falling into those same cycles. And it's not necessarily by any fault of their own. It is because they are sort of swallowed by a system, an awful system that's so much bigger than they are. And so I suppose my question is simply this, is what can Bernie Sanders as president do for those poor folks?
Okay. Thank you very much for your statement. All right, I want to stay on it, and I'll try my best in a moment after we hear more to answer all of the questions. I think we have, what do we got, a woman right there? Yeah, give her the mic. Hold that mic close to your mouth, please.
Hello, Senator Sanders. My name is Rebecca Hicks, and I'm from right here in McDowell County. I am on the brink of changing my life as I have received acceptance to an Ivy League institution with a $268,000 scholarship.
Wow.
However, there are several hindrances we have not acknowledged yet. There is more to receiving a higher education than merely covering the cost for it, and you have proposed that we improve our Medicare system. But I cannot be satisfied with that answer because it is the pharmaceutical company that is facilitating the aggressive behavior that is promoting addiction in our community. How can I leave behind my family when I never know whether addiction will overcome and I will have a family to come back to at all? So I guess I ask, how do you propose we break the cycle here aside from healthcare, because it is the healthcare system that is promoting the addiction behavior?
Okay. All right. All right, that's Rebecca. Rebecca, is that your name? Okay. All right, Rebecca raises an interesting issue. I mean, all of these questions and comments are right on. I mean, you're raising, I think, the right issues, and I think what we can all conclude is everything is related to everything else. So I'll throw out this question. If opiates and all of these prescription drugs are out there, why are there so many of these drugs in the community in the first place? All right, I understand if I injure my back, I want some medicine, that's fine to take care of my needs, but how come, is that a problem that just a lot of these pills are floating all over this community? Okay, who wants to speak to that issue? Ma'am, let's get this woman a mic right here.
My name is Velda Johnson.
Hold it a little closer.
My name is Velda Johnson.
Velda.
And I wanted to speak on a matter. I was injured in a car accident back in 2004. I went to a doctor for 13 years. For 13 years, he prescribed me prescription pain medication. If I had an addictive personality, I would be addicted today. He never tested my blood to see the levels. I mean, I would just go in, he'd say, how you doing? He'd write me a prescription, I would leave. Doctors are part of the problem.
Yep. Okay.
They're prescribing the pills, and then people are selling them on the street. I have a son that's
all right, so doctors are prescribing it, and then people are selling those drugs out on the street.
Yes, they're not taking them, they're selling them.
Right. Okay.
What do you do? How would you hold the doctors accountable for prescribing those?
Well, we know we have a family circumstance. I won't go into details, but a family member of ours, same exact circumstance. She was in pain. She got addicted to the medicine her doctor over-prescribed to her, and her life was radically changed for the worse. All right, that's another issue. All right, we've got a lot of these drugs. Doctors are over-prescribing, and the pharmaceutical industry, the people who create these drugs, seem not to understand the consequence of what they are producing. All right. Let's stay on the drugs for a minute, and we'll get off to other areas. Somebody maybe tell me, and I've heard, I'm sorry, the attorney here, and I apologize. What's your name again? Rocky. All right, made the point that in most of the cases that he handles as a defense attorney, if I understand it, various types of crime. People have to steal in order to feed their habit. Is that essentially what we're talking about? Okay, so where you have, I was in Philadelphia, I was in Baltimore, Maryland in just a couple of weeks ago. I am told that in Baltimore, Maryland, which has a very high crime rate, which has a horrendous murder rate, that almost 10% of the population of that city is addicted to heroin. So in other words, what you're talking about, everything is related to everybody else. You're not going to get a handle on the crime problem unless you get a handle on the drug problem. All right? You're not going to get a handle on the drug problem, I think, unless we deal with some economic issues and we deal with the despair and the hopelessness that a lot of people are feeling. You know? So parents and teachers got a shot at it If we can say to kids, look, you got an educational opportunity, there are great jobs out there, there's a great life out there for you if you do A, B, and C and stay in school, but when you don't have that hope and that opportunity, then I think drugs and an immediate fix at a high becomes a more appealing alternative. All right, let's stay on drugs for a few more minutes, and then we'll get to other subjects. Yes, ma'am, right here. Stand up. You've got a mic coming to you. Just turn around and face the
I hate talking on the mic. Anyways, I was embarrassed to talk at first because I am Sabrina Schroeder's sister. So it's really embarrassing because I'm not involved in things she is. I actually was pretty smart as a teenager. We both went to different high schools. We both was involved in Upward Bound program and a bunch of other programs. I made good grades. I was involved in sports. Well, I got on drugs not by a doctor. It was by kids that we were hanging around, and they wasn't getting it by doctors either. There's a lot of people, you know, that are drug dealers that brings it out of state. They go pick it up and bring it out, you know, and you just try it. You don't know what it's going to do to you. There was drugs that I tried, and it scared me. Then there was drugs that I liked, and I kept doing it. I never knew nothing about addiction. I didn't know that you could get addicted. I ended up getting married to a drug dealer. It ruined my life. Sorry. I had 2 children. We got in some trouble. He caught charges, and I took the rap for it. Well, I went to prison for 2 years because I wouldn't tell on him. Well, I smartened up while I was there. I got my GED because I quit my senior year to be with him. I did get my GED. I did take a lot of classes. I got a lot of certifications. I went to school to be a veterinarian, and I was smart enough to do it. I am a felon. It was an attempt to commit a felony, but it's still a felony. I have a couple tickets on me. I've changed my life around. I've been sober for years. I've been doing good. And I could be like other people who's on drugs and say, you know what, screw it. I can't get my kids back. I can't get a job. I can't get my license back to get a car. Why don't I just keep doing drugs? And, you know, there was times when I was sitting in jail that I thought that I would just come out and give up. But I didn't. I had a couple people in my life, my boyfriend and my sister. She talked to me the whole time that I was in jail when we never even had a relationship. I went and spoke with the cop about dropping the ticket. I even brought her with me. But I guess where I'm a felon, and he said, I know her, you know, since I'm known, he wouldn't drop the ticket. We went back and asked him. He said he would call. Nobody's ever called. I can't get a job, and I don't have the money to pay the tickets to even start out in life, to try to go to college to be a nurse, to see if a judge will sponge my records. So what is it about how do you get second chances to trying to turn your life around? And it is hard not to turn back to everybody putting things in your face. I say to myself, I have no friends whatsoever because I'm scared I'm going to fall back into that world. If I had a job or if I had things that I could do, places you could go, it would be a lot easier. Thank you.
All right, that's not easy to say publicly. Thank you very much for your courage. All right, further, there's a gentleman way over there, sir. Yeah, right there. Yes, stand up, please. Okay, we get that gentleman the mic, please.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Anthony Woodyard. I am a graduate of Concord University, a state school here in West Virginia. I'm a resident of Virginia, and I'm honored to be here today. I am an adjunct professor of pharmacy technician studies and worked for more than half a decade as a pharmacy technician while working on my undergraduate degree. And I guess one of my first questions is, where do prescription drugs come from? They come from a licensed prescriber who is licensed by that state board of medicine or nursing, if it's a nurse practitioner. In my years of experience working in the pharmacy world, I find that there is a disconnect between the pharmacy, the prescriber, and the patient, and there's such a laxness about the prescribers that we have, not just our mid-level prescribers who the physician assistants and the nurse practitioners in this state and others but it's the doctors as well who should have the forethought and the knowledge of knowing that what they're prescribing in these copious amounts is not going into the body of one human being who and many times is seen once or twice yearly, and they're prescribed these controlled substances, and an angry patient comes into the pharmacy and says, "Where's my prescription?" And I have no idea. The doctor didn't call it in. My mind reader's not working today. I don't know where it is. Well, call the doctor. It's your job. So I, in due diligence, do my job. I call that doctor. I check on that prescription. Well, we'll just send it in because it's easier. And these are words that I hear so many times over the last half decade. It's easier. I don't want easy from our practitioners. We need more stringent policies and laws on our state boards of medicine and pharmacy to ensure that our practitioners are being more conscientious and more cautious in their prescribing to keep these drugs, these prescription drugs that are used as currency, off the streets. That's where we need to start, Senator.
Okay. I agree. Okay. Other questions, comments? Yes, ma'am.
Well, my name is Erica, and I work at the local library, and I see the drug problems, but it's kind of a catch-22. You can't make enough money to make it, and then you think, what can I do to make extra money? Well, the only thing around here is to sell drugs. And then if you can't do that, then why not just give up and start doing them? If you can't make a living and you struggle every day, and like you said before, this stress is, it's unbearable. Living in poverty, and we don't have anything else. So either you turn to drugs or you fight through. We have nothing else.
Thank you. Let's go to this side. You got a gentleman, yeah, right there, standing near the boxes.
Yeah, my name is Joe.
Hold that mic close.
Yeah. My name is Joe McClung. I'm from Rich Creek, Virginia, and retired off the railroad. And I'd like to remind you that your husband of your competitor tried to raid railroad retirement in 1993 and cut the pension in half. But what I want to talk about is jobs, and this concerns you. Under when people get the grant, when say a water line project, this happened in West Virginia, I think Clarksburg, and they wanted money to build a new water system. And so they applied, had some grant money come along. They applied for it, and they got an estimate from the government of some outrageous price. The city asked, where are you going to spend all this money? And the first thing was in there was, well, you got to build a building for the federal people. Then you got to put bids out where contractors from California could come in and bring all their workers in and build this thing. And the city said, look here, we don't want another building we got to pay light bill on.
Right.
And we want to employ people here who are out of a job, and they said, and anyway, that city, they told the government, the Fed, people you work for, to take your money and stick it.
Yep.
And they hired a private contractor to build the water system in, pay for a lot cheaper, and they did it. And they hired people. And the reason why they wanted to hire local people was because, you know, the water lines would have to be worked on years down the road, so they want to have people who is knowledgeable where the water lines are and everything else, but they can't do it because federal regulation says you got to put out bids for somebody in California to come in and build a thing and not hire a soul unless it's a flagman or something. Now, I think some of the problems why you have unemployment here and people can't find a job is because some of the federal laws restricts it.
Well, Joe, I thank you, and I agree with you. I'll give you an example of my own state, in a very rural, low-income part of my state. Exactly the same thing. They wanted to build I think it was a bridge or some sidewalks. And by the time this little town went through all the bureaucracy, they said to the feds, thank you very much, keep the money, we'll invest locally, because it was so complicated and so much more. You know, it was like building the George Washington Bridge, you know, for a small project. So I think, but what I also want to say, we should not kid ourselves, is we are not investing anywhere near what we should in our infrastructure. All right? We got all over this country, whether it is water systems or wastewater plants or roads or bridges, they are crumbling. And we need to invest appropriately. But your point is we need to make sure that that investment is cost effective, that we're not spending 3 times more than we should, and that we're putting people to work who need those jobs the most. Local people, yes, right. Right, well, yeah, all right, let's, all right, I want to stay on drug just for a minute more, then we'll go to anything else people want to go to. I see a woman way in the back there. Ma'am? Yes.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanders. My name is Jo Davis. I'm a midwife, and I serve all of southern West Virginia. I work in the homes with families. I have some numbers that you may or may not be familiar with. You mentioned in the beginning that the United States, America, is the wealthiest nation in the world. We are 40th worldwide for maternal mortality and 39th worldwide for infant mortality. We have a 33% C-section rate in this country, which means 1 in 3 women who go into the hospital to have a baby will have their baby surgically. The World Health Organization says a good number is 15%. I believe that all of this is due 100% to our for-profit healthcare system. And that feeds back into the drug system where we have families who do go to the doctor, they want to go to the doctor, they have insurance, they go to the doctor, they pay their $30, they see their doctor for 5 minutes, and they walk out of there with a prescription. And that is why we have a drug problem, and that is why we have a health crisis in this country with diabetes, heart disease, cancer, because all we want to do all day long is throw pills at it. I know that every single person in this room wants to be healthy. And we need a system by which people can learn to be healthy and not take pills.
Thank you. All right. That leads me to another issue, and that is an issue that, you know, I've worked on very, very hard, is, all right, I live in McDowell County, I get sick, do I have access to decent health care? Who wants to talk about that for a moment? Yes, sir. Can we get a mic up here for this gentleman? Okay, here it's coming.
I have an issue that affects me close to home and probably a lot of people in here, and that's autism. And I worked for 10 years in the coal fields and until I got hurt. And while I was working, I couldn't receive the treatments for autism. A session of therapy would cost $100, and I made decent money, but I didn't make that kind of money. And I'm hoping that with the